Global Reincarnation, Becoming a God with My Unlimited Revive. Chapter 401, Li Xian Getting Stronger. Name, Li Xian. Level 30/300. Class, Swordsman. Combat Power, 190. Forte, Swordsmanship, Cutting Wood, Weeding, Planting, Exterminating Insects. Origin, God's Domain, Nancy's Territory. Potential, Unknown. Seeing that his level had reached level 3, and his combat power had risen from 170 to 190, Li Xian nodded in satisfaction. The increase in level was only on the surface. What truly made Li Xian happy was that his soul power had been strengthened once again, and he was now advancing toward the gold rank peak. Moreover, the suppression of the world had once again decreased, and his ability had once again been unsealed. This time, he was even less worried about the 5 bone dragons. It was estimated that even if he encountered 4 large rats at the same time, the 5 bone dragons would still be able to survive and even win the battle. Li Xian was in a good mood. He continued to listen to the sound of experience points and casually killed the creatures that were thrown at him. Bang! The golden light shone again, and Li Xian's level rose again. It was as fast as riding a rocket. The enhancement to his soul made Li Xian feel even happier. He felt that if this continued, his soul would break through to the gold rank peak in a few days. By then, he would be a master at the gold rank peak, and he could work hard towards becoming a half-saint. I must master the domain as soon as possible. Without the domain, I can never reach the saint rank. Li Xian muttered to himself. He was ready to grasp the domain. He could not be stuck at the half-saint stage just because he could not master the domain. Just like that, Li Xian and the little hedgehog continued to move forward. They began to kill, level up, and search for all kinds of treasures in the low-level danger zone. With his treasure-seeking skill, Li Xian's search speed was very fast. From time to time, he would find useful and good things. While Li Xian was happy, he also could not forget to teach the little hedgehog some knowledge. This little fellow had a very deep foundation. No matter what it learned, it was very fast. When it was close to evening, it condensed a second domain. Looking at the black domain around the little hedgehog, Li Xian was struck. He was clearly the one who had taught the little hedgehog, but in the end, he did not even master the domain, but the little hedgehog had cast it first. Fortunately, after the domain appeared, Li Xian saw the formed domain and had some enlightenment. In the end, it condensed into a dark barrier. It's about time. Little hedgehog, you should go back. Tomorrow, I'll go to your nest to look for you. You don't have to look for me. My strength is already very strong, and I can move freely. Li Xian looked at his level 10 self again and nodded with satisfaction. He felt that in the low-level danger zone, other than the dark evil tiger, he no longer had to fear any danger. Squeak! 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 The little hedgehog nodded and waved its little paws at Li Xian, saying goodbye. This was what Li Xian had taught it. He had told it that waving its little paws meant goodbye. The little hedgehog was very smart. It had only learned it once, so it was very easy to learn. Other than goodbye, there were other things that also benefited the little hedgehog greatly. Just like that, after Li Xian and the little hedgehog parted ways, they returned to the safe zone, which was within a 100-meter radius of the base. After confirming that there was no one around, Li Xian turned back into a human. Phew! The human form is still the most comfortable. Li Xian stretched his body and checked the prey that he had brought back. He nodded his head in satisfaction. Considering that the outside world was very dangerous at night, Li Xian sent the 5 bone dragons back and summoned 100 giant skeleton tigers. Li Xian, who was a level 10 swordsman, was even more powerful. 5 giant skeleton tigers were enough to fight against a large rat. Li Xian was prepared to use them to check out the dangerous situation in the wild. He wanted to see if the 100 giant skeleton tigers could provide him with a large number of experience points. With anticipation, Li Xian ordered the giant skeleton tigers to wait until it was dark before taking action. The reason for this was that Li Xian had maxed out his level and could no longer obtain experience points. He would use his mind to order the giant skeleton tigers to take action after he went back to get his class change. Let's go back. Li Xian held a large tree in his right hand and a large net made of vines in his left hand. Inside the net were densely packed prey, plants, animals, and even dark rabbits. All of these were carried by Li Xian as he walked toward Nancy's base. At Nancy's base, Lord Nancy was cooking food in 2 large pots, making dinner for the day. She had placed a lot of food ingredients. There were mushrooms, vegetables, fruits, and so on. It was more abundant, unlike Gu Xiao Hao, who simply put a wheat in his pot to make soup. The food in this world was slightly poisonous. Li Xian had poison resistance and could not sense it at all. However, the summoned farmers, elves, and even swordsmen could not eat it. The food had to be boiled to remove the poison before it could be eaten. Therefore, water was very important to a territory. Without water, a territory would quickly disappear. Lord Nancy was very clear about this, so when she saw that there was not much water in the water pouch, her heart skipped a beat. However, she still took out all the water to cook and put in a lot of ingredients. Lord Nancy valued her subordinates very much. She felt that her subordinates could gain experience points by eating, so she treated eating as a way to nurture her subordinates. Therefore, she was not stingy with the water, and she was even not stingy with the ingredients. Instead, she used a lot of ingredients. At this moment, 20 elves were surrounding a big pot and looking at the steamed food. Each of them was like a kitten, blinking their eyes and waiting. The swordsmen on the side looked the same. They all looked at the big pot and swallowed their saliva. They had worked hard for the whole afternoon and fought many dangerous battles. They were so hungry that their stomachs were growling. Now that they smelled the fragrance of the food, they naturally wanted to eat it. At this time, Captain Wendy saw that the food was finally cooked, but Li Xian had not returned yet. She could not help but ask. "Lord, the food is cooked. Li Xian has not returned yet. What should we do?" "It's okay. I'll divide the food first and leave it for Li Xian. You must be hungry after working all day. You guys eat first. I'll leave Li Xian's food for him." Lord Nancy smiled and held a bowl of rice for everyone. The rich food inside made everyone unable to resist eating immediately. However, Captain Wendy found that Lord Nancy did not eat anything. The bowl of the most abundant food in front of them was actually left for Li Xian. "Lord, is this bowl of rice left for Li Xian? Aren't you having any food?" Captain Wendy hurriedly asked. "I'm not hungry. You guys should eat." Lord Nancy smiled and shook her head. "How can I not be hungry? You participated in more battles than us today." Captain Wendy frowned. She looked at the empty pot and suddenly remembered that the Lord's water storage bag seemed to be empty when she was cooking. This made Captain Wendy have a bad idea, so she quickly asked. "Lord, is there no water? Are you not eating because there's not enough water?" "No. Lord Nancy did not know how to answer, so she finally said helplessly. "There was enough water for 2 days, but I made a mistake. I summoned a lot of people today, so there's not enough water. Don't worry. I'll lead a team to find water tomorrow. We'll definitely have lunch tomorrow." "But..." Captain Wendy fell silent. She looked at her bowl and handed it to Lord Nancy. "Lord, please eat my food." "No need. I'm a lord. It won't affect me if I don't eat for 1 or 2 meals. However, you're different. You have a high chance of getting sick if you don't eat for 1 meal. Even your walking will be affected the next day. So hurry up and eat. This is the Lord's order. You must eat," Lord Nancy said seriously. "But..." Captain Wendy wanted to refuse, but she also blamed herself. Chapter 402, Li Xian's Great Harvest. However, Captain Wendy could not refuse the Lord's order because all of this was the truth. She could only eat the food in her bowl in silence. As for the last bowl of rice on the table, it belonged to Li Xian. No one moved. In their minds, Li Xian was already their companion, and they also needed food. In Gu Xiaohao's territory, a few skinny farmers looked at the empty pot. Their stomachs were filled with hunger, but they had no food to eat. After a tiring day, they could only look at their lord and Gu Xiaohao. Go back to sleep. If you really can't stand the hunger, then eat the juice from the weeds. Although it's poisonous, it's only slightly poisonous. You won't feel it normally. Gu Xiaohao divided the wheat into several parts and threw them to the farmers. He took the small pot back to the Lord's wooden house and called for the Dragon Blood Warrior and Gu Shan. The three of them ate in the Lord's wooden house. The exhausted farmers picked up the weeds on the ground and returned to the wooden house to taste the juice from the weeds. Unfortunately, there was very little juice. In addition to the slight poison, it made them feel very uncomfortable. Soon, the farmer who was the weakest due to hunger and the slight poison had a problem. He was tired and curled up in a corner. He began to fall ill and have a fever. No one paid attention to them because even Gu Xiaohao had given up on them. On the other side, Gu Xiaohao was eating in the Lord's wooden house. At the same time, he was checking the energy points that he had plundered that day. The amount of energy points that you guys got today is too little. With so many people added together, it's not even as much as what Li Xian brought back before, Gu Xiaohao said with a frown. Lord, the plants within 50 meters have all been dug up. Only large rocks are left. Without tools, it's impossible to dig them up. We have to build a tool shed. In addition, I took a risk and went 50 meters away. The creatures there are not simple. I also need to be careful there, so I didn't get much. The Dragon Blood Warrior explained with an ugly expression. Previously, he had not paid attention to the things that Li Xian had brought back. When he thought about it, he actually did not bring back as much as Li Xian. This made the Dragon Blood Warrior very depressed. I hope you'll bring back more things tomorrow. Eating will already consume a portion of the energy points. There's also the daily maintenance of the base. In addition, the Night of Darkness is coming soon. I have to upgrade the Lord's base to level 2 a day before it arrives. This requires more energy points, Gu Xiaohao said with a frown. We will work hard to find energy points. The Dragon Blood Warrior and Gu Shan nodded seriously. Let's speed it up. Sigh, I don't know how Li Xian got so many energy points back then. If I had known earlier, I would have trained him well. Gu Xiaohao was a little regretful. He had not calculated much before. Since he had calculated, Li Xian had brought back a lot of energy points. On average, it was much more than the Dragon Blood Warrior. In the end, such a good person was actually forced to leave by him. This made Gu Xiaohao very depressed. Although I was wrong, Li Xian chose to become a wanderer. It was also a stupid move. No one can survive the dangerous night in the wilderness. Li Xian is definitely finished, Gu Xiaohao said angrily. Indeed. The wilderness at night is very dangerous. It's 10 times more dangerous than during the day, Gu Shan agreed. The Dragon Blood Warrior beside him also nodded. Although he was amazed by Li Xian's speed in collecting energy points, no one could survive in the outside world at night. Only the territory was the safest. Thus, the three of them felt that Li Xian was finished. They no longer thought about Li Xian's matter. Instead, they were worried about how to find more energy and water. On the other side, in Nancy's territory, after the exhausted elves had eaten and drunk their fill, they returned to the little elf house to rest. As there were more elves, they could only go to the barracks to rest. This also caused Captain Wendy to have no place to rest. In the end, it was the Lord who asked Captain Wendy to go to the Lord's wooden house to rest. Lord, Li Xian also has no place to rest. Is he also going to the Lord's wooden house to rest? Wendy asked. Yes, there are too few houses in the base. We can only let him rest in the Lord's wooden house for the time being. When the energy point is sufficient in the future, I will specially create a special military house for him. Lord Nancy nodded. She did not think that there was any problem with him resting in the Lord's wooden house. Okay, I don't know when he will come back. The food is about to get cold. Captain Wendy turned her head and looked at the bowl of delicious food that was covered. It should be soon. It's not far from dark. He's back. Lord Nancy turned her head abruptly and looked at the light door. Sure enough, a figure walked in through the light door. It was Li Xian. When Lord Nancy and Captain Wendy saw this scene, they hurried over. When they saw Li Xian walking into the territory with a lot of things in his hands, they stopped at the same time. Seeing the large tree and the many dead creatures wrapped in vines, Lord Nancy's eyes widened in shock. She felt as if she was in a dream. Oh my God, so many things. There are so many energy points added up. Lord Nancy said in surprise and looked at Li Xian in disbelief. Captain Wendy, who was standing beside her, was also shocked. She looked at the large rabbit that was revealed from the vines and immediately revealed a shocked expression. Isn't this the darkness rabbit? This creature is very strong. Even if I were to reach level 10, I wouldn't be able to defeat it. I'm an elite swordswoman. Li Xian, how did you do it? You're clearly just an ordinary swordsman. Captain Wendy was truly shocked. Such a fat darkness rabbit had actually been captured by Li Xian. Such combat strength could simply be described as terrifying. Therefore, at this moment, the two beauties were scared out of their wits. They looked at Li Xian like silly geese. Come, give me a hand. This thing is not light. Li Xian was a little tired. It was not easy to carry so many things without the use of psychokinesis. In addition to the battle that day, he also wanted to rest. Therefore, he called the two girls over to help carry it. Wait, you're level 10. Captain Wendy suddenly read his attribute panel and then she smiled bitterly. I'm so stupid. You brought back so many prey. You must be level 10. You're really too strong. Lord Nancy did not say anything. She just looked at Li Xian seriously and then revealed a beautiful smile. Don't worry. Since you helped me so much, I'll do my best to help you grow. I'll help you change your class today, Lord Nancy said with a smile. Thank you very much. I'm hungry. I'll go eat first, Li Xian said after putting down his food. Go. The bowl of rice next to the big pot is yours. Everyone has eaten. Why don't you eat first? Lord Nancy said with a smile. It's okay. Let's eat and rest early. We'll be able to work better tomorrow. Li Xian waved his hand carelessly. He was a farmer before, so he knew how tiring it was to work all day. The weeds here were very strong, and even weeding them would cause sparks. The farmers did not slack off. They worked with all their might, so when they came back, their bodies could not take it anymore. They wanted to eat and rest, and they usually had time to eat. Li Xian came back late. He had already guessed this, so he did not take it to heart. He walked quickly to the bowl of rice. Li Xian opened the lid, and when he saw the food inside, he was slightly surprised. The food in the bowl was too rich. It was completely different from the food in Gu Zhao House territory. In Gu Zhao House territory, it was basically soup, and there was very little food. However, he did not expect the bowl of rice to be so rich. There were mushrooms, vegetables, and unknown fruits. In short, it was tempting to eat. He did not hesitate. Li Xian quickly finished the bowl of rice and felt a warm feeling in his stomach. He immediately nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 403, Changed Classes Again. Not far away, Lord Nancy's stomach growled when she smelled the aroma of food. She quickly took out the ancient token and approached the tree to absorb the energy. Captain Wendy, who was standing beside her, wanted to say something when she saw this scene. However, she did not know what to say and could only help silently. Light shone on the ancient token. The giant trees, weeds, and monster corpses all turned into energy points and merged into the ancient token. Seeing the token filled with energy points, Lord Nancy was pleasantly surprised. She looked at Li Xian with gratitude. We finally have enough energy. Li Xian, thank you. Please follow me. Lord Nancy immediately invited Li Xian, and the three of them walked together to the empty space next to the Lord's mansion. To upgrade a level 2 barracks, you must have a level 2 Lord's mansion. However, to upgrade a level 2 Lord's mansion, you need a level 1 kitchen and a level 1 tool shed. This is a necessary building. I can't upgrade without them, so I need to build a kitchen and tool shed, Lord Nancy explained softly. She was obviously worried that Li Xian would object. Let's level up. The energy points are enough, Li Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. In his previous life, he had played this type of game and knew clearly the requirements to level up. This was also the reason why Li Xian had brought so many things back. If it was not enough, he would take out the things in his portable space. There were large amounts of dead prey and plants and weeds stored inside. There were even many plants planted in the portable pocket. It could be said that as long as Li Xian was willing, he could take out a large amount of energy. Thank you for your understanding. Lord Nancy smiled. Two dimples appeared on her fair little face, and her pointy little ears moved at this moment. She looked very cute. It was a pity that such a cute Lord Nancy did not attract Li Xian's attention. Instead, Li Xian had a question. Lord Nancy, are you an elf? No, I'm not. I'm a descendant of the ancient god race. This is our trial ground and an important channel for becoming a god. We can build a base here to prepare for becoming a god. When I built the base, I chose the elf race. That's why I look like an elf, Lord Nancy explained with a smile. I see. Descendants of the ancient god race and becoming a god? Can you tell me about becoming a god? Li Xian asked curiously. Because of the oath contract, I can only say one thing. When you become a hero in the future, you'll have the opportunity to get to know the forces behind me. When that time comes, you'll learn more. What I can say now is that the ancient god race is very powerful. They've existed for countless years. They're the main force that fought against the abyss, and they're also the strongest guardian god that protects all worlds. Lord Nancy's voice was clear and gentle as she spoke about the situation of the ancient god race. However, after she spoke about a lot of knowledge, inexplicable rules would appear and block these words. On the contrary, Li Xian and Wendy would not be able to hear it. Such rules made Li Xian realize how powerful the ancient god race was, and he could not help but become more curious. Especially since the ancient god race was the main force fighting against the abyss, this really shocked Li Xian. I can only say so much. I can say a lot of knowledge, but you won't be able to hear it. You won't have the chance to understand it unless you join the ancient god race in the future. After saying this seriously, Lord Nancy looked at the ancient token. Seeing the enormous amount of energy points, she looked at Li Xian with a different emotion. I'm going to start. Boom. Lord Nancy's fair hand raised the token high. With a boom, the token glowed and covered the empty space. Soon, a building rose from the ground. After the light disappeared, the word kitchen was written on the door. Two slender cooks slowly walked out of the building and bowed to Lord Nancy. Greetings, my lord. Okay, you guys do what you need to do. Lord Nancy waved her hand and walked toward the empty space on the side of the kitchen. She raised the ancient token again and released rays of light. Boom! With another boom, the building known as the tool shed slowly rose and took shape. "Greetings, my lord." Two heroic female elves walked out of the tool shed and bowed to the lord. "Yes." Lord Nancy nodded and walked quickly to the front of the lord's mansion. She raised her right hand in delight. "Hint, you have met the upgrade requirements. Do you wish to upgrade?" A message flashed through her mind. Lord Nancy immediately nodded and said, "Upgrade the lord's mansion." Boom! 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 With Lord Nancy's clear and melodious voice, the wooden lord's mansion began to change. From a small wooden house, it gradually turned into a big tree, a tall tree that exuded vitality. "I've succeeded. It's the life tree. One more level and it'll turn into the ancient life tree." Lord Nancy clenched her small fists happily. The upgrading of the lord's mansion had unlocked many buildings. She could build more buildings and soldiers, and she could even build mounts. That was why Lord Nancy looked at the life tree and was as happy as a child. When she thought about how this was all Li Xian's doing, she could not help but look at Li Xian and bow deeply to him. "Thank you, Li Xian. You can change your class now. There's no need to upgrade the barracks to level 2. After the Lord's wooden house has upgraded to the life tree, it has unlocked the archer, sword shield soldier, and hunter classes. What class do you want to change to?" "I think being a hunter is pretty good. Hunters have a special ability that allows them to better hide in the dark. They are natural-born assassins." As Lord Nancy explained, she considered the upcoming class change and said, "An archer might become an elf archer in the future. I'm not sure what a sword shield soldier will become. A hunter should also have a stronger class that can be changed. The details will depend on the future." After saying this, Lord Nancy blinked her big eyes at Li Xian, waiting for his choice. "Then let's choose the hunter." "I'm still very curious about the hunter's abilities," Li Xian said calmly. "All right." Lord Nancy immediately nodded and raised the ancient token high up in the air. Under the dazzling golden light, she began to help Li Xian with his class change. Whoosh! 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 A wind-like sound echoed in the air. Li Xian's entire body was bathed in the golden light, transforming from the inside out. He could only feel his soul rapidly strengthening. The speed of his improvement was as fast as lightning. His soul was almost full. "Soon. I'm getting closer and closer to the gold rank peak. I'm getting closer and closer." Li Xian muttered to himself in surprise. Suddenly, his entire body shook. A tyrannical power spread out from his body. His class change ended at this moment. Li Xian clenched his fists as he felt the power contained within his hands. He opened his right hand, and a crescent-shaped scimitar appeared in his palm, emitting a cold light. Name, Li Xian. Level, 10/1000. Class, Hunter. Combat Power, 350. Specialty, Assassination, Concealment, Swordsmanship, Logging, Weeding, Planting, Exterminating Insects. Origin, God's Domain, Nancy's Territory. Potential, Unknown. Not bad attributes. Li Xian looked at his attributes, looking at the newly added Assassination and Concealment abilities. He nodded in satisfaction. These two abilities were quite suitable for him. They were much stronger than the abilities of archers and sword shield soldiers. However, Li Xian felt that enhancement-type skills were more suitable for him. After all, he could summon dark creatures. If he could enhance them a little more, it would also allow the skeletons to display greater strength. Unfortunately, this was the elven territory and did not have any enhancement abilities. If it was the undead territory, perhaps it would be better. However, he did not know where the undead territory was. Even if there was, it was hard to say whether it would be the level of the Lord over there. Li Xian would not place his hopes on others. He was already very lucky to have met a lord like Nancy. It was enough for him to obtain soul power. Of course, if he became a lord himself, he would not be stuck by others. Become a lord myself. Li Xian was slightly stunned. He felt that this was really a solution. He immediately turned his head to look at Lord Nancy and asked, "Lord, do people like us have a chance to become lords?" Hey! Lord Nancy frowned when she heard this. She carefully looked at Li Xian and saw the sincerity in his eyes. She was silent for a long time. "Yes, but it's very difficult. There are 5 conditions. One of them is..." "What is it?" Li Xian asked. "Kill a lord." Chapter 404, Kill a Lord. Kill a lord? So that's how it works. Li Xian was surprised. He had not expected such conditions at all. Yes, after killing a lord token will drop. It's an ancient token like this. With the token, you can establish a territory after completing the remaining 4 conditions, Lord Nancy explained. I see, I understand. Li Xian nodded and stopped asking. Aren't you going to ask me about the remaining 4 conditions? Lord Nancy was puzzled. She was very surprised that Li Xian stopped asking. There's no rush. After I show my value in the future, you'll naturally tell me everything. Li Xian smiled confidently. He had only joined this territory for half a day, and Lord Nancy had already told him many things. It could be said that she had done her best. If he knew too much about becoming a lord, any lord would be worried that Li Xian would kill him and steal the lord token. At the moment, he only knew one condition. He did not ask about the remaining 4 conditions. Instead, he could make Lord Nancy feel at ease and improve her strength here. After all, becoming a lord was still far away. Li Xian valued improving his soul more. It was best to reach the gold rank peak or even the half-saint rank. After thinking about it, Li Xian did not ask any more questions. Instead, he said lazily, "It's too late. I should rest." Well, let's go to the Lord's mansion, which is inside the life tree. There's a lot of space there. There are 5 rooms, Lord Nancy said with a smile. Okay. Li Xian yawned and walked to the life tree. After opening the door, he chose a room to rest and sleep. In the outside world, only Lord Nancy and Captain Wendy were left standing quietly. What an interesting person. Lord Nancy smiled. She felt that Li Xian was very interesting. Captain Wendy looked at him blankly. She did not know why Lord Nancy said that Li Xian was interesting. Come with me. There are still some energy points in the token. It just so happens that we can build the farmland. I didn't expect that a level 2 barracks would actually require me to need to build farmland. Lord Nancy shook her head helplessly. She felt that energy points were really scarce. She had used up almost all of the energy points, which made her heart ache. In the end, another brilliant light flashed. The farmland was built and appeared in the right corner of the territory's gate. As for the energy points in the token, there was only a little left. It was not even enough to summon elves, so it naturally could not be used anymore. Rumble. The rumbling sound of her stomach could be heard. Lord Nancy's small hands touched her stomach, and she really felt a little hungry. Unfortunately, there was no water. She could only endure her hunger and walk toward the room inside the Tree of Life. Captain Wendy looked at Lord Nancy worriedly. She clearly knew that if the people did not eat, the chances of getting sick were extremely high. The chances of the weak farmers getting sick could even reach 80%. Therefore, they had to eat. Even if Captain Wendy was not weak, she still had to eat. As for the Lord, although she said that she would be fine if she did not eat, Captain Wendy was still very worried. With such worries, the two walked into the life tree. As they entered the living room, they saw a plate of fruits and a plate of red apples. Why are there fruits here? Wait, it's him. Lord Nancy suddenly turned her head to look at the room where Li Xian was in. At this moment, her heart was filled with gratitude. She felt that she was really lucky to have met Li Xian. After Li Xian joined the base's energy points had increased rapidly, the number of residents had increased rapidly, and the base's buildings had developed vigorously. All of these were brought by Li Xian. To be able to meet such a good citizen, Lord Nancy was so happy that she wanted to jump around. Especially when she looked at the red fruits and thought that these were enough to fill her stomach, she was even happier. That Gu Xiaohao is really a stupid lord. He actually gave up on such a good Li Xian and let me have him for free. Lord Nancy felt happy in her heart, especially after she picked up the apple and took a bite. The sweet taste made her feel even happier. The apple can actually strengthen one's physique. This is a good thing. Why didn't Li Xian eat it himself? He actually gave it to me. As Lord Nancy felt her physique strengthen, she realized the value of the apple. When she looked at Li Xian's room, she felt even more grateful. She did not say any more words of gratitude. Instead, she remembered everything in her heart. There was no need to express too much gratitude for some help. She only needed to act in return. Lord Nancy naturally understood all of this. She smiled and took Captain Wendy back to the next room to rest. In the other room, Li Xian leaned against the bed and silently inspected his summoned creatures, which were the 100 giant skeleton tigers. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. The surroundings of the territory became quiet, terrifyingly quiet. Through his mind, Li Xian received feedback from the giant skeleton tigers and found that they were actually afraid of something. Li Xian quickly checked and found that their vision had been compressed by 10 times, and an inexplicable chill surrounded them. This chill did not affect the body, but came from the soul. Li Xian could even feel a trace of it through his thoughts. However, the darkness of this world still needed to be tested, in order to see how dangerous it was. Therefore, he commanded the giant skeleton tiger to start moving, attacking a mouse hole that he had chosen beforehand. Li Xian had already become a hunter, so the suppression on him was even lower. In addition, his soul was getting stronger, so he could better utilize his various talents and increase the power of the giant skeleton tigers. This also caused these giant skeleton tigers to display a combat strength that far exceeded their own. Each and every one of them was like a tiger, roaring as they hunted the giant rats. The battle began just like that. Li Xian controlled the giant skeleton tigers from afar and continued to fight. He hunted monsters everywhere in this area, and his experience points were also increasing rapidly. Experience points plus 15. Experience points plus 15. The experience points have decreased. The stronger I am, the fewer experience points I get. I guess I won't get any more experience points by weeding. Li Xian looked at the experience points notification and quickly realized the reason for the decrease in experience points. However, he was not discouraged. Instead, he was looking forward to the changes that would happen later. With 100 giant skeleton tigers fighting for him, the speed at which he could gain experience points would increase at a terrifying speed. Li Xian was not worried about this at all. The only thing he needed to pay attention to at the moment was whether or not the giant skeleton tigers would be able to survive the night safely. Li Xian still attached great importance to that cold feeling. According to the information I received, tonight is not the night of death. In other words, it is still relatively safe at night. If it is really dangerous, then I can only lose these 100 giant skeleton tigers. Li Xian clearly knew that after these summoned creatures died, as long as their souls were sent back to the original world, they would be able to recover after a period of time. There was no need to worry about death at all. In addition, he could summon a lot of giant skeleton tigers. They were not as rare as the bone dragons, so he would not feel any heartache even if they died. Li Xian's goal was to check the level of danger in this world. He was more focused on leveling up at night to increase the strength of his soul. With this thought in mind, Li Xian commanded the 100 giant skeleton tigers to continue fighting in the dark night. Experience points plus 15. Experience points plus 15. Bang! The head of one giant skeleton tiger suddenly shattered and fell to the ground without moving. What is it? Li Xian narrowed his eyes. Not long ago, he was controlling the giant skeleton tiger to fight. Suddenly, a giant skeleton tiger died, which surprised Li Xian. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Xian controlled the remaining giant skeleton tiger to look for the attacker. He scanned the surrounding bushes and looked for the enemy's location. What made Li Xian surprised was that the 99 giant skeleton tigers actually did not find the enemy. They did not find anything. This made Li Xian frown. Chapter 405, Strange. Do you think I can't find you? Li Xian's God's perspective was activated. With Nancy's territory as the center, it suddenly spread to the west in all directions. The view extended to a 150-meter radius before it stopped. The powerful observation range made Li Xian smile involuntarily. Let me see where you are. Li Xian's God's perspective swept through the low-level danger zone and carefully searched for the enemy's position. His powerful observation ability directly penetrated through the plants and saw the enemy hidden in the plants. I've found you. Li Xian's God's perspective instantly locked onto a black plant. Below it hid a darkness spider with 4 legs broken. It's actually this guy. Li Xian remembered who it was. It was the spider that had escaped after the battle with the little hedgehog. At that time, the little hedgehog had torn off its 4 legs. The darkness spider still lacked legs, and it even looked sickly. However, the darkness spider in such a state was able to kill the giant skeleton tiger in an instant. This was enough to prove that it was extraordinary. I'll kill you today. Let's see how many experience points I can get. Li Xian gave the order in anticipation. The 99 giant skeleton tigers roared and charged toward the darkness spider, surrounding it while it was on guard. The crazy battle began. Although the 99 giant skeleton tigers were suppressed and their individual combat strength could not beat the darkness spider, there were many of them. Moreover, with Li Xian's command, their coordination was very good. In such a joint battle, after the 12 giant skeleton tigers were heavily injured, the darkness spider was finally killed in the grass. Experience points plus 50. The experience points is a little low. Li Xian analyzed it in detail and found that the difficulty of earning experience points had increased by a level. Not only did the difficulty of killing monsters increase, but the experience points required also increased a lot. In that case, he would need to work hard to level up for a long time. Fortunately, he could summon dark creatures. Otherwise, he would really need to spend a lot of time. He silently commanded the giant skeleton tigers to pick up the intact bones on the ground and replace the injured bones. Soon, 2 of the giant skeleton tigers recovered, and only 10 of the heavily injured giant skeleton tigers remained. There was no need to worry about the heavily injured ones. They could slowly repair their bones. As long as they were given a period of time, they could recover. Li Xian did not wait any longer. Instead, he commanded the remaining 89 giant skeleton tigers to start the battle once again. With the battle from before, the path of hunting became easier and easier. They moved more recklessly in the shallow danger zone. Experience points plus 15. Experience points plus 15. Bang! A golden light shone around Li Xian's body. His level had finally reached level 2 when it was close to dawn. He had become a level 2 hunter. Name, Li Xian. Level 23/1100. Class, Hunter. Combat Power, 370. Specialty, Assassination, Concealment, Swordsmanship, Logging, Weeding, Planting, Exterminating insects. Ownership, God's domain, Nancy's territory. Potential, unknown. Phew, it's good, it's good. Leveling up from level 2 to level 3 only requires an extra 100 experience points. The difficulty of leveling up hasn't increased much. Great, let's continue leveling up. Li Xian commanded the giant skeleton tigers to continue fighting. They circled around the territory and fought within 150 meters of the territory. During the battle, the giant skeleton tigers died from time to time. However, there were also the repaired giant skeleton tigers that joined in and continued fighting. It was 4:40 am. Li Xian's number of giant skeleton tigers had already dropped to 40. Li Xian's level had also risen to level 4, and his strength had once again increased explosively. However, in the next 3 minutes or so, Li Xian actually could not find any enemies. He did not see a single creature, not even a bug. Such a scene caused Li Xian to frown, and he could not figure out the reason. He tried his best to control the 40 giant skeleton tigers to continue moving forward. Li Xian continued to search. At this moment, he suddenly saw a white-clothed woman standing not far away under a slanted willow tree. The woman was dressed in white and had black hair. She had a slender figure and an elegant temperament. She gave people a vague feeling of a graceful lady. Li Xian was immediately attracted. He instinctively controlled the 40 giant skeleton tigers to move forward, wanting to see the woman's face clearly. Time also passed by at this moment. The 40 giant skeleton tigers were getting closer and closer to the woman's figure. At this moment, the time had arrived at 4:44 and 44 seconds am. Suddenly, the woman in white turned her head, revealing an exquisite and beautiful little face. However, her pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Li Xian. Through the 40 giant skeleton tigers, she met Li Xian's gaze. Bang! 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 The 40 giant skeleton tigers suddenly exploded and shattered. An extremely oppressive and cold feeling swept in all directions. Li Xian, who was at the base, suddenly shivered. Then, he realized that blood was dripping down his cheeks. At Nancy's base, cracks appeared on the light gate of the base's protective barrier, and the protective wall immediately cracked. The Lord's mansion, which was formed by the life tree, was also making loud bangs as if something was crazily attacking the tree of life. However, the level 2 life tree was abnormally sturdy, and it was able to withstand this heavy blow. However, Li Xian's condition was not good, and he only felt his scalp go numb. Purify. The power of the holy light rippled in the room, and blood flowed from Li Xian's facial features. A strong sense of danger surged into his heart, and a cold chill rose from his back. The holy light continued to spread, and the power of purification shone. The warm power that should have belonged to the light did not feel any warmth at all, only coldness. God's perspective swept across the area, but Li Xian did not see anyone. He did not even see anyone in the room where he was resting. However, he could feel that there seemed to be something behind him, staring at him. Li Xian tilted his head slightly. From the corner of his eye, he looked back and saw a white dress behind him. Under the dress was a pair of white calves. Those calves were very slender and white, so white that it was somewhat pale and strange. Inexplicably, Li Xian felt a hand on his left shoulder. A heavy feeling came from his left shoulder. Li Xian felt his heart skip a beat, and at the first moment, he burst out with all of his light-type skills. Buzz! An intense holy light spread from Li Xian's body. His entire body was like the sun, shining on the entire house. The hand on his shoulder seemed to be burning red. It twisted, and there were faint wails and distorted screams. Crack! It was as if something had shattered. Li Xian suddenly shook and opened his eyes. When did I close my eyes? Li Xian found himself lying down. He immediately sat up and carefully observed the house. He found nothing. When he used his God's perspective to observe the outside world, he frowned. He did not know when, but Lord Nancy's ancient token was floating in the air, illuminating the entire territory and dispelling everything in the darkness. Li Xian activated his God's perspective and looked at the room next door. He found that Lord Nancy and Captain Wendy were sleeping, so they did not notice anything. At this moment, Lord Nancy's body glowed with a golden light. It was the glow of leveling up. She had actually leveled up in her sleep. CO kill, experience points plus 1000. A line of words appeared before Li Xian's eyes. In the next second, he had leveled up to level 5. CO kill? It seems like the Lord token has made its move. It actually gave me 1000 experience points. What kind of monster is that woman in white? She even destroyed the territory's gate. Li Xian looked at the territory's gate with a serious expression. When he saw the gate slowly recover under the light of the token, he narrowed his eyes. What a dangerous world! Fortunately, the Lord's wooden house has been upgraded to the life tree. Otherwise, it might not be able to withstand that strange existence. It's better to live in the life tree in the future. Li Xian made up his mind. He was prepared to sleep in the life tree every night from now on. He would also urge Nancy to upgrade the life tree more. After making up his mind, Li Xian narrowed his eyes and leaned against the pillow, falling asleep. As for the ancient token, after fixing everything, it flew back to the side of Lord Nancy and returned to its original state. The entire process was as if nothing had happened. However, the token's battle log simply recorded this incident, and the record was very vague. It only said that the territory had been attacked and that Li Xian had helped to kill the enemy. There was nothing else. There was nothing else that could be done. The battle log was just that vague. Just like that, everything returned to silence. Apart from Li Xian, the entire territory did not know that something had happened outside. Early in the morning, the sun slowly rose and enveloped the territory, causing the entire territory to glow with vitality. Lord Nancy and Captain Wendy slowly woke up. They slowly stretched and got ready to get busy. However, in the next second, Lord Nancy was shocked and immediately opened her small mouth. I actually leveled up. What's going on? My level actually increased by 1 level. Lord Nancy said in surprise. Leveled up? How? Did something happen at night? Captain Wendy asked in puzzlement. It's possible. Let me look at the records on the token. Lord Nancy realized that something definitely happened at night and immediately picked up the token to check the contents. Chapter 406, the first wave of attacks was gone. The territory was attacked last night? Li Xian helped to kill it. When Lord Nancy saw the record on the token, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she revealed a shocked expression. How is this possible? How did the base suddenly get attacked? There are still a few days until the first wave of monster attacks. Last night wasn't the night of death, so how did it suddenly get attacked? Moreover, the attacker was killed, and it was Li Xian who participated in the killing. In other words, if it weren't for Li Xian, the territory would have suffered a huge loss last night. Lord Nancy was stunned. She did not expect so many things to happen last night. The key was that they did not know anything, and they slept soundly the whole night. She did not dare to imagine how serious the consequences would be if Li Xian was not there. I feel that I was the luckiest person to have accepted Li Xian back then. He's definitely a treasure hobo. There's something wrong with Gu Xiaohao's brain. He actually chased away such a good person. He's letting me off the hook for nothing. Lord Nancy felt very fortunate. Especially after seeing her level rise by 1 level, she felt even more certain that her decision back then had been the right one. Feeling happy, Lord Nancy immediately ran to Li Xian's room, ready to express her gratitude. When she reached the hall, she found Li Xian in the courtyard outside the door, ready to leave the base. Li Xian, about last night, Lord Nancy hurriedly said. I know. I need to investigate the relevant information. That's all for now. I'm leaving. Li Xian interrupted Lord Nancy and strode out of the base toward the little hedgehog's nest. The strange woman from last night was not simple. Li Xian was ready to ask the little hedgehog if he knew anything about this strange woman. With the little hedgehog's strength, he might know some relevant information. Therefore, Li Xian left the base quickly in front of everyone's eyes. Not long after, Li Xian came to the low-level danger zone in the darkness. He saw the black land that was overgrown with weeds and heard the strange cries of insects. Dark summoning. Li Xian suddenly put his hands together. A space crack that was more than 10 meters long slowly took shape, emitting a special power fluctuation. As the space crack appeared, the mighty skeleton army walked out from the crack. Each and every one of them stood majestically. There were skeleton warriors, skeleton hatchet wielders, skeleton archers, and giant skeleton tigers. Thousands of skeletons were like an army of undead, following Li Xian's orders and going deeper into the low-level danger zone. Li Xian, who became a level 5 hunter, was once again unsealed. He could summon more and more undead creatures, and their strength was getting stronger and stronger. With such a strong strength, even the skeleton warriors, who were weaker than the giant skeleton tigers, were able to display considerable combat strength in this world. Therefore, Li Xian summoned a group of skeletons and had them fight with all their might, sweeping through the low-level danger zone while also looking for information about the strange woman. The purpose was to find out if there were many strange women and if they would appear again in the future. With this thought in mind, after Li Xian arranged the skeletons, he once again turned into a hedgehog. He stepped on the cold ground and smelled the faint fragrance of flowers as he walked towards the little hedgehog's nest. On the other side, in Gu Xiaohao's territory, Gu Xiaohao was sleeping lazily when he was woken up by a knock on the door. With a face full of anger, Gu Xiaohao opened the main door of the Lord's mansion and looked at the 5 people outside the door. These 5 people were the Dragon Blood Warriors, Gu Shan, and 3 sick farmers. "What's wrong with you guys? Why do you guys look sick? Where are the other farmers?" Gu Xiaohao frowned and looked at the 3 farmers. "The other farmers are dead," Gu Shan said in a low voice. "Dead? Did they die in one night? What a waste!" Gu Xiaohao's face was ugly. He thought that these farmers would be able to last at least 3 to 4 days without eating, and they would be able to go out to work more, providing him with more energy points. However, he did not expect that after one night, only 3 farmers were left, still looking sick. It seemed that they would not be able to live for long. This made Gu Xiaohao very frustrated. He felt that after Li Xian left, the entire base was in a terrible state. However, there was no other way. Without water, the food problem could not be solved. Gu Xiaohao could only say with a gloomy face, "Go and look for energy points. I need more energy points." "Yes." Gu Shan and the others hurriedly bowed and left the base with the 3 sickly farmers, leaving Gu Xiaohao standing gloomily. The water in the small water pouch can still last for 2 days. In these 2 days, the Dragon Blood Warrior must level up to level 10 and then change to a little hero. When he becomes a little hero, he can go to the low-level danger zone to look for water. I figured it out in an instant. I'm really a genius." Gu Xiaohao continued to mumble proudly. "Although I'll lose some farmers, it doesn't matter. It's just some low-level farmers. After I have the energy points, I can summon as many as I want." Gu Xiaohao did not care about the farmers at all. They were just a low-level class anyway. Plus, he had a background, so he naturally did not care about all this. "If I can't take it anymore, I'll ask my father for help. With my father's strength, he'll definitely help me get through this difficult situation." After Gu Xiaohao finished speaking, he lazily walked into the city lord's mansion and went back to sleep. On the other side, in Nancy's territory. After Nancy arranged the team, she led Captain Wendy and a swordsman to an area 50 meters away, fully armed. She was going to find someone, and she had to get water. Otherwise, everyone would have no food for lunch. Food was a very serious problem for the people, so she had to take it seriously. Considering that it was very dangerous to be 50 meters away, Nancy did not let the elves follow her. Instead, she brought Captain Wendy and the swordsman and carefully went 50 meters away. They began to search for a water source and engage the enemy in a crisis. In the little hedgehog's nest, Li Xian was communicating with the little hedgehog and asking for relevant information. To Li Xian's surprise, the little hedgehog really knew about the existence of the strange woman. He had even seen her more than once. According to the little hedgehog, the strange woman was the strongest existence other than the dark evil tiger. There would always be a strange woman in the low-level danger zone outside the Lord's base. They were very hostile toward the Lord's base. Every strange woman was staring at the base. When the time was up, they would become the strongest monsters to attack the base in the first wave. They were powerful and had a high chance of breaking through the base. Unless the Lord upgraded the base to level 2, they would have a chance of surviving. Fortunately, a strange woman would only attack one base, so there would not be more than one strange woman attacking. This made Li Xian's expression strange. So it's like this. I didn't expect that the first wave of attack from Nancy's territory would be done just like this. Does that mean that when the time comes, there won't be any enemies in the territory? Or should I say, there won't be any powerful enemies? Li Xian muttered to himself, feeling very speechless. It had not even been time to attack yet, and the enemies were already gone. He really did not expect this. Little hedgehog, when does the dark evil tiger usually attack the Lord's bases? Li Xian asked again. Chapter 407, The Gradual Transformation of Strength. Squeak! 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 The little hedgehog was dancing and shouting as it spilled out everything it knew. From the 3rd wave to the 10th wave of monster attacks, the dark evil tiger might appear, randomly attacking the surrounding territories. When Li Xian heard this, he frowned. The dark evil tiger was not simple. According to the little hedgehog's intelligence, territories below level 5 could not withstand the attack of the dark evil tiger. Even Li Xian would be instantly killed by the dark evil tiger. There was nothing he could do. The dark evil tiger was an elite boss. At this stage, no one could afford to provoke it. Li Xian was naturally concerned about such an enemy. However, he considered that the first wave of monster attacks had yet to begin. With his leveling speed, he might be strong enough to kill the dark evil tiger when the time came. Thinking of this, Li Xian stopped thinking about it. Instead, he secretly commanded the skeleton army to harvest experience points while following the little hedgehog to take advantage of the situation. Time slowly passed. Soon, half a day had passed. Lord Nancy held her long sword and panted as she held her right hand. A smear of black spread on her wrist. I didn't expect to be so cautious, but I was still poisoned. Fortunately, I leveled up last night and mastered a poison resistance ability. Otherwise, I would have died here. I'm so glad. Lord Nancy was very glad. Seeing that the poison on her wrist was no longer spreading, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, seeing that her 2 subordinates were riddled with wounds, Lord Nancy fell into a decadent state. It's almost noon. I still haven't found the water. What should I do? Should I ask my mother for help? No, I will never bow to that powerful woman. Absolutely. Lord Nancy gritted her teeth and held her long sword as she continued to move forward. In the midst of battle and slaughter, she entered the low-level danger zone and tried her best to find water. They did not know that Li Xian's skeleton army had swept through both the 100-meter area and the low-level danger zone. The danger of these areas had been greatly reduced, which allowed them to enter the low-level danger zone. Otherwise, they would have been in trouble. However, the low-level danger zone was not simple. Even if it had been swept clean, it was still dangerous. If Lord Nancy and the others wanted to reach the river, they would inevitably encounter many powerful enemies. In the end, they would fail and return. Another 2 hours passed, and it was already past noon. Lord Nancy walked back with injuries all over her body. Her face was full of bitterness and despair. She was completely exhausted and swayed. I failed. I didn't find a water source. Lord Nancy, who was in a depressed mood, walked toward the base step by step. When she was 10 meters away from the base, she could not go any further. She could not bear to face her people. If there was no water, then they could not cook, and the people could only starve and get sick. This was a heavy blow to the base. Feeling depressed, Lord Nancy was about to say something when she suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. It seemed to come from the base. Lord Nancy sniffed and confirmed it again. When she found out that it really came from the base, her eyes widened in disbelief. The smell of cooked meat? How can it be? There is no water in the base. How can there be the smell of cooked meat? Do you smell it? After saying this, Lord Nancy hurriedly looked at her two subordinates. Lord, we also smell it. It's really the smell of cooked meat. It's so fragrant, and it's getting stronger and stronger. Captain Wendy and the other swordsman gently sniffed and smelled the fragrance of the meat in the air. The two of them almost became greedy cats. Let's go back to the base. Lord Nancy hurriedly called out to her subordinates and staggered toward the base. At this moment, the three of them were covered in wounds. The wounds were crisscrossed, and bright red blood dripped from the wounds. They looked very miserable. As Lord Nancy was always at the front, she was the one with the most serious injuries. She had been poisoned in 5 places. It could be said that she was in an extremely sorry state. Even so, they still ran very fast. They even fell down and helped each other to run to the base. When they ran into the base, they saw the cook working around the 2 big pots. They saw the elves looking up at the big pots. They saw Li Xian holding a water pouch and pouring water into the big pots. Lord Nancy was silent. For some reason, her eyes became red. Taking a deep breath, Lord Nancy calmed herself and ran to the cooking pot. Looking at the fragrance of a pot of cooked meat delicacies, she turned to look at Li Xian, the voice of the road. Li Xian, did you bring back the water? I just brought it on my way back, here. Give me your empty water pouch. I'll help you bring back some later. Li Xian handed over the water pouch casually to Lord Nancy. Thank you. Lord Nancy's emotions became even more turbulent as she looked deeply at Li Xian. Previously, she had narrowly escaped death in her search for a water source, but she had failed. In the end, when she returned to the base, someone had already brought back the water. This feeling of a bright future made her so excited that she wanted to cry. However, she was a lord, so she could not cry. She could only try her best to suppress her emotions. The meat is almost done. Let's eat. I put self-healing fruits and detoxification fruits inside. They can heal your injuries and detoxify your poison. Li Xian saw that the meat was almost done cooking, so he scooped a big bowl and handed it to Lord Nancy. Nancy, you came back too late. I arranged for the cook to cook in advance. Do you mind it? I don't mind. From now on, your orders in the base are my orders. Everyone must listen to your orders as well. Lord Nancy nodded solemnly and announced sincerely. Well, thank you for your trust. Let's eat, Li Xian said as he continued to fill the rice bowl. Okay. Lord Nancy took small bites of the food. For some reason, the food today was exceptionally delicious. She felt warm, comfortable, and happy in her heart. Everyone, come over and eat. After Li Xian finished filling the bowl, he called for everyone to eat. He only took a small portion and found a corner to eat slowly. He had eaten his fill outside, so he did not have much appetite. He just wanted to put on a show and secretly check his level. Name, Li Xian. Level 811/1700. Class, Hunter. Combat Power, 490. Specialty, assassination, concealment, swordsmanship, logging, weeding, planting, exterminating insects. Origin, God's domain, Nancy's territory. Potential, unknown. I only have 2 levels left before I can change classes. It won't be long now. I'll settle this problem in an afternoon. As Li Xian spoke to himself, he felt his soul grow stronger and stronger. The power that seeped out from within made him somewhat fascinated. In particular, the unsealing of his various skills and the transformation of his skills caused by a large number of fruits made Li Xian even more ecstatic. He felt that the entire God's domain was so beautiful. At this moment, Lord Nancy carried a bowl and walked to Li Xian's side. She glanced at Li Xian's attribute panel and did not say anything. Instead, she sat down next to Li Xian. Li Xian, we encountered a fatal danger in the low-level danger zone. It was a 2-meter-long black snake. It was extremely powerful. We were sent flying with a single strike and lost our weapons. The 3 of us almost died because of it. However, at a critical moment, a giant skeleton tiger emerged from the darkness. It killed the giant black snake and saved us. You often roam the outside world. Have you seen this giant skeleton tiger? Why did it save us? Could it be that there are kind monsters in God's domain? After Nancy finished speaking, she looked at Li Xian curiously. Her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. There are indeed some kind-hearted existences in God's domain, such as a kind little hedgehog. However, there are more dangers, all sorts of dangers. Oh, right, I have something to ask you. Li Xian suddenly changed the topic, his expression becoming more serious. What is it? Lord Nancy was curious. She immediately wiped the meat off the corner of her mouth and looked at Li Xian seriously. When will the first wave of monsters attack the territory? Li Xian asked. Early morning the day after tomorrow. Lord Nancy's expression turned grave. She was worried that the base would not be able to survive this crisis. Based on what she knew, the first wave of monsters was very dangerous. Many bases had failed due to the destruction of the monsters. Chapter 408, The Slot in Nancy's Hands. Lord Nancy was eager to fight, eager to level up, and eager to upgrade the base. It was to strengthen the base and summon more soldiers to tide over the first wave of monsters and obtain the rewards of God's domain. Yes, there were rewards for going over the difficulties. As long as the territory was not destroyed in the wee hours of the day after tomorrow, all living creatures in the base would receive the rewards of God's domain. That was a generous reward, a reward that no one could refuse. The main point was that this was only the first wave of rewards. In the later waves, the rewards would be even more generous. In the later stages, when the rewards appeared, even gods would drool over them. This was also the reason why the gods had sent their juniors into God's domain world. As long as they could establish an empire in God's domain world, they could even become gods in the future. Hence, what Lord Nancy wanted the most was to establish an empire here and become a true god emperor. However, that was too far away. Lord Nancy's biggest problem at the moment was to survive the first wave of attacks the day after tomorrow. Li Xian, are you willing to be my attendant? Lord Nancy suddenly asked. Personal attendant? Why are you asking me this all of a sudden? Li Xian raised his eyebrows. The first wave of attacks is very dangerous. If I can't survive it, all the living beings in the territory will die. However, I have a god as my backing, so I will eventually be brought back to the ancient god world. The ancient god world has special rules. Ordinary people cannot enter the ancient god world. If you become my personal attendant, you can enter the ancient god world. At that time, if the base can't survive the first wave of attacks, you can leave with me. You can leave God's domain world alive. Lord Nancy looked at Li Xian seriously. She was very grateful to Li Xian. From the bottom of her heart, she agreed with Li Xian. She was willing to give up the only personal attendant position to Li Xian in order to protect Li Xian at the most dangerous moment. I'm sorry. I don't want to be anyone's attendant. Li Xian shook his head. He could feel that Lord Nancy was being kind, but he would never become someone else's attendant. At most, he could just return to the summoned beast world. This was why Li Xian decisively refused. But, the first wave of monster attacks is very dangerous. If it's a large number of ordinary monsters, it's still fine. I'm just afraid that the first wave of attacks will be a terrifying strange creature. Although there will only be one strange creature, it's really dangerous, Lord Nancy advised. It's okay. I'll take care of this. I'll leave first. Here, I'll leave the task of washing the dishes to you. Li Xian placed the empty bowl in Nancy's small hand and turned around to walk out of the base. Such a method made Lord Nancy not know whether to laugh or cry. She could only watch helplessly as Li Xian left. Let's see what happens. If the first wave of attacks really can't hold on, then I'll plead with my mother for once. Although that woman is very detestable, it's all worth it to be able to protect Li Xian. Lord Nancy said in a daze. In front of the deliciously cooked meat, she watched Li Xian leave for a long time. In Gu Xiao House territory, a small pot was set up in the territory. Gu Xiao Hao, the dragon blood warrior, and Gu Shan were sitting together eating the cooked weeds. The atmosphere was very gloomy. Those 3 farmers are all dead. Gu Xiao Hao said in a low voice while eating the disgusting weeds. Yes. They were weeding outside for 2 or 3 hours, and then they began to shake. They died not long after, Gu Shan explained with a hint of depression in his voice. How many weeds did they cut? 5. Gu Xiao Hao frowned and asked. No, there was only 1, Gu Shan said in a low voice. Only 1? They're all trash. All of them are trash. Gu Xiao Hao's expression was unsightly, especially when he saw that they had only brought back a few items. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. At this rate, they would not be able to accumulate enough energy points, much less level up to the Lord's mansion. Long Zhan, you must level up quickly. There's only enough water for today and tomorrow. From the day after tomorrow, you must find a source of water. Also, I remember that the day after tomorrow is the first wave of monster attacks. When that time comes, the mission to fight the monsters will depend on you. You must win. Gu Xiao Hao said seriously. He was very confident in the dragon blood warrior. Otherwise, he would not have given up on Li Xian and chosen the dragon blood warrior. Yes, my lord. As long as I can change my class to the little hero before the first wave of monsters arrives, I have the confidence to tide over this difficult situation. The dragon blood warrior said solemnly. In reality, he did not have much confidence in himself. The main reason was that the first wave of attacks tested the endurance of the territory. If the Lord's Mansion's level could not be upgraded to level 2, then it would be very difficult for him to withstand this wave of attacks by himself. However, they had no energy points at the moment, so the dragon blood warrior could only suppress all of this in his heart. In the low-level danger zone, Li Xian stood quietly on a large tree, looking down at the entire low-level danger zone, and also at the mid-level danger zone. The mid-level danger zone was where the little hedgehog had lived before. It was extremely dangerous there, and all sorts of strange creatures lived there. According to the information provided by the little hedgehog, there were many strange female shadows in the mid-level danger zone. Even the number of dark evil tigers was not small, and every one of them was terrifying. In short, the little hedgehog suggested not to go to the mid-level danger zone for the time being. Li Xian used his god's perspective to observe the mid-level danger zone. He found that the god's perspective in that area was even more suppressed. At the same time, an inexplicable sense of strangeness shrouded his heart. The little hedgehog once said that the mid-level danger zone is the hunting ground for heroes. In other words, a hero's combat strength is enough to go there. Then, should I only go after I become a hero? Li Xian fell silent and thought for a long time. In the end, he did not go to the mid-level danger zone. Instead, he commanded the skeleton army to sweep through the low-level danger zone and proceed step by step while wantonly killing. It was evening. The people in Nancy's territory returned to the territory and sat around the big black pot quietly. They looked up at the food inside with anticipation like hungry cats. As Nancy waited, she looked at the gate of the base from time to time. She wanted to see when Li Xian would come back and was worried that something would happen to him. I have a spot in my hands. I've been reluctant to use it. When Li Xian reaches the max level, I'll let him use it so that he can become stronger. As Nancy said this to herself, she still looked at the gate of the territory from time to time. After waiting for a long time, she finally saw Li Xian. Bang! A muffled sound could be heard at the main gate. Li Xian dragged 3 large trees and a large net of prey as he slowly walked into the base. You're back! Lord Nancy immediately stood up and looked excitedly at Li Xian, who had returned. She was extremely happy with the many resources she had brought back. Yes, I've maxed out my level. Give me a class change. This amount of energy points is enough. After Li Xian finished speaking, he walked out of the door and brought back 3 large trees and a large net of prey. This. The elves and swordswomen who were surrounding the large metal pot were all stunned when they saw so many things. They were so shocked that they stood still. With so many things, even if they added another 100 elves, they would not be able to get so many things. Chapter 409, The Ancient Tree Barracks. However, Li Xian himself had actually brought it back. This kind of result frightened the people of the base, and they all looked at Li Xian like silly geese. Come and collect the energy points. Help me change my class. Li Xian waved at the dazed Nancy. Okay. Okay. Lord Nancy was stunned for a moment, and she hurriedly ran over to collect the energy points. Seeing the soaring energy points on the token, she suppressed the joy in her heart and hurriedly said, Li Xian, I have a slot that can let you change classes into a little hero, do you want it? If you want, I immediately help you turn. Little hero. Li Xian thought of Gu Xiaohao. Thinking of Gu Xiaohao's original promise in the heart cannot help but feel a little rueful. He finally got this chance. However, when he thought about how his soul would be strengthened every time he leveled up, Li Xian could not help but ask, I'm a hunter now. Logically speaking, I should be able to change classes to Shadow Hunter. If I change classes to Little Hero, can I still change classes to Shadow Hunter? If I become a Shadow Hunter first, can I still change classes to the Little Hero? After changing classes to Shadow Hunter, you can change classes to Little Hero. However, once you become a Little Hero, you can't change classes to Shadow Hunter. You can only change classes to stronger ones. Lord Nancy hurriedly explained, wondering why Li Xian said that. I see. I'm a hunter now. Can I change my class to a normal class, then a Shadow Hunter, and then a Little Hero? Li Xian quickly asked, looking at Lord Nancy expectantly. You can. There's a class called Bow Hunter. It's a semi-class. You can become a Shadow Hunter in the future, but you'll waste time leveling up. Why don't you become a Little Hero? The barracks don't have to be leveled up for you to become a Little Hero. If that doesn't work, I'll give you a Shadow Hunter class when the barracks level up. Lord Nancy tried to persuade him, not understanding Li Xian's thoughts. I can become a Bow Hunter first. When I max out my level, I can become a Shadow Hunter, Li Xian said seriously. But Lord Nancy wanted to say something, but seeing Li Xian's serious expression, she could not refuse him. In the end, she nodded and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. Okay, let's start the class change, Li Xian urged. Okay. Lord Nancy raised the ancient token up high. 7-colored light enveloped Li Xian's body, and he instantly bathed in a sea of 7-colored light. A moment later, Li Xian was shaken, and his soul power soared. His already powerful soul had broken through to the gold rank peak in an instant, becoming a true master of the gold rank peak. I've finally reached the gold rank peak. Li Xian felt the transformation of his soul, and his heart was filled with joy. He felt that God's domain world was really his paradise. He did not even want to leave this world. The next step is to become a half-saint. After becoming a half-saint, one can almost dominate a world. I just don't know how much soul power a half-saint needs. Oh right, there's also the barrier. I need to comprehend more barriers as soon as possible. Li Xian analyzed the current situation. At the same time, he opened his attribute panel to check the situation. Name, Li Xian. Level 10/1300. Class, Bow Hunter. Combat Power, 400. Specialty, Archery, Assassination, Concealment, Swordsmanship, Logging, Weeding, Planting, Pest Control. Attribution, God's Domain, Nancy's Territory. Potential, Unknown. The combat power on the attribute panel has decreased, but the soul has undergone a transformation. The experience points required to level up are not much. As expected of a semi-class. Li Xian looked at the attribute panel and saw that the EXP required was only 1,300. He nodded in satisfaction and secretly controlled the skeleton army to start moving. What surprised Li Xian was that after his soul had reached the gold rank peak, the skeleton army had become more and more powerful. A single skeleton warrior was already able to fight against a large rat. Meanwhile, the even more powerful giant skeleton tiger had already roared like a real tiger and swept through everything. Other than the elite boss, the dark evil tiger, Li Xian's skeleton army had almost no opponents in the shallow danger zone. They were simply invincible. Experience points +6. Experience points +9. A series of notifications appeared, and Li Xian's EXP started to soar like a rocket. With this method of leveling up, he would probably reach level 10 in one night and one morning. By then, he would be able to change classes to Shadow Hunter. This speed was simply too terrifying. Li Xian suppressed the joy in his heart. Considering the importance of Nancy's territory, he could not help but look at Nancy and remind her. Nancy, I've brought back enough energy points this time. First, upgrade the base. It's best if all the buildings are upgraded to level 3. Okay. Okay. Nancy nodded and hurriedly followed Li Xian's instructions to upgrade the barracks. Buzz. As a rainbow light flashed, the level 1 barracks successfully leveled up to level 2. However, to level up to level 3, they still needed to build a healing pool and upgrade the main base to level 3. The key to upgrading the main base was to have a level 2 territory defense and a level 2 defensive gate. In short, they were all mutually limited. They needed to upgrade in all aspects and not have any weaknesses. Lord Nancy had been worried about the lack of energy points, so she had uneasily upgraded the defense gate and built a healing pool. However, when she found that the energy points were abundant, she ran to upgrade the life tree. With a hustling sound, the life tree successfully upgraded to the ancient life tree. Not only did it have all the characteristics of the Lord's mansion, but it could also fight and defend. It became a living being. This result made Lord Nancy so happy that she wanted to jump up and down like a child. Let's upgrade the barracks. Li Xian smiled as he looked at the happy Lord Nancy. Okay. Lord Nancy began to upgrade the barracks again, doing her best to upgrade everything to level 3. The level 3 barracks also became a large tree, a lush ancient tree. Ancient tree barracks? It can produce soldiers and even protect them in battle. Not bad. Li Xian glanced at the tall ancient tree barracks. He felt that it was quite interesting. Li Xian, the ancient tree barracks has added new types of soldiers, shadow hunters, elven archers, treant warriors, and even higher-level elven priests. Lord Nancy was pleasantly surprised as she explained to Li Xian. Not bad, I'm a bow hunter now. Apart from changing classes to shadow hunter, can I also change classes to archer? What about the elven priest? Can I change classes to it? Li Xian asked curiously. He did not know much about classes. You can change classes to the elven archer, but not the elven priest. You have to be a woman. As for the treant warrior, it's the path that elves take. Lord Nancy explained softly and told him everything she knew. I see. That's all for now. Let's go eat. Li Xian nodded. Just as he was about to go eat, his body suddenly glowed with a golden light. His level had increased, from level 1 to level 2. This. Lord Nancy, Captain Wendy, and the other elves were all dumbfounded when they saw Li Xian suddenly level up. They stared blankly at Li Xian, and their minds were a little dazed. What's going on? Why did he suddenly level up while talking? A swordswoman blinked blankly. I don't know. Could it be that he has a special talent? Can he level up by accumulating knowledge? Another swordswoman whispered. It's possible. Such a skill is really not bad. He can level up by learning. I want such skill too. I want it too. The people in the base discussed quietly. They were very curious about Li Xian's improvement and could not help but want to understand him better. Even Lord Nancy could not help but take a few more glances at Li Xian. Chapter 410, Maxed Out Again. However, thinking of Li Xian's uniqueness, Lord Nancy did not ask him anything. Instead, she smiled and said, Let's go eat. Let's go eat. Let's eat, let's eat. Hearing that they were eating, everyone happily ran around the big black pot. Looking at the steaming hot food in the pot, they all drooled. Eat, eat until you're all full. Lord Nancy smiled and called out to everyone. At the same time, she did not forget to fill a bowl for Li Xian. Thank you. Li Xian did not stand on ceremony. He took the bowl and started to eat. While the elves chattered, he enjoyed his dinner. During this process, Li Xian's experience points kept increasing. From time to time, he would receive a notification. The dedicated skeleton army did not know what it meant to sleep. Without a strong enemy, the skeleton army basically swept through the low-level danger zone. They even surrounded the territory and killed enemies several times in the low-level danger zone. Only when the prey was scarce and almost invisible did the skeleton army head further into the low-level danger zone. Time passed in such a battle. As Li Xian went back to rest, the next day slowly arrived. Early in the morning, the air was fresh and the sun was shining brightly. Li Xian, who was lying on the soft bed, slowly opened his eyes. He stared at the wooden roof and sniffed the aura of nature from the ancient life tree. Li Xian smiled. It's really a good place to rest. Li Xian slowly got up and walked to the cross-shaped window, looking outside. At this moment, the outside world was bustling with activity. The elves were like fireflies dancing in the air, and clear laughter could be heard from time to time. A few tall swordswomen with long swords at their waists stood valiantly at the side with smiles on their faces. Captain Wendy, who was leaning against the side with her arms crossed, had sharp eyes. When she saw Li Xian at the window, she immediately nodded at Li Xian. Li Xian smiled and walked back to the soft couch. He rested his head on his hands and looked at the roof, waiting for the final moment. That's right. After a night of hunting by the skeleton army, Li Xian's harvest had skyrocketed. His experience points were only 1 point away from maxing out. This gave Li Xian quite a surprise. I originally thought that I would be able to reach maxing out by noon today. I didn't expect that I would be here soon after I woke up. What an unexpected surprise! Li Xian smiled as he felt the increase in his soul and the suppression on his skills decrease. I'll change my class in a while. I should be able to reach the max level again when I come back tonight. I can even change my class again. How much will my soul be strengthened by then? I can't imagine. Li Xian opened his data panel and looked at the experience points that continued to increase. He quietly waited for the max level to appear. Experience points plus 8. Experience points plus 12. Experience points plus 16. Outside the ancient life tree, Lord Nancy waved her ancient token and summoned a few swordswomen. She asked them to gather 10 of them and then arranged their respective missions. After sending away a few waves of subordinates, Lord Nancy looked at Captain Wendy and asked, "Where's Li Xian? Did he leave early?" "No, he's still in the house," Captain Wendy answered immediately. "In the house? How?" Lord Nancy was surprised. Li Xian was usually the first to go out hunting, but he had left so late today. This surprised Lord Nancy. Did something happen? Lord Nancy was worried. She hurried to Li Xian's house and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Li Xian's voice came from inside the house. Creak. Lord Nancy pushed the door open and looked at Li Xian, who was lying on the soft couch, in confusion. She asked, "Li Xian, what happened to you? Did something happen?" "It's nothing. I'm almost at the max level. You can help me change my class and then go out, so you don't have to come back again just to change my class," Li Xian said calmly. "Almost at the max level? So fast?" Hearing this, Lord Nancy was slightly surprised, but then she revealed an incredulous expression. After all, Li Xian had just changed his class last night, but he had slept through the night and changed his class in the morning. Lord Nancy was very surprised. Wait, could it be? When Lord Nancy thought about how she had leveled up in her sleep, she immediately thought about how the base had been attacked and how Li Xian had gone out to fight, causing her to level up. However, when she looked at the token's record, she did not see any battle records. This meant that the monsters had not attacked the base. It was possible that Li Xian had gone out to level at night, which made her feel a little worried. The outside world at night was too dangerous, 10 times more dangerous than during the day. It was very easy to get into trouble when leveling at night. Even if he used some remote methods, it was easy to get into trouble. So she hurriedly said, "Li Xian, the outside world at night is very dangerous. You have to pay attention to your safety." "Okay." Hearing this, Li Xian smiled. Before he could say anything, a circle of rich golden light suddenly lit up around him. His level was finally at the max. "Is it maxed?" Lord Nancy hurriedly asked. "Yes, you can change my class now." Li Xian felt his god's perspective expand once more, reaching a radius of 500 meters. He was filled with joy. "All right, follow me. Do you really want to change classes to an elven archer? Actually, shadow hunters aren't bad either." As Lord Nancy spoke, she and Li Xian walked toward the ancient tree in the barracks. "I want to try changing classes to an elven archer. Will it affect my appearance? For example, becoming an elf," Li Xian said with a smile. His current appearance was still in human form. Even after changing classes several times, he still had not changed much. This time, he wanted to test out the effects of changing classes to become an elven archer. In any case, his goal was to strengthen his soul. No matter which class he changed classes to, he could do it. The main reason was to test it out. Yet, races change. Elven archers are a race class. They're also a second-tier class, second only to Little Hero, Lord Nancy said seriously. "Yes, I'm looking forward to it." The two stopped in front of the ancient tree barracks and looked at the tall ancient tree barracks. The ancient tree barracks was very lush, and its branches were covered with green leaves. It was full of life. Even though the tree was 10 meters tall and thick, it still gave off an invisible pressure. Above the ancient tree barracks, an old man's face appeared. He looked kind and gentle. However, if the base was in danger, the ancient tree barracks would display its powerful strength. It would act as a barrier to block the invaders, even if it had to die in battle. I'm about to begin. Following Lord Nancy's words, the ancient token was raised high. 7-colored light enveloped Li Xian, and the class change began once again. Buzz. Li Xian did not move in the humming sound. A warm current flowed through his body and gradually formed a circular energy ball. Li Xian silently closed his eyes. His entire body was enveloped within the energy ball, and he began to transform. As a second-tier class, an elven archer was definitely a transformation class. Clearly, it was not a class that a first-tier class could compare to. The amplification brought about by the class change could be said to be all-rounded, including the soul. Li Xian could clearly feel that his soul power was rapidly increasing. In this instant, the increase had already surpassed the soul strengthening brought about by advancing 5 levels. Moreover, it did not show any signs of stopping. Chapter 411, Elven Archer. At this moment, Li Xian's happiness skyrocketed. He was really too happy. He only wanted to improve forever. Unfortunately, the warm current stopped very quickly. The light that surrounded the surroundings disappeared. A natural aura began to spread. Li Xian's class change was finally completed. Phew! It's done. I wonder what new ability I've mastered. Li Xian opened his attribute panel in anticipation and checked his own status. Name, Li Xian. Level 10/2000. Class, Elven Archer. Combat Power, 600. Specialty, Nature's Favored, Precise Shooting, Archery, Assassination, Concealment, Swordsmanship, Logging, Weeding, Planting, Exterminating Insects. Ownership, God's Domain, Nancy's Territory. Potential, Unknown. Nature's Favored and Precise Shooting? Not bad. Li Xian looked at the skills on his attribute panel and sized himself up before slowly revealing a smile. At this moment, he had undergone a significant change. His appearance had changed from his human form to that of a handsome male elf with a slender figure, fair skin, and pointy ears. His appearance was exactly the same as his soul. It was as if his body was condensed from his soul. He was still handsome and eye-catching. Li Xian used God's perspective to observe himself. He discovered that he was wearing a decent set of light armor with ancient patterns on it. He carried a mysterious shiny longbow on his back. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he appeared dignified and elegant. Li Xian did not feel anything, but he noticed that Lord Nancy was looking at him a little differently. She seemed to be looking at him a little more than usual. Experience points +6. Experience points +7. Experience points +8. A series of experience points notifications rang out. Li Xian ignored the experience points. Instead, he realized that the range of his God's perspective had once again increased by a large margin. At the moment, it almost had a range of 1 kilometer. It could be considered a huge improvement. Li Xian was very satisfied with this. He could not wait to immediately level up to the max level again. Then, he would change classes to Little Hero and continue strengthening his soul. However, when he thought of the Little Hero, Li Xian naturally thought of Gu Xiao Hao. Tonight, after midnight, the first wave of monster attacks would appear. Li Xian really wanted to know if Gu Xiao Hao could survive this crisis. Li Xian was prepared to join in the fun tonight. If he had the chance, he would kill this kid and get his Lord Token. With the Lord Token, Li Xian could establish his own base and gather soldiers to better explore this world. He just did not know if Gu Xiao Hao's Lord Token could establish an undead-type territory. In addition, Gu Xiao Hao had a god protecting him, so Li Xian was a little apprehensive and did not want to act rashly. It was best to test him out first. If the god behind Gu Xiaohao was very powerful, then Li Xian naturally had to be careful to avoid any accidents. If that god was not of much use in this world, then Li Xian would have to think about it. Of course, the current stage was leveling up, and the main point was to change classes to Little Hero. Thus, Li Xian turned his head to the side and looked at the beautiful, bubbly Nancy Lord. I'll go level up first. I'll come back tonight to level up. Okay, go. Be careful. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After saying this, Li Xian strode out of the base under Lord Nancy's gaze and headed straight for the low-level danger zone. Li Xian, who was gradually displaying his strength, no longer had much to worry about in the low-level danger zone. In the entire low-level danger zone, Li Xian did not care about anyone other than the dark evil tiger. Even if it was the strange woman from the other day, Li Xian was not afraid anymore. With his skills unsealed, as long as the strange woman did not run away, Li Xian had the possibility of killing her. Since I have no worries, I'll try to increase my strength as soon as possible. Now, it's not my soul power that's restricting me, but the barrier. Although I have comprehended some barriers, I am not satisfied with them. After becoming a half-saint, it is best to choose a barrier that suits me. When the time comes, I will be able to succeed. Li Xian muttered to himself. He scanned the surroundings from his god's perspective and walked toward the low-level danger zone in the east step by step. The low-level danger zone was not small. It was like a barrier that separated the territories. It seemed that once the various territories reached a certain level of strength, they would be able to cross the low-level danger zone and attack the neighboring territories to take over the territory. After taking over, they could attack the central area. That was the mid-level danger zone, which was also an even more dangerous area. They needed to be stronger to enter. The west of Lord Nancy's territory is Gu Xiaohao's territory. Then whose territory is the east? I really want to see. It just so happens that most of the monsters around Nancy's territory have been killed. Let's take a look at the east and level up. Li Xian muttered as he walked forward step by step. He easily arrived at the low-level danger zone and saw the skeleton army from afar. Looking at the large number of plants in the hands of the skeleton soldiers, Li Xian could not wait to quicken his pace. These plants were picked by Li Xian under his orders so that he could find something good to improve his comprehension. After Li Xian walked over, he immediately checked these plants and tested the effects of the fruits. Soon, he saw an interesting fruit. Good stuff. It can actually increase my comprehension of the ice element. This ice peach is really good. Where was it picked? After tasting one of the ice peaches, Li Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately asked for the location of the ice peach. Crack! 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 One of the skeleton warriors raised a white skeleton hand and pointed to the east. Let's go take a look. Li Xian kept all the available fruits. He threw away those that could not be used. Of course, a portion of the plants had to be planted in his portable space. After all, these plants came from God's domain. Li Xian could not miss this opportunity. The skeleton army is a little too small. It just so happens that my power has been unlocked. I'll continue summoning. Li Xian pressed his palms together, and the power of darkness immediately surged. In an instant, a pitch-black spatial vortex slowly appeared. Dense skeletons roared as they charged out. Then, the pressure from this world stupefied them for a few seconds. Finally, under Li Xian's orders, these skeletons formed a skeleton army of 3,000 people. There were many types of skeletons. Skeleton dogs, skeleton rats, skeleton snakes, bone dragons, and some shadow assassins who were good at assassination. The shadow assassins were prepared for Gu Xiaohao. When the first wave of monsters attacked Gu Xiaohao, Li Xian planned to let the shadow assassins take the opportunity to cause trouble. They would test the god behind Gu Xiaohao and even kill Gu Xiaohao. It would be great if he could succeed, but if he could not, he could only take it slowly. I'll level up first and plunder ice peaches. With the ice barrier, I can directly become a half-saint based on this barrier. Then I can slowly merge with other barriers and even master the domain. Li Xian continued to move forward, walking toward the eastern region with the vast skeleton army. Far away, Li Xian saw a new base from his god's perspective. It was a crude and shabby old base. Chapter 412, Lion Orc. This base was really not big. There were very few facilities on the base, only a few buildings. The Lord's mansion of the base was made of wood, obviously not more than level 1. The creatures in the base were even kittens. They were real kittens, similar to the kittens of farmers. The only interesting part was that the lord of this base was a lion orc. This orc was tall and muscular, holding a huge axe in his hand. There were scars on his face, and he looked very fierce. He was even stronger than Lord Nancy. This lion orc is quite fierce. Strange, he has very few subordinates, and the development of the base isn't good either. Why is the orc so fierce? Wait, could it be that he used all his strength to increase his level? Li Xian secretly guessed. He felt that it was very likely. In the early stages of development, it was very easy for people to get into trouble. A strong lord could play a very big role. Li Xian felt that the lion orc had chosen to use all of its strength to upgrade itself, relying on itself to hunt monsters to obtain energy. Not a bad upgrade method, but against the strange female shadow, the orc is still lacking by a lot. It will be very difficult for it to survive unless the god behind it makes a move. Li Xian sized up the other party and discovered that the other party was dealing with the bite marks on its arm. It seemed to have encountered a powerful enemy. Li Xian continued to sweep his gaze. Very soon, he saw a black lizard quietly lying on the small slope beside the base. This lizard had a strong physique. Its entire body was covered in scales. Its large tail swayed back and forth as it stared fixedly at the lion orc base. It should be it. Looks like the lion orc has met someone who holds a grudge. Tisk, tisk, et. Li Xian swept his gaze in surprise and discovered that the lion orc base was very special. In the center of the base, there was actually a magical totem torch. Through it, it actually lit up the area within a 50-meter radius, dispelling the darkness in this area. In this area, the vision of any living creature was no longer suppressed by the darkness, and they could see further. Li Xian was very curious about the totem torch. He felt that each of these lords had their own unique skills, and all of them had hidden good things. Wait, why don't I trade with these lords? Since they are backed by gods, they definitely have something like the elemental origin. This was something that could transform one's skills from transcendent level to origin level. If he could trade with them, he would be rich. Li Xian was pleasantly surprised. His eyes were burning as he stared at the lion orc's base, ready to try and see if he could trade with them. I just happened to be able to kill this lizard. It's such a big lizard. I'll definitely get a lot of experience points after killing it. I'll try to make a trade with it. Li Xian naturally saw that the lizard had brought a lot of trouble to the base. If he killed the lizard himself, he could earn a portion of experience points, and through this, he could make a trade with the lion orc. The main thing was that the prey was scarce, so Li Xian did not want to let the lizard go. At the moment, he was collecting plants, so he basically would not get any experience points. Even if he killed small creatures, the experience points he would get would be very little. Such a large lizard would definitely provide a lot of experience points, so how could Li Xian let it go? Thus, he sent the skeleton army and charged over. In the orc's base. After the lion orc finished bandaging the wound on his arm, he walked to the entrance of the base with a solemn expression and looked at the black lizard on the small slope to the west. This black lizard was his enemy, an extremely difficult enemy to deal with. The attack power of the black lizard was still considered normal. It was not particularly strong, but its defense was astonishing. When the axe struck it, it was as if it had struck a stone. The main point was that the wound that he had managed to cut with great difficulty had actually healed rapidly. It healed almost instantaneously. This result made the lion orc feel extremely troubled. After a great battle, he was defeated in the end and escaped back to the base. This was the first time he had suffered a crushing defeat, and it also made him start to doubt whether the path he had chosen was right or wrong. What should I do? With this lizard around, I don't dare to leave the base at will. If this fellow catches up to me and another great battle ensues, I'll definitely suffer even more serious injuries. This fellow is too difficult to deal with. The lion orc's expression was solemn as he thought of a solution. However, the other party was too strong. He thought hard for a while but still could not think of a solution. He could only stand with an ugly expression. However, at this moment, the lion orc suddenly looked toward the darkness to the west, and then his pupils constricted. In the darkness to the west, black smoke billowed. Ferocious-looking skeletons slowly walked out from the darkness, leading the army towards the base. There were a lot of skeletons. Their terrifying numbers made the lion orc's scalp tingle, and he was in a state of shock. How is this possible? How can there be so many skeletons here? There must be at least a few thousand of them. The lion orc's expression changed drastically, and he immediately took out a mysterious stone from his pocket. There was a totem pattern carved on it, and a rhythm that belonged to a god circulated. After holding the stone tightly, the lion orc finally calmed down a little and heaved a sigh of relief. This mystical stone was his most important trump card. It was a terrifying technique that could unleash a god's attack in God's domain world. However, after using it, it also indicated that his mission in this world had failed. When that time came, the god would descend and take him away. If it was not necessary, he definitely would not use this stone. However, there were too many skeleton monsters in front of him. There were so many that it was a little frightening. Did he not see that the black lizard with a savage aura had started to run away? Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth. A skeleton dragon with white bones rushed out from the darkness in the sky, bringing with it an invincible strength as it roared through the heavens and earth. Following that, the skeleton dragon was like a king as it rushed down rapidly. In an instant, its huge bone claws grabbed onto the black lizard and tore it apart. With a miserable howl, the powerful black lizard was instantly torn apart. Fresh blood dripped down from the sky like rain, dyeing the ground red. The lion orc was so shocked that it retreated. This was because he saw 9 more skeleton dragons fly out from the darkness and charge toward the base aggressively. Such a formation was too terrifying. What made the lion orc even more shocked was, he noticed that on the back of one of the largest skeleton dragon, there was a black-robed man sitting quietly. A black-robed man whose face was covered by a hood was completely hidden. Gulp! The lion orc swallowed his saliva. He did not think that he would be so unlucky to have met such a terrifying existence. So many terrifying skeleton monsters made his mood extremely heavy. However, what surprised him was that these skeleton monsters did not attack the base. Instead, they brought many plants and corpses of their prey and stood at the entrance of the base silently. At this moment, a dark banshee walked out of the team and said to the lion orc in the base, "My master wants to make a deal with you. As long as you can provide the elemental origin, these prey will be yours. We can even provide you with more energy points." Elemental origin? Deal. The lion orc's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the things that the skeleton monsters had brought. Chapter 413, Trading for Elemental Origins. There were over a dozen trees, dozens of corpses of prey, over 100 weeds, and numerous stones and fruits. There were even fruits that could strengthen one's physique. The lion orc's heart was abnormally moved when he saw them. However, when he considered the elemental origins, he felt that things were somewhat troublesome. This was because God's domain world was too special. Every time a god made a move, he would project a projection into God's domain world, and he would also send items to God's domain world. All of this would consume a tremendous amount of divine power. In addition, if a god overly interfered with the matters of God's domain world, he would be ostracized by God's domain world. In the long run, even a god's projection would not be able to appear in God's domain world. Hence, without great benefits, the gods were generally unwilling to interfere in the matters of God's domain world. This was also why the lion orc was conflicted. This was because, in his family, he was not favored. His family's ancestors did not value him, so he only had a mysterious stone in his hands. Other lords usually had 5 mysterious stones in their hands. Some favored lords would even receive special treatment from the gods. For example, they would gift various treasures to help the lords of God's domain world create a special bloodline class. This was what the lion orc envied the most. However, he could only admire and watch. At the moment, he had a chance to trade. As long as he could obtain these energy points, he would be able to develop quickly and survive the first wave of attacks. From there, he would gain the attention of the family. I can trade. A god's action consumes a large amount of divine power. These energy points are not enough. I need twice the energy points. In addition, I need a water pouch of water. I don't have much water. The lion orc's expression was solemn as he spoke out the bottom line in his heart. He was actually very smart. Under normal circumstances, everyone did not have much water. In order to save water, he only recruited 5 kitten farmers. This also resulted in the base using very little water. They could last until that moment, and could even last for 2 days. However, if they continued, the water would be used up sooner or later. He had to think ahead, and that was why he proposed this condition. Sure, give me your water pouch. The dark banshee was silent for a while, then suddenly said as if she had received an order. Okay. The lion orc poured the remaining water from the water pouch into the big black pot, then threw the water pouch out. Wait for me for a while. After saying this, the dark banshee quickly floated into the skeleton army and gradually disappeared. A while. The lion orc was slightly stunned when he heard this. He did not understand what it meant. He knew that if he wanted to find water, he needed to go to the low-level danger zone and fight. He could not get water in a short period of time. When the dark banshee said this, the lion orc felt that the dark banshee might be wrong. However, it did not even take 2 minutes. The dark banshee appeared from the skeleton army. She quickly stopped at the gate of the base and threw the water pouch in. The water pouch is full. I'll give you the energy points as well. The dark banshee waved at the skeleton army. Another group of skeleton monsters slowly walked over with many plants and animals. This. The lion orc looked at the water pouch in his hand. He was stunned when he saw the full water pouch. He felt a little dazed. It actually only took a while. The lion orc was very surprised. He did not expect it to be so fast. It felt incredible. However, he could not care less about his doubts. The skeleton monsters had brought over a dozen large trees and placed many plants and corpses at the entrance. There were many plants that provided energy points at the entrance. The lion orc was more and more tempted. With so many things, it was enough for him to level up. It would not be a problem for him to even level up the base to level 2. Naturally, he would be tempted. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, the lion orc held the mysterious stone and said, "What type of elemental origin do you need? I'll contact the ancestor now. Other than the darkness elemental origin, anything else is fine." The dark banshee's voice was sharp. Ah! The lion orc was stunned for a moment, feeling his mind go blank again. He really wanted to say that as skeleton monsters, they should want the darkness elemental origin, right? Why did they not want it? However, he did not ask further. Instead, he immediately injected his soul power into the totem and began to communicate with his ancestor. Boom! The space trembled slightly, and an illusory lion projection appeared in the air, his cold gaze sweeping across the lion orc. However, when this illusory lion projection saw the skeleton army at the door, he did not look at the black-robed man on the bone dragon's back. Instead, he glanced at the darkness 800 meters away. Old ancestor, I am completing a transaction. They are willing to provide energy points to exchange for elemental origin. Other than the darkness elemental origin, everything else is possible. The lion orc hurriedly bowed and explained what had just happened. Sire. The lion projection coldly said one word. Then, space rippled, and a divine stone and an elemental origin that looked like a fudge came out of space. Then, the illusory lion projection disappeared, leaving only the divine stone and elemental origin. Thank you, ancestor. The lion orc looked at the divine stone with excitement. This stone was the ancestor's recognition. With this stone, he had 2 life-saving trump cards. This was obviously the ancestor's recognition of his performance and increased the training, which also made the lion orc excited. Suppressing the surprise in his heart, the lion orc caught the 2 items. However, at this time, a message entered his mind. It was the ancestor's message. After receiving the message, the lion orc hurriedly said, "This earth elemental origin is for you. In addition, my ancestor said that as long as you can help me block the first wave of attacks, the ancestor will provide another elemental origin. If you can block the second wave of attacks, the ancestor will take out 2 more elemental origins. If you can kill the dark evil tiger, then..." The lion orc took a deep breath and said seriously, "The ancestor said that he can give you a place to be a servant so that you have a chance to enter the ancient god world." A place to be a servant? In the darkness 800 meters away. Li Xian raised his eyebrows when he heard this and shook his head speechlessly. Previously, when Lord Nancy promised him a place to be a servant, Li Xian did not take it seriously at all. At the moment, it seemed that this place was somewhat extraordinary. However, he still said that it was impossible for him to be someone else's servant. Thus, he used his mind to order the Dark Banshee to reject this proposal and change it to trading for treasures in the domain. Soon, Li Xian received another piece of information. Both sides had reached 3 conditions. As long as Li Xian helped the Lion Orc's territory survive the first, second, and third waves of attacks, there would be 3 elemental origins and a domain divine crystal. After the deal was made, Li Xian was still in a good mood. However, he became more and more afraid of the unknown god. That was because the moment the projection appeared, he discovered Li Xian in the darkness. Even the black-robed substitute that Li Xian arranged on the back of the bone dragon could not confuse the other party. God, what a terrifying existence! It seems that I have to be careful. Don't capsize. Li Xian narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Soon, the dark banshee floated over from afar and knelt in front of Li Xian immediately, raising the elemental origin with both hands. I didn't expect that in the little fatty's world, the elemental origin, which even a saint-rank expert valued, would be so easily obtained by me. This is truly unexpected. Then, next, Li Xian took the elemental origin and squeezed it gently. It felt like he was squeezing a soft candy, and it was extremely fun. However, the throbbing of his soul hinted to Li Xian that as long as he consumed this earth elemental origin, his earth element control skill would be like the dark element control, allowing him to use it more freely in this world. Without any hesitation, Li Xian took the earth elemental origin and swallowed it in one gulp. Chapter 414, Origin Level Earth Element Control. The reason why he had directly devoured the elemental origin without worrying about encountering any problems was because of the unique nature of the elemental origin. It was an origin type power, second only to the rule type. Its internal structure could not be changed. In addition, there was not the slightest sense of danger. Li Xian concluded that the elemental origin had been preserved very well. There would not be any problems. Even if there were problems, he could just reincarnate. There were two more points. Based on Li Xian's observations, the elemental origin was not particularly valuable to gods. At the very least, it could not compare to the things in God's domain world. It was very worth it to exchange an elemental origin for resources in God's domain world. In the future, it could even help the lion orc defend against monsters. This was a very suitable trade. Most importantly, the god's projection was extremely powerful. If the god wanted to kill Li Xian, he would not have to go through so much trouble. Even though they were 800 meters apart, Li Xian could feel the terror of the god. The other party's level was simply too high. The two sides were on completely different levels. Hence, Li Xian directly consumed the elemental origin as if he were eating a soft candy. Boom! As the elemental origin was swallowed, Li Xian felt a loud rumble coming from within his body, and his entire body trembled a few times. At the same time, a terrifying warm current flowed within his body, and rolling waves of heat surged within his body. It was like the rivers and seas, surging endlessly. Under such power, Li Xian only felt that his control over the earth element was increasing crazily, transforming. It was like a chicken breaking its shell, with cracks appearing one after another. Crack! With a crisp sound, Li Xian was in extreme pain. In an instant, his perception of the earth element had increased by several times. He felt that the entire world was filled with earth elements, surrounding him. They cheered and jumped around him, slowly forming a vortex of earth elements. Ding! Successfully advanced. Transcendent level earth element control has advanced to origin level earth element control. Ding! Li Xian, Ash Wolf Leader, 91,930,000 honor points. Master, Qin Yu, Little Fatty. Physique, Elven Archer's Body of Rules. Soul, Gold Rank Peak. Origin, Dark Element Control, Earth Element Control. Control, Fire, Water, Wind, Ice, Thunder, Wood, Light, Poison, Space, and other elements control. Skills, 3rd Tier Rule Talent, Reincarnation Pool, Psychokinesis, God's Perspective, Heroic Spirit Transformation, Dragon's Might, Mantis Puppet, Big Soul Hand, Treasure Seeking, Companion Spiritual Equipment, Self-Destruct. Looking at his data panel, checking his gold rank peak soul, as well as the earth element control, Li Xian could not help but smile. He had made the right bet. His strength had increased by another step, and he was getting closer and closer to becoming a half-saint. In fact, Li Xian even knew where he should go from here. In a good mood, Li Xian commanded the skeleton army to march toward the east, heading toward the area where he had found the ice peach. Experience points +3. Experience points +4. Experience points +5. Along the way, the skeleton army swept across the area, killing all the enemies along the way. They were invincible on the Black Land. During this process, Li Xian's experience points also increased rapidly. Even if the experience points he gained from killing the monsters were less, the number of monsters he killed was more. There were thousands of skeleton monsters. As long as they killed the monsters casually, they could bring Li Xian a lot of benefits. This also caused Li Xian's experience points to increase rapidly. The team continued to move forward, and they stopped when they were near the border of the mid-level danger zone. A skeleton soldier walked out of the team, and he pointed at a big tree not far away. Li Xian looked up and saw a lush peach tree growing in the mid-level danger zone. This peach tree was very tall, and it was more than 10 meters tall. Its branches and leaves were very lush, and its thick branches extended to the shallow danger zone. It actually crossed 2 danger zones, so lush. It's a pity that there aren't many ice peaches, but it should be enough for me to master the ice barrier. Li Xian's eyes were bright as he scanned the large ice peaches on the peach tree. He estimated and found that there were about 50 ice peaches in total. This number could not be compared to the peach trees in his previous life, but the ice power contained in them was enough for Li Xian to master the ice barrier. However, the mid-level danger zone was very dangerous. Even the little hedgehog did not dare to go there. The little hedgehog was the strongest creature below the dark evil tiger. When it matured, it would be even stronger than the dark evil tiger. Even the little hedgehog had to be careful in the mid-level danger zone. Naturally, Li Xian had to be careful too. The main point was that he had an army of skeletons. He could go all out to level up to around the low-level danger zone. There was no need to act rashly. For the sake of safety, Li Xian did not plan to head to the mid-level danger zone, even if it was just a line away. I'll first pluck the ice peaches that extend to the low-level danger coney, then continue to level up. I'll come back to check the situation after maxing out. Li Xian used his psychokinesis to pluck all 7 ice peaches that extended to the low-level danger zone. As for the mid-level danger zone, Li Xian did not even touch it, even if it was just a little bit away. Munch! 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 Li Xian took the ice peaches and ate them to his heart's content. In the sweet peach juice, he used a short while to finish the 7 ice peaches. Rolling energy spread in his body and a large amount of ice barrier comprehension lingered in Li Xian's mind. He only felt that his whole body was comfortable, and his understanding of the ice barrier had increased greatly. I see. A hint of realization flashed through Li Xian's eyes, and he vaguely understood the true nature of the ice barrier. Swoosh! A cold air spread across the surface of his body, and circles of faint ice barrier spread out with Li Xian as the center, enveloping the black land and freezing the tender green weeds. This was the embryonic form of the ice barrier. As long as he ate another ice peach, Li Xian would be able to completely understand the ice barrier. However, Li Xian did not continue picking the ice peaches. Instead, he put away the ice around him and walked toward the east in large strides. He decisively and directly walked further and further away, gradually disappearing into the darkness. Not long after Li Xian left, the ice peach tree moved slightly. A red paper umbrella slowly stretched out from the peach tree and slowly opened. At the spot where the red paper umbrella was, there was a fair and slender little hand. After the little hand appeared, a strange aura spread throughout the area, and an inexplicable sense of horror enveloped the scene. The area that was originally filled with insects and birds suddenly became silent, as if it was a dead land. Whoosh! A breeze blew past, and the red paper umbrella swayed slightly. Without anyone knowing, a figure appeared under the red paper umbrella and stood quietly. That figure had a graceful figure and was graceful and graceful. She wore a bright red gauze coat, coupled with her snow-white jade-like arms and her long black hair that swayed with the wind, giving people a feeling of floating in the air. Unfortunately, because the red paper umbrella was too low, the figure's face could not be seen. All that could be seen were her fair chin, her rosy little mouth, and her cute little oval face. All of this indicated that she was a beauty, a little beauty that was as beautiful as a fairy. However, at this moment, the red paper umbrella was lifted up a little, revealing the figure's eyes. Chapter 415, The Terrifying Power of a God. It was a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes. Her eyes were as black as ink, like the dark night sky. This pair of eyes, coupled with her appearance, could definitely allow her to be called a great beauty. However, this pair of eyes had no trace of emotion. Their gaze was extremely cold, and they stared into the distance without blinking, staring fixedly in the direction Li Xian had left. Anyone who saw such a strange gaze would feel their hair stand on end, and even their backs would turn cold. 100 meters away, Li Xian led the skeleton army forward step by step. The skeletons behind him had collapsed and died for no reason. A strange and eerie coldness lingered around Li Xian's body, causing his heart to go cold. He did not stop moving forward. He did not even turn back. He only resolutely continued forward step by step. Under the eerie and inexplicable attraction, he walked far into the darkness. Half an hour later, the strange feeling disappeared and the inexplicable attraction stopped. Li Xian walked for some distance and slowly stopped. Then, he revealed a smile. Crack! 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 Ice spread around his body. With him as the center, a 3-meter wide ice barrier was officially formed, as if it was a special ice field. This was the real ice barrier. It was not the embryonic form at all. Are you trying to use an illusion to lure me? Ridiculous. Li Xian smiled disdainfully. The embryonic form of the ice barrier was a fake. He had a deep understanding of the barrier. After eating those ice peaches, he had completely understood it, so he did not need to eat any more. However, some kind of illusion changed the surrounding scene, showing that he was only one ice peach away from comprehending it. If he wanted to pick another one, he would have to go to the mid-level danger zone to pick it. Li Xian had many skills and had experienced a lot of battles. He instantly sensed that something was wrong and decisively turned around to leave. As expected, just as he took a step away, he felt a strong sense of danger. However, this sense of danger was accompanied by a strange estrangement. It seemed that as long as he did not make a wrong move, he would not be hurt. Just like that, Li Xian left directly. Without turning back or stopping, he took big strides and left. His harvest was surprisingly the ice barrier. Now that I have the barrier, I only need to accumulate enough soul power next. Li Xian took a deep breath. His god's perspective swept across the low-level danger zone in front of him and looked at the green jungle filled with all kinds of hidden creatures. So many creatures. It's enough for me to level up today. This time, I must level up to the max level before nightfall. Li Xian made up his mind. He waved his right hand and the skeleton army marched forward. They hunted monsters in the dark to earn experience points. Time passed in such a battle. In the blink of an eye, it was nightfall. When another golden light lit up around him, he finally reached the max level again. He had reached level 10. Great, I've finally maxed out my level. When we get back, I'll immediately change my class to Little Hero. After Li Xian finished speaking, he sent a part of the skeleton army to guard the entrance of the Lion Orc's territory while he led the rest of his subordinates back. Dark assassins, go to Gu Zio House territory and hide quietly. Wait for my orders. Li Xian walked to a place not far away from Nancy's territory and immediately gave the order. Yes. Hundreds of dark assassins bowed respectfully and then disappeared into the darkness. Li Xian arranged for the remaining skeleton army to hide in the darkness while he brought a pile of trees and monster corpses to Nancy's base. At Nancy's base, Nancy stood in front of the ancient tree barracks and waved the ancient token, trying hard to summon one soldier after another. She only stopped summoning after summoning 10 elven archers. She had actually wanted to summon an elven priest, but the energy points were too little. She had worked hard for a day to earn enough energy points to summon 10 elven archers. Unfortunately, the energy points are too little. I can't summon any more. I wonder if these troops will be able to handle the attack in the early morning. Lord Nancy was extremely worried. Before she entered this world, she had heard lots of news about the first wave of attacks. It was said that many lords had not survived the first wave. Not only had these lords failed, they had not even been able to leave alive. This also caused Lord Nancy to be extremely cautious. She did not dare to be the slightest bit careless and wanted to summon the elven priest. Unfortunately, she did not have enough energy points. She could only hope that Li Xian would bring back more energy points. The elven priest can heal others and dispel evil. I really hope that Li Xian will bring back enough energy points. Lord Nancy said to herself, praying that Li Xian could bring back more things. Bang! A muffled sound came from the door. Dozens of trees were thrown to the ground, along with the corpses of their prey. Seeing this, Lord Nancy's eyes lit up. Then, she ran toward Li Xian with her small feet. Li Xian, you're back. This is great. There are so many trees and so many energy points. It's enough to summon the elven priest. Li Xian, You're too strong. Lord Nancy looked at the things on the ground. She was so happy that she couldn't help but run to Li Xian's side and circle around him. The elves also flew over happily and danced around Li Xian. Some of the elves even landed on Li Xian's shoulder and rubbed their small heads against Li Xian's face. There was nothing Li Xian could do. Li Xian had the nature affinity skill to begin with. After his strength increased, the pressure on him became much less. In addition, he had become an elf. Those elves did not have the ability to resist him, so they were all very close to him. Quickly collect the energy points and help me change classes. I've maxed out my level and can change classes to the little hero. By the way, what kind of little hero can I change classes to? Li Xian touched the elves flying around him and looked at Lord Nancy curiously. I don't know either. We'll only know after you change classes. Lord Nancy shook her little head and squatted on the ground to collect the energy points. There was a hint of apology on her little face because she really did not know what kind of little hero Li Xian would become. I see. It doesn't matter. As long as I'm a little hero, any class is fine. Li Xian waved his hand carelessly and turned around to walk out of the door again. Then, he appeared with a pile of supplies. This scene once again shocked Lord Nancy. She asked foolishly, could it be that there are more materials at the door? Smart. Li Xian threw down a pile of things and brought a large number of things from the outside. Everyone on the base was dumbstruck. Li Xian did not care. He put down the things and asked, Nancy, can you get the elemental origin? I need a few. I can use energy points to exchange for them. For example, these. Elemental origin? I can get them in the ancient god world, but there is no elemental origin in this world. If I have to get them, I'll need to ask the family for help. Lord Nancy explained in a soft voice. She actually did not want to contact the family because her mother was the patriarch and the person she was most unwilling to ask for help. However, if Li Xian needed it, she was willing to ask her mother for help, who was the person she did not want to ask for help. How about this? I'll talk to you about this in a few days. We'll see what kind of elemental origin you're looking for. Li Xian had come to an agreement with the lion orc. He planned to talk about this after the third wave of attacks was over. Okay. Lord Nancy nodded. Considering that there was nothing she could do to help Li Xian, she organized her words and began to tell him some information about God's domain world and ancient god world. Li Xian listened quietly and asked some questions from time to time, such as how powerful the gods were and how powerful they were in this world. After she finished, Li Xian's heart became heavy because the gods were stronger than he had imagined. The level of gods had completely transcended, and they did not belong to the category of humans. Each of them had the power to destroy the world. They could project images of all worlds. Once one provoked the gods, one's soul might be destroyed if one was not careful. Chapter 416, the first wave of attacks had arrived. Such an outcome made Li Xian's expression turn grave. However, there was also good news. Gods were greatly ostracized in God's domain world. Many methods could not be used. If Li Xian wanted to deal with Gu Xiaohao, although he could not make a move on the surface, he could use some secret methods. For example, he could use special methods to lure a batch of monsters outside Gu Xiaohao's territory to trap Gu Xiaohao to death. Or, they could get poisonous plants from other places and plant them in the safe zone to kill Gu Xiaohao. As long as he did not directly kill Gu Xiaohao, and as long as Gu Xiaohao died in God's domain world due to the creatures there, the gods would not notice him. After hearing this news, Li Xian let out a sigh of relief. A plan slowly emerged in his heart. Li Xian, I'm going to help you change your class to Little Hero. Are you ready? After receiving the energy, Lord Nancy looked at Li Xian with a serious expression. Okay, let's begin. Li Xian took a deep breath and looked at Nancy expectantly, waiting for the class change to begin. Buzz! A 7-colored light shone from the ancient token. Lord Nancy held the token in her small white hand and raised it high. Endless light surged out of the token and enveloped Li Xian, as well as this area. Li Xian was enveloped by the 7-colored light, and his entire body began to transform from the inside out. His soul, body, and will underwent rapid changes in many aspects. However, just as the 7-colored light was about to complete its final transformation, the 7-colored light dissipated with a bang, and his class change collapsed. What's going on? Li Xian frowned and carefully checked his own situation. He discovered that his soul had become much stronger, but his attribute panel showed that his class change had yet to be completed. Li Xian, come with me. With a serious expression, Lord Nancy put away the token, hurriedly pulled Li Xian's sleeve, and walked into the ancient life tree. After entering the room of the ancient life tree, Lord Nancy closed the door immediately and pulled Li Xian to sit on the table in the living room, facing each other. Li Xian, are you from another world like us lords? Why do you ask? Li Xian asked calmly. It's like this. As a lord, the creatures we summon don't have souls. We can upgrade them and strengthen them as we please without any restrictions. When I gave you the little hero class, I was told that your soul level is not high enough. You need to reach the half-saint rank to become a little hero. Lord Nancy told the truth and did not hide anything. Is my soul level not high enough? Li Xian was silent. He did not expect such an outcome. He also did not expect that the summoned creatures in the base did not have souls. Li Xian, don't worry. I know a way to help your soul strengthen to the half-saint rank. Then, I will help you become a little hero again. Seeing that Li Xian was silent, Lord Nancy thought that Li Xian was in a bad mood, so she quickly comforted him. She had received too much help from Li Xian, so she had always been grateful to him. Even though Li Xian's soul came from the outside world, she was still willing to help him. What is it? Li Xian could feel Lord Nancy's concern and could not help but ask. The way is to survive the first wave of attacks and get the prizes from God's domain world. The prizes from the God's domain world are very precious. You can choose to use the prizes to strengthen your soul and reach the half-saint rank, Lord Nancy explained seriously. Oh? So that's how it is. Li Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this. He felt that the situation had taken a turn for the better. How could they have solved the problem so easily? Li Xian, we can't let our guard down. The first wave of attacks is very dangerous. Although the base is very powerful, we still have to be careful. I'm going to summon some more soldiers just in case. After all, there might be boss-level monsters in the first wave of attacks. If we fail, we'll be finished, Lord Nancy said solemnly. Don't worry. You'll survive the first wave of attacks. Don't worry. Li Xian smiled and got up to walk into his room. Hey? Why? Hearing this, Lord Nancy was a little confused. She didn't understand the meaning behind Li Xian's words. You'll know when the time comes. Li Xian waved his hand and walked into the room. He leaned against the soft couch and closed his eyes. He controlled the skeleton army from afar while also monitoring Gu Zio House territory. As for the Lion Orc skeleton army, they were also preparing for the first wave of attacks. In the living room, Lord Nancy was still at a loss, but for some reason, she felt that Li Xian's words were very convincing, so she did not say anything else. Of course, since she had enough energy points, she took the token and went out to summon some elven archers and elven priests. Now, it's time to wait. Wait for the first wave of monsters to attack. After Lord Nancy had arranged everything, she stood outside with her long sword in hand, waiting for the enemy to arrive. Time passed, and darkness descended. An unknown pressure enveloped the area. The entire world was silent. It was so quiet that it was frightening. It was as if the world had been silenced. Captain Wendy and the elven priestess stood beside Lord Nancy, watching the outside world vigilantly, waiting for danger to appear. All the creatures in the base, except for Li Xian, waited vigilantly, waiting for the first wave of attacks to arrive. None of the elves in the base felt that it was inappropriate for Li Xian not to come out of the ancient life tree. If Li Xian did not come out, he would give people the feeling that he was scared. If it were any other territory, people would definitely make sarcastic remarks. However, the creatures in Nancy's territory did not think much of it. There were even elves who were worried about Li Xian. They were worried that Li Xian's failed class change would cause him to be in a bad mood. It could be said that this territory greatly approved of Li Xian and treated him as a true partner. At the same time, Li Xian also approved of this territory and was willing to help this territory. This was one of the reasons why every time he returned, he would bring a large number of resources. Ah! A sharp voice suddenly rang out in all directions, reverberating for 1,000 miles. All the living beings in this area felt their scalps go numb when they heard this voice. This was because this voice was like the sound of countless voices shouting together, causing everyone's hair to stand on end and their hearts to jump. As this voice rang out, the atmosphere became more and more oppressive. As the time approached dawn, everyone's mood became more and more anxious. It was also at this time. Dawn had officially arrived, and a terrifying aura enveloped all living creatures in all directions. The elves in Nancy's territory were extremely nervously waiting for the battle to come. Suddenly, a message appeared in Nancy's territory, appearing in front of everyone in the territory. Hint: Nancy's territory successfully survived the first wave of attacks. Reward: omnipotent small water droplets. Following the hint, a few small water droplets suddenly appeared in the air in the center of the base. They floated quietly, waiting to be collected. Nancy looked at this scene and the hint. She was completely confused, and her mind was a mess. The surrounding elves were also confused. They blinked their big eyes and looked at the scene in a daze. They did not understand what was going on. It was because the battle had already ended before it even started. They did not even see where the enemy was. Lord, what's going on? How did we suddenly survive the first wave of attack? I don't see the enemy. Captain Wendy asked in a daze. She did not understand what was going on. I don't know what's going on either. Wait, could it be him? Lord Nancy suddenly remembered Li Xian's hint and was shocked. Who? Lord, who are you talking about? Captain Wendy hurriedly asked. Chapter 417, Omnipotent Small Water Droplets. It's Li Xian. He must have helped the base get through the crisis, Lord Nancy said with certainty. Why? Isn't he in the ancient life tree? How did he help us get through the crisis? What's the enemy like? Wendy was at a loss. She had not even seen a monster, yet she had gotten through it. The key was that Li Xian had dealt with it. It was truly baffling. Listen to me. When I was chatting with Li Xian, he told me about the first wave of attacks. He told me not to worry and that I would definitely survive it. At that time, I didn't understand. Now that I think about it, Li Xian must have done something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so sure, Lord Nancy explained solemnly. I can't believe it. Then he should be fine, right? Although I didn't see the enemy, the atmosphere just now was too scary. I still have lingering fear from that strange cry, Captain Wendy said hurriedly. Let's go and find Li Xian. Lord Nancy took out a small jade bottle and carefully put the omnipotent small water droplets in the air into the small jade bottle. Then, she impatiently walked toward the ancient life tree. She quickly came to the living room and came to the door of Li Xian's room. Lord Nancy was about to knock on the door, but she found that the door was locked from the inside. An inexplicable oppressive aura spread from the room, causing Lord Nancy to feel a chill on her back. Whoosh! The token in Lord Nancy's hand suddenly floated up, emitting a seven-colored light that enveloped Li Xian's room. Hey? What's going on? Captain Wendy looked at this scene in confusion, not understanding what was going on. Lord Nancy was also confused, but she felt that Li Xian must have been in danger. Otherwise, the ancient token would not have made a move. This time, Lord Nancy was worried. She wanted to go in and see what was going on, but the door was locked, so she could only wait outside anxiously. Inside the house, Li Xian closed his eyes quietly. The skeleton army was guarding the Lion-Orc territory's entrance, fighting a group of white-clothed women. These white-clothed women were only phantom clones. Their real bodies had already arrived in Nancy's territory and were standing behind Li Xian. A fair left hand was placed on Li Xian's shoulder quietly. What a strange power! Li Xian opened his eyes and slowly turned around. He looked at the woman in white behind him and smiled. Can you tell me what your power is? How did you find me with just the help of a skeleton? And why did you appear behind me in an instant? Li Xian spoke indifferently, his gaze like a torch as he stared at the strange female figure opposite him. However, he did not get an answer. The strange female figure only stared at Li Xian, not moving at all. Her hand was still placed on Li Xian's shoulder, in a strange and twisted manner. It was as if she wanted to use some special rule to kill Li Xian, but she was blocked by the purification skill's light. Since you don't want to talk about it, then go to hell. Boom! The holy light shone in the room like a blazing sun. The vast holy light shone on the strange female figure, burning her body like flames. Ah! A strange scream echoed through the room. The strange female figure's mouth gradually opened, all the way to her ears, revealing her cold and sharp teeth. The most important thing was that her eyes were still staring at Li Xian viciously, staring at him without blinking. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be scared by such a gaze. However, Li Xian's expression did not change, and he even made a face at the female figure. Boom! An even more terrifying holy light filled the air. Within the holy light, there was an origin-level black needle. The black needle suddenly hit the female figure. Bang! The strange female shadow was struck. With a bang, it exploded and turned into nothingness as it howled. It's settled. Li Xian put away the holy light and raised his right hand. The black needle suddenly appeared in his palm, emitting a dark aura. Not a bad power. Li Xian put away the black needle and used his mind to check the Lion-Orc's territory. He discovered that all the strange female shadows had disappeared. The Lion-Orc had even successfully survived the first wave of attacks. Li Xian sent one of his subordinates to trade for the elemental origin, while his mind landed on the Dark Assassin's side to monitor Gu Xiaohao's territory. In Gu Xiaohao's territory. At this time, the territory was in tatters. The surrounding fences had been completely destroyed, and there was no longer any use to stop the enemy. The Dragon Blood Warrior was covered in wounds as he held his giant sword. He panted as he stood in front of the Lord's mansion, and his breathing was very weak. The lumberjack, Gu Shan, lay on the ground, with his eyes rolling. He did not move at all. Only Gu Xiaohao was hiding in the Lord's mansion. He looked out of the window and looked at the scene in the sky. In the sky, a god's shadow quietly floated in the sky above the territory. His large hand was holding a strange female shadow that was wailing. No matter how the strange female shadow wailed and struggled, it was useless. She could only be held tighter and tighter as she wailed. Boom! The strange female shadow burst, turned into black light, disappeared and was completely crushed. The god put down the big hand, sweeping the scene in the base, looking at the base of two subordinates, and said, Xiaohao, you've been growing up too slowly lately. The territory is developing so poorly, and you only have a dragon blood warrior and a lumberjack. Also, why hasn't a dragon blood warrior reached level 10? He doesn't even have the qualifications to become a little hero. I'm sorry, father. There's no more water in the base. I really have no other choice. I can only maintain my advanced combat power for now, Gu Xiaohao said helplessly. Sigh. In any case, work hard. I can't provide you with water. God's domain world values water very much. You can only rely on yourself. However, I'll give you these 3 things. One is to protect your life. The other 2 can help you grow better. I paid a huge price to exchange for them. Use them well. The god shook his head and threw the 3 things to Gu Xiaohao. Then, he disappeared in a flash of light. It's actually these 3 good things. Gu Xiaohao looked at the 3 good things in astonishment. One of them was a life-saving ring, which contained 10 attacks from a god. It could automatically attack when Gu Xiaohao was in danger. The other 2 were 2 tokens. One was a Dragon Scale Warrior class change token, which could immediately turn a subordinate into a Dragon Scale Warrior. It was stronger than a Dragon Blood Warrior, and it was the advanced version of a Dragon Blood Warrior. The other was the Little Fire Dragon class change token, which could help a Lord evolve into a Little Fire Dragon Lord. It was even stronger, and it was already a hero class. Seeing such a harvest, Gu Xiaohao was overjoyed. He quickly gave the Dragon Scale Warrior class change token to Gu Shan. He himself used the Little Fire Dragon class change token and began to transform. Outside the base, hundreds of dark assassins squinted their eyes as they watched the base. Each of them was ready to launch an assassination. However, looking at the life-saving ring, the assassins were silent for a long time. They still did not make a move because they felt a terrifying pressure on the ring. However, at this moment, a few drops of omnipotent small water droplets suddenly fell from the sky and floated quietly in the air. This was the reward for Gu Xiaohao's territory. However, the people in the base, Gu Xiaohao and Gu Shan, were transforming. They could not move, and they could not be attacked either. Only the Dragon Blood Warrior was guarding the base, but he was already heavily injured and did not have much combat power. This scene instantly attracted the attention of the Dark Assassins. They looked at each other and made a decision. Go! With a low order, hundreds of Dark Assassins rushed toward Gu Xiaohao's base like shadows. Who's there? With the help of the Dragon's Blood, the wounded Dragon Blood Warrior sensed that something was wrong. He quickly gripped his giant sword and prepared to fight. Chapter 418, Half Saint. Bang! 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 Sparks flew as more than 10 Dark Assassins suddenly attacked from the darkness. They attacked the Dragon Blood Warrior and surrounded him as if they did not care about their lives. These Dark Assassins were very fast. Every attack was aimed at vital points. They looked as if they wanted to kill someone. However, if one observed carefully, one would find that these assassins were secretly paying attention to Gu Xiaohao and the life-saving ring in his hand. As expected, at this moment, the life-saving ring slowly floated up and gradually aimed at the dozen or so dark assassins. There was a faint divine light circulating on the ring. Retreat! Following the order, the dark assassins suddenly scattered and ran far away in all directions. In a short while, they disappeared. The life-saving ring floated in the air for a moment before finally landing in Gu Xiaohao's hand. It did not launch an attack. It seemed that these dark assassins were not worth the life-saving ring attacking. The Dragon Blood Warrior was not surprised to see this scene. He was very happy to be able to scare away these attackers. After that day, everything in the base was developing beautifully. The Dragon Scale Warrior Gu Shan, Little Fire Dragon Gu Xiaohao, and the Dragon Blood Warrior. It could be said that the base was about to rise up. This made the Dragon Blood Warrior very excited and happy. When his strength increased, he would go out and search for these dark assassins. He would kill all of them, leaving no one alive. Thinking of this, the Dragon Blood Warrior revealed a smile. However, when he looked at the sky and looked at the area where the omnipotent small water droplets were floating, the Dragon Blood Warrior's expression suddenly froze. The omnipotent small water droplets are gone. Damn it! The dragon blood warrior roared and hurriedly searched around the entire base. However, after searching for a long time, he could not find it. There was not even the shadow of a droplet. This time, the dragon blood warrior panicked. At the same time, he thought of the dark assassin from earlier. It must be the attacker from earlier. Damn it! Damn it! The dragon blood warrior was so furious that he gritted his teeth in anger. The main thing was that the omnipotent small water droplet was too important. It had all-purpose effects. Not only could it increase the base level, but it could also be used to increase experience points or strengthen bloodlines. It was a very important item. However, such an all-purpose good item was gone. If Gu Xiaohao knew about it, he would definitely be angered to death. The dragon blood warrior who was feeling aggrieved roared again and again. However, he did not know where to look. He could only look at the sky with a dark face, waiting for Gu Xiaohao to wake up. In Nancy's territory, Li Xian's house opened, revealing Li Xian's figure. Li Xian, are you okay? When Lord Nancy and the others saw the door open, they hurriedly went up to ask with concern. Lord Nancy, in particular, looked at Li Xian nervously. It was because she had suddenly leveled up, she had leveled up for no reason. Then, her ancient token returned to her hand. Obviously, the token had also been used to gain experience points. It's okay. The enemy has been dealt with. Don't worry. Li Xian comforted her. He was currently in a semi-class change state and could not gain experience points. As a result, the experience points gained from killing the strange female shadow were split between Lord Nancy and Lord Lion Orc. Li Xian did not think much of it. After all, he had leveled up fast enough, so he did not need to worry about the experience points. At the moment, his only concern was the class change and the omnipotent small water droplets that he had received as a reward. The omnipotent small water droplets. Just from its name alone, one could tell its effects. Hence, he looked at Lord Nancy expectantly. Li Xian, it's great that you're all right. This is the reward. There are 2 small porcelain bottles in total. I'll give you 1 bottle, and we'll split the remaining 1 equally. Is that okay? Lord Nancy took out 2 small porcelain bottles and handed one of them to Li Xian. She planned to give the rest to the remaining dozens of people on the base. Okay, thanks. Li Xian took the small porcelain bottle and opened it. When he saw that it was full of omnipotent small water droplets, his heart instantly warmed. Although his contribution was not small, Li Xian was still very satisfied that Lord Nancy was willing to give him the item so generously. Li Xian, you should take it soon. Then, I'll help you change your class, Lord Nancy said again. Okay. Li Xian did not try to be pretentious. He immediately grabbed the ice-cold small porcelain bottle and drank all the small water droplets in it. Buzz. The sound of wings flapping suddenly sounded. Li Xian was bathed in a warm ocean. A vague feeling surged in his heart. He had a feeling that he could strengthen everything and even his soul at will. Considering that his soul had not reached the half-saint rank yet, he still needed some soul power and a barrier to reach the half-saint rank. Li Xian immediately chose to strengthen his soul and try to comprehend more barriers. Following Li Xian's choice, his soul instantly began to strengthen. Countless comprehensions surged in his mind, and a large amount of knowledge about barriers appeared in his mind, allowing him to quickly comprehend all kinds of barriers. Light barrier, dark barrier, fire barrier, ice barrier, wind barrier, rainstorm barrier. Countless knowledge surged into Li Xian's mind. He only felt that he was constantly becoming stronger, frequently comprehending rare barriers. His strength had unknowingly reached the half-saint rank, officially becoming a half-saint powerhouse. At some point in time, Lord Nancy raised her small hand and helped Li Xian complete his class change in the colorful light. Then, she ordered the others not to disturb Li Xian and left the house. Soon, a night passed. When the morning sun shone on the territory, Li Xian finally opened his eyes. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. I've finally become a half-saint. I've also mastered a large number of barriers. At the same time, I've completed my class change. Li Xian smiled. He felt that the world's suppression on him had decreased again. He could now display even more power. Let's try the range of God's perspective. Let's see how far we can go. Li Xian secretly muttered to himself as he opened God's perspective. In an instant, his view came to the sky, and looked down at the earth. To Li Xian's surprise, the range of God's perspective was even larger. Not only could he easily see Nancy's territory, but he could clearly see the Lion Orc's territory, Gu Zio House territory, and even the territories further away. There's still a territory on the east side of the Lion Orc's territory. Wait, has it been destroyed? Li Xian frowned. God's perspective swept across that territory and found that it was already in ruins. The buildings of the base had been smashed into pieces, and there were faint traces of blood in the courtyard. Other than these, he could not see anything else. It was obvious that this base was abandoned. Li Xian continued to look to the east. Soon, he saw another base. Similarly, this base was also destroyed. There were no signs of life. Li Xian continued to look to the east for 3 or 4 more territories. All of them were in ruins. After adjusting his view, Li Xian looked at the territories the west of Gu Zio House territory. He found that they were still in ruins. After looking around a few times, he finally saw a relatively intact territory outside of the 5 ruined territories. Chapter 419, Dark Domain. Finally, there were creatures in this territory. In the center of the territory, a round, one-horned man was carrying a heavy hammer as he inspected the territory. Behind him were 2 similarly round, one-horned men. They were also carrying heavy hammers, and no one could tell what race they were. The development of this base was not bad. The Lord's mansion had reached level 2, which was even higher than Gu Zio House territory. However, there were fewer soldiers, and it seemed that some of them had died in battle. The first wave of monster attacks had destroyed so many territories. After the second and third wave of attacks, who knows how many territories will remain? Li Xian frowned and continued to adjust his God's perspective. He looked around and saw that there were not many gains. Then, he turned his head to look at the mid-level danger zone. The mid-level danger zone was much larger than the low-level danger zone. Li Xian's God's perspective had already reached a radius of 15 kilometers. With such a large area, he still could not see the end of the mid-level danger zone. The reason for this was that the difference between the low-level danger zone and the mid-level danger zone was the suppression of God's perspective. The difference between the two was 10 times greater. When Li Xian observed the mid-level danger zone, his view was greatly suppressed. He could roughly see the mid-level danger zone, an area of about 5 kilometers. The range of observation was not small. Li Xian even found many monsters. There were all kinds of monsters. For example, the strange female shadow, dark evil tiger, dark cat, big-toothed pig, and all kinds of wild animals were all hidden in the bushes and woods. There were also some locusts-like creatures, flying densely. There were hundreds of thousands of them, which made Li Xian's scalp go numb. This is... Li Xian suddenly saw a familiar monster. It was a red-clothed woman holding a red paper umbrella. After the red-clothed woman came out of a tree, she walked on the black ground barefooted and walked forward step by step. Her figure was very graceful and her curves were exquisite. As she walked, she gave off a unique charm. Her pair of fair little feet emitted a sparkling white light that was exceptionally attractive. The key point was that her pair of little feet did not really step on the ground. Instead, it was as if she was stepping on air, a little distance away from the ground. Such an attractive girl in red was very easy to attract the attention of men. However, when Li Xian used God's perspective to look at her, he felt an inexplicable chill behind his back. What made Li Xian even more horrified was that, wherever the girl in red walked, the monster hidden in the bushes suddenly fell to the ground and died. The strange female shadow, who could easily destroy a base, immediately fled far away the moment she saw the girl in the red paper umbrella. Even the dark evil tiger did not want to get close to the girl in the red paper umbrella. Even when it was far away from her, it quickly fled even further away. The area around the woman with the red paper umbrella was like a restricted area. No one approached her. This really made Li Xian feel apprehensive. Suddenly, the woman with the red paper umbrella suddenly turned her head and looked in the direction of Li Xian. They were 5 kilometers apart, but the woman in red was staring straight at them. In an instant, Li Xian felt as if he was looking into her eyes. The strange feeling was even stronger. Whoosh! Li Xian immediately withdrew his god's perspective and let out a slight sigh of relief. However, there was actually something flowing around his ear. Raising his right hand, Li Xian rubbed his ear. When he put it down, he realized that his hand was covered in red blood, and it was filled with a thick layer of blood. My right ear is actually bleeding. Damn it! Li Xian did not know how he was attacked, but he immediately activated his holy light and purification skill. As he healed himself, he carefully examined himself. Only after he confirmed that he had not sustained any other injuries did he heave a sigh of relief. As expected of God's domain world. It really is frighteningly dangerous. Li Xian cleaned up the blood beside his ears. After re-examining his condition, he turned around and walked out of the base. He was prepared to ask the little hedgehog if it knew about the red paper umbrella women. He wanted to see how she attacked. With this thought in mind, Li Xian quickly left the base and came to the low-level danger zone as soon as possible, waiting for the Dark Assassin and the Dark Banshee to appear. Whoosh! Soon, the Dark Assassin appeared with the omnipotent small water droplets. He knelt respectfully on the ground and offered the small water droplets. Li Xian immediately took it and swallowed it. He had almost mastered all the barriers, but to become a saint rank, he needed to have a domain. Li Xian was going to turn his barrier into a domain. The omnipotent small water droplets had an extraordinary effect. When Li Xian chose to upgrade, he immediately chose a domain. In an instant, a huge amount of knowledge surged into his mind, and Li Xian fell into a state of comprehension. The surrounding skeleton army instinctively protected Li Xian in the center, silently guarding him, waiting for Li Xian's comprehension to end. The skeleton army far away in the lion orc's territory also rushed back. The dark banshee hidden in the skeleton army carefully held an elemental origin. It was an ice elemental origin, a reward for helping the lion orc's territory survive the danger. Time slowly passed, and soon it was noon. Li Xian, who had his eyes closed, finally opened them. A faint light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. In an instant, with Li Xian as the center, dense darkness spread in all directions, covering a radius of 100 meters. The skeleton army that was in the dense darkness was like fish swimming into water. They were all extremely excited, and their strength rapidly increased by a large margin. Other than these, the darkness that spread in all directions instantly caused the plants on the ground to wither, turning into dust and dissipating. Li Xian was in the darkness, and a smile appeared on his face. He felt that the effect of the omnipotent small water droplet was really too powerful. What a good thing! It actually allowed me to master the dark domain. Even the lowest level 100-meter domain still makes me invincible like a god in the domain. Li Xian was ecstatic. He felt that the Dark Assassin had brought him quite a surprise, and he was prepared to reward them later. Of course, Li Xian was also very excited about the elemental origin that the Dark Banshee brought back. He immediately took it and ate it. Ding! Your Transcendent Level Ice Element Control has advanced to Origin Level Ice Element Control. Following the mechanical notification, Li Xian opened his data panel in joy. Ding! Li Xian, Ash Wolf Leader, 1.16 billion honor points. Master, Qin Yu, Little Fatty. Physique, Little Hero Druid. Soul, Half-Saint 100-meter Dark Domain. Origin, Dark Element Control, Earth Element Control, Ice Element Control. Control, Fire, Water, Wind, Thunder, Wood, Light, Poison, Space, and other elements control. Skills, Little Hero's Rule Talent, Reincarnation Pool, Psychokinesis, God's Perspective, Heroic Spirit Transformation, Dragon's Might, Mantis Puppet, Big Soul Hand, Treasure Seeking, Companion Spiritual Equipment, Self-Destruct. Good, good, good. This is a huge transformation. Even my rule talent has become the little hero. Doesn't that mean that even if I die and am summoned here, I can still start by being a little hero? Li Xian looked at the data panel in satisfaction. Looking at his half-saint soul, dark domain, and origin level ice element control, Li Xian was extremely satisfied. As for the druid's physique, it belonged to the class of little heroes. He had changed from an elven archer to a little hero druid. This was a good harvest, but compared to other gains, it was still far from enough. I'll look at the druid's stats panel. Let's see what abilities I have mastered. Li Xian pulled out the druid's stats panel again. Name, Li Xian. Level 10/3000. Class, Little Hero Druid. Combat Power, 1000. Specialty, Druid Transformation, Nature's Pet, Accurate Shooting, Archery, Assassination, Concealment, Swordsmanship, Logging, Weeding, Planting, Exterminating Insects. Ownership, God's Domain, Nancy's Territory. Potential, Unknown. Chapter 420, The King of the Mid-Level. Looking at his little hero attribute panel, Li Xian could not help but smile. Especially when he thought of the limit of the little hero's level being level 100, Li Xian became even more delighted. Every time he leveled up, his soul would be able to increase a little. If he leveled up to level 100 and had a domain, then he would definitely be able to become a saint rank powerhouse. Yes, he would become a saint rank powerhouse. The most basic requirement for a saint rank powerhouse was a domain. Then, one's soul power had to be strong enough. Li Xian had already achieved one thing, and what he lacked at the moment was soul power. Thinking of the boost brought by leveling up, Li Xian could not wait to snap his fingers. In an instant, the space trembled slightly, and a pitch-black spatial crack slowly appeared. The spatial crack was like a rotating storm that formed in the air. It then expanded and became bigger, forming a huge spatial crack with a diameter of 30 meters. Bang! 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 Along with the sound of heavy footsteps, dense dark creatures walked out from the spatial crack, each of them exuding a deathly aura. Necromancers, Death Knights, Pollution Freaks, Death Shadows, Eyeball Monsters, Hell Skeleton Cerberus, Calamity Hammer Skeletons. One by one, dark creatures walked out of the spatial rift. As if they were invading another world, they appeared in the low-level danger zone and lined up in formation. There were too many of them. As Li Xian's soul reached the half-saint rank, he could summon tens of thousands of dark creatures. He could even summon more if he forced himself. However, Li Xian felt that tens of thousands of dark creatures were enough to sweep through the low-level danger zone. There was no need to summon more. When the number of dark creatures reached tens of thousands, Li Xian waved his hand. The space crack closed slowly, leaving only the mighty dark army. Let's go and sweep through the low-level danger zone. With Li Xian's order, the dark army set off in a mighty manner. They moved toward the low-level danger zone to the east like a tide. Wherever they passed, they swept through everything. Li Xian did not follow them. His body transformed from a human into a hedgehog. Then, in the grass, he headed straight for the little hedgehog's nest in the west. He was very fast. In just 5 minutes, he arrived near the nest. He saw the little hedgehog eating under the grape rack. Squeak! 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 The little hedgehog saw that Li Xian had arrived. It was so excited that it danced with joy. The first thing it did was to offer its fruit to Li Xian as a gift. There's no need for that. Let me ask you something. Do you know anything about the woman with the red paper umbrella in the mid-level danger zone? Li Xian asked directly. After asking this question, the scene fell into a short silence. Li Xian did not hear the little hedgehog's answer. When he looked at it carefully, he found that the little hedgehog was very serious, as if it was very afraid of the woman with the red paper umbrella. Is she very dangerous? Li Xian communicated with the universal communication skill again and tried to ask. Squeak! 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 The little hedgehog began to answer, squeaking non-stop. Its small claws moved back and forth, trying to express its meaning. Li Xian listened quietly, and the more he listened, the more serious he became. This was because the little hedgehog said that the red paper umbrella woman was very strange, an evolved form of the strange female shadow. They had a special attack method and were very difficult to kill. The main point was that there were 12 of them. They were called the mid-levels 12 Reds, and they were also the strongest subordinates of the mid-level king. Mid-level king? What is that? Is there another king in the mid-level danger zone? Li Xian asked seriously. Squeak! 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 The little hedgehog revealed a sorrowful expression and tears began to flow in its eyes. What? Your father is the mid-level king? Li Xian was stunned. He had never thought that the little hedgehog's father was the mid-level king. Squeak! 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 The little hedgehog continued squeaking and told many of its stories. It turned out that its father was very powerful. He controlled the huge mid-level danger zone and was a true king. Unfortunately, a super strong enemy came from the high-level danger zone and fought with the little hedgehog's father for the position of the mid-level level. He even won the battle. The little hedgehog's father was killed by the new king of the mid-level. Its mother was also killed by the new king. Only the little hedgehog managed to escape because its aura was weak and it hid well enough. However, the new mid-level king now controlled the mid-level danger zone, which made the entire mid-level danger zone even more terrifying. Therefore, the little hedgehog advised Li Xian not to go there. I didn't expect there to be such a story. Don't worry, I won't go to the mid-level danger zone for a while. Oh right, your father was once the mid-level king, so can you command the red paper umbrella woman? Li Xian asked again. Squeak! 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 The little hedgehog shook its head, indicating that it could only avoid being attacked by the red paper umbrella woman, but could not command them. That was because even its father could not easily command the red paper umbrella woman back then. They were like the kings of the mid-level danger zone in name, which made Li Xian's mood more and more heavy. It seems that the red paper umbrella woman must be stronger than I imagined, otherwise, she won't belong to the mid-level danger zone. Li Xian muttered to himself and decided not to go to the mid-level danger zone for the time being. There were many monsters in the low-level danger zone anyway. As long as he could sweep through them, it would be easy for him to reach level 100. After making up his mind, Li Xian reminded the little hedgehog to stay away from Nancy's territory. Then, he said goodbye to it and left. Next, he planned to level up with all his strength and strengthen his soul, so that he could reach level 100 as soon as possible. After the little hero reached level 100, he could become a powerful hero, and heroes already had the strength to explore the mid-level danger zone. As long as he did not meet the strongest existence like the mid-level king, his life basically would not be in danger. After making his decision, Li Xian left. In the Dark God's domain world, he began his path of leveling up. In the Little Fatty's world, at the Beast Tamer Sect's forbidden area. At this moment, the atmosphere in the forbidden area was heavy. The Beast Tamer Sect's Grand Elders and the Heavenly Sword Sect's Grand Elders all had ugly expressions as they stared intently at the spatial crack in the forbidden area. The spatial crack that was filled with cracks grew larger and larger. From time to time, black gas would emerge from the densely packed cracks and spread in all directions. However, this was not considered dangerous. What made everyone feel troubled was that on the other side of the spatial rift, there was a vertical pupil quietly staring in their direction. Looking at this strange vertical pupil, all the Grand Elders present felt their hearts palpitate. They were so shocked that they did not dare to look at it directly. This was because that vertical pupil was like a vortex. As long as they looked at it, they would be sucked in. Even if they did not look at it directly, these gold-rank Grand Elders felt their blood churning and cracks appearing on their skin. Evil creature! Boom! A dull, loud sound reverberated in all directions. A thin, white-haired old man suddenly appeared and arrogantly appeared in mid-air. The storm domain instantly enveloped the vertical pupil. Terrifying wind blades, and storms swept towards the strange vertical pupil. This storm domain was extremely powerful. The wind blades could even cut through space and create ripples, shocking the gold rank to retreat continuously. However, such a terrifying storm domain was unable to affect the strange vertical pupil. It could only temporarily suppress the power of the vertical pupil in this world. Chapter 421, The Handsome Young Man with the Serrated Teeth. Just you wait. The spatial rift will open very soon. All of you will die. You will die. He he he. Strange laughter rang out throughout the Beast Tamer sect. Everyone who heard the voice felt their scalps go numb, and their hearts palpitate. Some of the weaker disciples heard the voice and coughed up blood. Their faces were as pale as paper. The disciples of the sect, who had been cultivating, were frightened by the sound. They all looked in the direction of the forbidden area. The little fatty, who was eating roasted chicken on the recliner, fell to the ground and looked in the direction of the forbidden area in fear. Roar! A few demonic beasts stood in front of the little fatty and protected him. These demonic beasts were the lightning tiger and the lightning hawk. They were the subordinates that Li Xian had taken in. Before Li Xian left, he had ordered these demonic beasts to protect the little fatty. At this moment, although the demonic beasts were very afraid, they still followed Li Xian's orders and protected the little fatty at the first possible moment. As silver-rank demonic beasts, they still followed Li Xian's orders at such a dangerous moment and dared to face the unknown terrifying voice. It could be said that these demonic beasts had done their utmost to Li Xian. Fortunately, the strange voice disappeared and did not appear again. Otherwise, the entire Beast Tamer sect would have been in big trouble. Inside the Forbidden Land, the white-haired Saint Rank Elder's mood was heavy, especially as he looked at the large spatial crack. This white-haired Saint Rank Elder's face was filled with worry. He clearly knew how strange that vertical pupil was. Back then at the Abyss Fortress, the invasion of the Abyss had been blocked. A leader had used a treasure before he died. After that, the vertical pupil phantom appeared and killed a large number of human experts, causing the humans to suffer heavy losses. At that time, the entire human race was in despair. Luckily, the vertical pupil phantom had disappeared very quickly, allowing the human race to survive. However, who would have thought? This time, the vertical pupil had appeared once again, and it still looked like it was about to officially invade. This made the white-haired Saint Rank Elder extremely worried. Patriarch Storm, is the Abyss planning to officially invade? A gold-rank Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect could not help but ask. Previously, when this world had been invaded by the Abyss, humans had paid a heavy price and had finally withstood the attack of the Abyss. However, the people at the bottom did not know that such a terrifying attack was only the invasion of a small leader of the Abyss. The upper echelons of the Abyss did not take this world seriously at all. At the moment, the vertical pupil was staring at this world, so it also indicated that the Abyss was about to officially invade. That was because the vertical pupil was a lord, a powerful existence known as the vertical pupil lord. If such an existence became serious, the threat that it brought would rise in a straight line. Then this world would not be able to withstand it at all. Destruction was practically the only ending. Thus, everyone present was extremely worried. They did not know what to do, and they all fell into panic. First, move the beast tamer sect disciples away. Move all the humans within a radius of 10,000 miles, the white-haired Saint Rank Elder, Patriarch Storm, said in a deep voice. Yes, Patriarch Storm. Everyone hurriedly nodded and prepared to go and arrange the relocation. There were many people in the beast tamer sect at the moment. Their goal was to rely on the life force of living creatures to suppress the aura of the abyss, which in turn stabilized the spatial rift. This was the only way humans could suppress the aura of the abyss in the past. If it were not for Li Xian's sudden appearance and the establishment of various array formations, the humans would not have been able to find a second method. By the way, is there any news about Li Xian? Patriarch Storm suddenly asked. He had high hopes for Li Xian and wanted to nurture him into a saint rank powerhouse. Therefore, he gave the most precious darkness elemental origin to Li Xian in order to allow him to develop better. However, looking at the current situation, the human race did not have much time left. Patriarch Storm only hoped that he could buy more time so that Li Xian could grow faster. That was why he asked this question. He wanted to know how far Li Xian had progressed. Patriarch Storm, after Li Xian left a message, he disappeared completely. We don't know where he is, but he is definitely still alive. At that time, he left a soul lamp in the Abyss Fortress. As long as he doesn't die, the soul lamp will not be extinguished. The Heavenly Sword Sect's Grand Elder said again. Yes, he is the only hope of humanity. What we can do is buy more time for Li Xian to grow. Only then will humanity have hope. Patriarch Storm sighed. His wrinkled old face was filled with vicissitudes of life. No one knew that he only had 1 year left. After 1 year, he would pass away. He only hoped that before he died, humanity could still see hope and see Li Xian grow up completely. Let's go. Move the humans to the Abyss Fortress. Yes, Patriarch Storm. The migration began in a grandiose manner. Under various orders, the human race within 10,000 miles began to move, searching for hope in the confusion. As the migration began, the spatial crack became larger and larger, and the densely packed crisscrossing cracks also increased in number. It was like glass. One day, it would shatter, and there was not much time left for the humans. In Qin Yu's world, within Black Rock City, Qin Yu, who was getting stronger and stronger, led the resistance army and finally entered the city, becoming the city lord. At the same time, Qin Yu led the army and cleaned up the remaining members of the Strange God sect and the Evil Energy Organization, settling down Black Rock City even more. Apart from Black Rock City, the resistance army around the world became more and more active, occupying one city after another. For example, White Crane City's Ba Wudi had already occupied 18 cities. Red River City's Xiao Bubai had occupied 12 cities, Black Sea City's Ku Heshang had occupied 8 cities, and Azure Cloud City's Yefan had occupied 3 cities. It could be said that the entire world had fallen into the wave of resistance. Countless humans had actively participated in the war, exterminating the Strange God sect and the Evil Energy Organization. There were even many factions that had the secret support of various countries. For example, Qin Yu had many people who thought highly of her. They had come to Qin Yu's side, providing her with resources, armor, weapons, and food. Initially, Qin Yu did not plan to occupy Black Rock City. After all, the wife of the city lord had a good relationship with Qin Yu. However, she could not stop Black Rock City from seeking her help. The city lord and his wife directly gave Black Rock City to Qin Yu. This was something that even Qin Yu did not expect. In addition, her subordinates all hoped that Qin Yu would become the city lord so that the resistance army would have a place to stay. Helplessly, Qin Yu could only accept this position and become the city lord of Black Rock City. Her subordinates even came up with plans to attack the surrounding cities. They even said that they had an insider who could open the city gates as soon as possible. In short, all kinds of plans and promises appeared one after another. Many people even used their lives to guarantee that they would definitely be able to take a city. Even Song Xiaomei was persuaded by such a promise and wanted to expand her influence as soon as possible. Only Qin Yu resolutely refused to expand and firmly defended Black Rock City. That was because Li Xian had previously told Qin Yu to keep a low profile. Since she occupied Black Rock City and had a place to stay, it was already enough. She did not want to cause any more trouble. In fact, in her opinion, with the position of city lord and the leader of the resistance army, taking over the city and establishing the country was not what she wanted. Her greatest hope was to follow Li Xian by his side every day, take care of his daily life, and grow old together with Li Xian. It was a pity. The world was too dangerous. She could only work hard to improve herself so that she could be with Li Xian forever. 10,000 miles away. White Crane City was the largest base of the human resistance army. This was Ba Wudi's territory. The powerful Ba Wudi relied on his powerful strength and tyrannical commanding ability to become the strongest resistance army. He was known as the leader of the humans. Thus, many experts had gathered here and many people had come to seek refuge. Outside the White Crane City gate, there was an endless stream of pedestrians. A squinty-eyed handsome youth carrying a long blade on his back walked quietly on the dirt road and walked toward the city gate step by step. He had short purple hair, fair skin, and a slender figure. He gave off the aura of a kind big brother from the neighborhood. However, when he arrived at the White Crane City gate and heard the passers-by praising White Crane City's Ba Wudi, the handsome youth laughed mockingly. His smile was very big. It stretched all the way to his ears, revealing his teeth, which were as sharp as serrated teeth. Those bloodthirsty shark-like teeth shocked the passers-by around them, causing them to step back and look at the handsome youth fearfully. Chapter 422, The Divine Imperial Palace's Three Generals. Who are you? The soldiers guarding the city sensed that something was wrong with the handsome youth and immediately took out their weapons to question him. All of them looked at him warily. Guess. The handsome youth tilted his head and his smile became more and more sinister. This sinister smile instantly made the soldiers nervous. Some of them wanted to gather their courage to continue questioning him, but they were stopped by the experienced city guard captain. The city guard captain even pulled the surrounding city guards and retreated. The handsome youth glanced at the city guards in boredom, carrying his long blade as he strode into the city. The remaining city guards gathered together and whispered a few words. Then, the city guard captain headed straight for the city lord's manor, preparing to report this matter to the strongest leader of the resistance army, Ba Wudi. An hour later, the handsome youth held a wooden box in his left hand and a blood-stained long blade in his right hand as he walked out of the city. As he walked, blood slowly dripped from the wooden box, dyeing the ground red and scaring the people around him. However, no one stopped the handsome youth, nor did anyone ask about the situation. Everyone just retreated in fear as they watched the handsome youth walk further and further away. 3 days later, in Black Rock City. City Lord's Manor, large conference room. Qin Yu, Song Xiaomei, He Niu, Tai Niu, and many other subordinates were having a meeting in the conference room as they talked about what had happened in White Crane City. At this moment, everyone had solemn expressions on their faces. Even Qin Yu's small hands were tightly clenched together. Is the news true? Song Xiaomei could not help but look at He Niu, who was in charge of gathering intelligence. It's 100% true. White Crane City has our spy. After repeated confirmation, the leader of the resistance, Ba Wudi, has indeed been killed. His head has been taken away. He Niu answered seriously and slowly opened a cloth bag. White Crane City is Ba Wudi's headquarters. How could he be killed just like that? Who is so powerful that could kill Ba Wudi? He was a half-step gold rank. He had once fought with a gold rank and was known as the strongest person below gold rank. How could such a powerful person be killed in his own headquarters? And was the other party really alone? In the middle seat, a bull-eyed man with a heavy hammer asked. His name was Zhou Zhen, and he was at the silver rank peak. He could be considered one of the strongest people under Qin Yu. The person who attacked was indeed alone, and it was a handsome young man. That young man carried a long blade on his back, and his teeth were as sharp as shark's teeth. He liked to squint his eyes. Right, he has short purple hair, and when he doesn't smile, his temperament is very similar to a neighborhood boy. This is his portrait. He Niu unwrapped the cloth bag and took out a few portraits. The portrait on the paper was 70% similar, and it was not very realistic. However, it drew out the person's characteristics, which increased the degree of recognition. For example, purple hair, large knife, squinting eyes, saw teeth, handsome young man, and a series of other characteristics. With such a combination, it was easy to identify this person. Everyone took the portrait and looked at it carefully. They found that there was no special situation at all. Some even suspected they had taken the wrong portrait because the temperament was too similar to a usual neighborhood boy. There's no need to suspect. It's indeed this person. When I investigated, I found more information about him. It's very important information, He Niu said solemnly. What information? Song Xiaomei could not help but ask. It's about this person's background. He Niu took a deep breath and said again with an unusually solemn expression. According to the information we investigated, the Divine Emperor has 3 great generals under him. The first one is nicknamed Granny Cripple and is the head housekeeper of the Divine Imperial Palace. She is in charge of most of the matters in the Divine Imperial Palace. The second one is nicknamed Mad Giant. His combat strength is unfathomable and extremely valiant. The more he fights, the braver he is. The more injured he is, the higher his combat strength is. In addition, Mad Giant also had the ability to regrow severed limbs. He is not to be trifled with. The third person was also the person we were going to talk about. His nickname is Squinty Eyes. He had purple hair, is handsome, and was good at using knives. Most importantly, he had the shark bloodline. Shark bloodline? You mean to say that the person who killed the invincible tyrant was Squinty Eyes from the Divine Imperial Palace? Zhou Zhen hurriedly asked. Yes, that's him. Moreover, he killed Ba Woody in 1 hit. He Niu's expression was grave. 1 hit? Is he that strong? Gold rank? Zhou Zhen asked again. Yes, he's a gold rank. He had reached the gold rank peak 5 years ago. He might be a half-saint now. Half-saint? Hearing this, everyone was filled with fear. The gold rank was an unreachable existence for them. Since a half-saint had appeared, it was a bolt from the blue for everyone. That's not all. According to my intelligence, after Squinty Eyes left, the army of the Divine Imperial Palace came and took many people in White Crane City. Whether they were related to the resistance army or not, they were all taken away. 70% of the people in the city were taken into the Divine Imperial Palace. After that, there was no news of them. He Niu continued to speak, her face full of hatred and powerlessness. Facing the powerful Divine Imperial Palace, there was nothing they could do. Her words also caused the crowd to fall into silence. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. A half-saint rank powerhouse. It was suffocating to think of such an opponent. Do you think Squinty Eyes will come to Black Rock City and kill us? Zhou Zhen suddenly asked. After he finished speaking, the crowd fell into silence again. Everyone's heart sank, not knowing how to answer. If Squinty Eyes really came, no one here would be able to withstand a single blow from him, let alone Black Rock City. As for escaping, where could they escape to? There were so many mutated beasts in the outside world, so it was not a long-term place to stay. Moreover, it was almost impossible to hide from a half-saint if he wanted to find someone. Most importantly, the citizens of Black Rock City would also be affected. Perhaps, the entire city would be taken away. Thinking of this, everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. They did not know what to do. Let's go. Follow me to hunt the mutated beasts. Collect the blood pearl and increase our strength. We must make preparations in advance, just in case. Qin Yu immediately gave the order. She stood up with her weapon on her back and took large strides outside. Everyone immediately followed after hearing this. However, they knew that they would not be able to increase their strength much in a short period of time. If even a gold rank could not stop the other party, what could they do? With heavy hearts, everyone left. They went to the outskirts of the city and went on a wild hunt for mutated beasts. 3 days later, another important piece of news arrived, causing all the resistance army to realize that they were in big trouble. This piece of news was Xiao Bubai, who had occupied 12 cities and was known as the second largest faction of the resistance army, had been captured. The entire city had been taken over by the Divine Imperial Palace. The person who had taken action was none other than the squinty eyes of the Divine Imperial Palace. He had single-handedly defeated many experts in the city. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he had easily captured Xiao Bubai and disintegrated the resistance army. After this news was spread out, many of the resistance army's forces felt fear. Some of the resistance army's forces had even left and abandoned the cities they had occupied to escape. Chapter 423, Black Sea Cities Ku Heshang. This method had a serious negative impact on the resistance army's forces. Those large families that had originally supported the resistance army's forces immediately ran away when they saw the danger. Those families gnashed their teeth in hatred. The most troublesome thing was that there was news and rumors saying that they were rushing toward Black Sea City with narrowed eyes. Black Sea City was the third force of the resistance army, the territory of Ku Heshang. He occupied a total of 8 cities and was also one of the experts that everyone wanted. After the news that Squinty Eyes was about to rush over spread, most of the resistance army in Black Sea City had escaped. Even the families in the city had no choice but to move away and did not dare to stay. To everyone's surprise, the leader of the Third Resistance Army, Ku Heshang, was very responsible. He did not leave but decided to fight to the death instead. This was very stupid. He knew that he could not stop them, but he still wanted to die. This made many people think that Ku Heshang was too stupid. However, at this moment, he was willing to stay despite the pressure. This also made a group of loyal people who were willing to die, gather around Ku Heshang. These people were very responsible and loyal. They were willing to use their own deaths to warn the world. Unfortunately, there were too few people who were truly responsible. Other than Ku Heshang, many of the resistance army's forces had disappeared without a trace. They had either gone into the dark or completely disappeared. Only Ku Heshang of Black Sea City, Yafan of Azure Cloud City, and Qin Yu of Black Rock City remained in the open. They had also become the target of countless people's attention. God's Domain World, outside Gu Zio House territory. The second wave of monster attacks was continuing, madly attacking Gu Zio House territory. A large number of monsters had already gathered at the territory's entrance. They charged madly, trying to charge into the territory. However, so many monsters were actually temporarily blocked. The Dragon Blood Warrior, who held a great sword in both hands, crazily brandished his great sword, killing all sorts of monsters. At this moment, the Dragon Blood Warrior had already transformed into a little hero. The dragon's blood in his body was even denser, and his strength had greatly increased. This also allowed him to display terrifying strength at this moment. On the side of the Dragon Blood Warrior was Gu Shan. His entire body was covered in scales, and his physique was strong. His muscles were firm, and his sharp claws easily tore apart the monster's corpse. His combat strength was abnormally valiant. As for him, he had surprisingly become a dragon scale warrior. His combat strength was not much inferior to the Dragon Blood Warrior, and he was also a warrior at the level of a little hero. He was extremely tyrannical. Around them, a large number of sword-shield soldiers, spearmen, and archers were doing their best to support and block the densely packed monster's attack. The combined strength of these people was actually much weaker than Gu Xiaohao. Indeed, their combined strength was not even as strong as Gu Xiaohao. At this moment, Gu Xiaohao had grown to 2.5 meters tall. All the muscles on his body were bulging, and scales covered his entire body. He had an extremely strong resistance to all kinds of attacks. The dragon scale tail behind him was burning with flames. With a swing of his tail, he could burn a group of monsters to death. However, Gu Xiaohao, who was so powerful, was hiding at the back. Occasionally, he would find an opportunity to spit out flames to attack the monsters, and then he would hide at the back again. This scene made Li Xian, who was watching the battle from afar, shake his head speechlessly. Gu Xiaohao, who was so powerful, actually put the weak in front when facing the enemy's attack, while he himself was hiding at the back wretchedly. This kind of behavior was really bad. An incapable person can't support them. Since that's the case, then they should quickly die. Li Xian mentally gave the order, ordering the skeleton army to continue to drive the monsters and attack Gu Xiaohao's territory. Li Xian had already figured out the situation of the second wave of monsters attacking. Actually, the monsters from the low-level danger zone had already been invading. If the lords could survive the second wave, they would receive rewards, but if they could not, they would be finished. As Li Xian had swept through the low-level danger zone, the number of monsters had become very few. As a result, there were basically no monsters in the second wave of attacks. For example, in Nancy's territory and the Lion Orc's territory, there were no monsters attacking at all. They had directly survived the second wave of attacks. After Li Xian realized this, in order to not let Gu Xiaohao be deceived by the illusion, he deliberately drove the monsters from further regions over and gave them all to Gu Xiaohao. Otherwise, it would be meaningless if there were no monsters attacking them. Although the monsters did not attack, they would still get the omnipotent small water droplets. For example, Nancy had already gotten the water droplet. However, Li Xian felt that the good things that he had worked hard to get would be treasured. Therefore, Li Xian continuously drove the densely packed monsters over and gave them all to Gu Xiaohao. "Sigh, I'm really too kind. Continue to attack. You guys continue to drive the monsters to Gu Xiaohao's territory. I want the monsters to attack Gu Xiaohao's territory for an entire night." Li Xian muttered to himself. He sent more skeleton armies to drive the monsters over in waves. At this time, Li Xian was already level 30. He was getting closer and closer to reaching the level 100 little hero. The key was that he only needed 6 days to reach level 30. If he was given more time, he would reach level 100 in another 10 days. At that time, he would officially become a hero and become a true saint rank powerhouse. Thinking of this, Li Xian could not wait to kill the monsters. Unfortunately, the low-level monsters no longer gave him experience points. All the powerful monsters had been killed by Li Xian, leaving only the low-level monsters. Li Xian had originally planned to go far away to level up, but he did not want to miss the second wave of attacks. Moreover, he had been fighting for the Lord token, hoping to become a Lord. Gu Xiaohao's Dragon Blood Warrior still has some ability. He actually managed to hold on until now. "I'll add some vegetables for you." Li Xian beckoned at the skeleton giant beside him and gave the order with his mind. Crack! 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 The skeleton giant nodded and took out a sharp bone spear from its back. It aimed at the Dragon Blood Warrior of Gu Xiaohao's territory from afar. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart suddenly sounded. The sharp bone spear flashed in the air like white lightning. In Gu Xiaohao's territory, the Dragon Blood Warrior waved his sword crazily. With a bloodthirsty smile on his face, he laughed out loud while slaughtering. Too weak, too weak. I didn't expect the monsters in the second wave of attacks to be so weak. There's not even a darkness spider. If that's the case, we can easily survive the second wave of attacks. Ha ha ha. The Dragon Blood Warrior laughed out loud and continued to wave his sword excitedly. He did not know that all the powerful monsters had been killed by Li Xian, resulting in the monsters that attacked being all very weak. In the end, the Dragon Blood Warrior ended up being the one who had the upper hand. It seemed that the Dragon Blood Warrior was very strong, which was why he could laugh out loud here. However, he laughed and suddenly felt a pain in his chest, and his entire body was sent flying. Bang! The 3 sword shield soldiers were also sent flying for 5 to 6 meters. When he stopped, the Dragon Blood Warrior only felt that it was difficult to breathe. His entire body was weak, and waves of intense pain came from his chest. He looked down and found that there was a sharp bone sticking out of his chest. The bone pierced through his chest, and he was bleeding profusely. Damn it! The Dragon Blood Warrior fell to the ground in pain. He felt the strength in his body disappear quickly, and his aura began to drop rapidly. Are you okay? Gu Xiaohao hurried over to ask. Quickly get a healer. The Dragon Blood Warrior said weakly. Chapter 424, The water was very deep. Okay, I'll summon a healer right away. Gu Xiaohao was about to take action when the sound of air being torn apart came again. Gu Xiaohao immediately thought of the sharp bone spear and immediately dodged to the side, worried that he would be hit by the bone spear. His speed was still very fast, and he moved to the side nimbly. Then, a sharp bone spear suddenly flew over, sticking close to his arm, rubbing against his skin, and a series of sparks flew over. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and wasn't hit. My arm is actually so hard. The bone spear rubbed against it, but it didn't even break my skin. Gu Xiaohao looked at his arm in surprise. Looking at the intact scales, he was pleasantly surprised. He felt that he had really become stronger. Even the bone spear could not hurt him. Gu Xiaohao, who was in a good mood, suddenly remembered that he was standing in front of the Dragon Blood Warrior not long ago. He had moved to the side to avoid it, so who had the bone spear hit? With a trace of disbelief, Gu Xiaohao lowered his head and looked at the Dragon Blood Warrior. A scene instantly appeared in front of him. He saw the Dragon Blood Warrior lying on the ground covered in blood. His eyes were wide open. A sharp bone spear had pierced through his heart, and another bone spear had pierced through his forehead, instantly piercing through him. Looking at the dead Dragon Blood Warrior, Gu Xiaohao was stunned and suddenly began to blame himself. After following him for so long, the Dragon Blood Warrior had died just like that. If he were to block it, with the scales on his body, he would definitely be able to block it. However, the moment the bone spear arrived, Gu Xiaohao chose to dodge instead of blocking it. This made Gu Xiaohao really blame himself. I didn't dodge on purpose. Although I can block the bone spear, I'm a lord, a descendant of a god. My status is noble. What if I get hurt? You're just low-level subordinates. How can your status compare to mine? Yes, that's right. I'm a descendant of a god. Gu Xiaohao continued to comfort himself, but he still felt guilty. Lord, quick! Use the power in the life-saving ring. There are too many monsters. We can't hold on much longer. The Dragon Scale Warrior, Gu Shan, shouted loudly, waving his sharp claws to kill the monsters that swarmed over. However, there were too many monsters. Without the help of the Dragon Blood Warrior, the pressure on the Dragon Scale Warrior Gu Shan increased greatly. He fought alone in front, while the rest of the soldiers cooperated fully to kill the monsters. However, in the face of so many monsters, soldiers died from time to time and were drowned in the attacks of the monsters. Quick! Use the power in the life-saving ring. Seeing Gu Xiaohao in a daze, Gu Shan, the Dragon Scale Warrior, hurriedly reminded him again, his face full of anxiety. Okay. Okay. Gu Xiaohao quickly responded and searched for the life-saving ring his father had left for him in his pocket. He kept looking for it. However, he was too anxious. He could not find the ring at all in a short period of time. He was in a fluster. Whoosh! The familiar sound of air being pierced rang out again. It was the sound of a bone spear. Gu Xiaohao thought of something and suddenly looked in the direction of the dragon scale warrior. Fresh blood splattered on the ground. The dragon scale warrior was sent flying backward. The sharp bone spear pierced through his eye socket and directly pierced through his brain. He died on the spot. However, this was only the beginning. After losing the dragon scale warrior, Gu Shan, the soldiers fell into a pool of blood among the densely packed monsters, one after another, dying. When the last soldier fell, the densely packed monsters rushed toward Gu Xiaohao, wanting to kill the lord of this base. Boom! The life-saving ring flew up from God knows where and floated in the air, suddenly releasing an extreme bloody light. In an instant, the monsters within 100 meters were turned into ashes. They did not even have the chance to scream before they disappeared without a trace. After the bloody light disappeared, one of the 10 lights above the life-saving ring was extinguished, leaving only 9. The battle was not over yet. There were too many monsters here. Soon, the monsters 100 meters away swarmed over again and attacked Gu Xiaohao with bloodlust. Boom! The cold ice instantly froze the 100-meter area and killed all the monsters within the 100-meter area again. However, the third wave of monsters soon arrived. There were more of them and they were more powerful. All of them attacked Gu Xiaohao. Boom! Just like that, wave after wave of attacks began. The 10 rays of light on the guardian ring were extinguished one by one. Soon, only 2 were left. This time, the 2 rays of light were extinguished at the same time. A protective shield that was like an eggshell protected Gu Xiaohao and protected his safety. The other ray transformed into a giant dragon claw and floated in the sky. It waved crazily and slapped all the attacking enemies. Each time, it killed a large group of enemies in one hit. The battle continued in this way. Gu Xiaohao looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. He looked at the densely packed monsters. He looked at the monsters gnawing on the protective shield and destroying the base. He looked at the monsters destroying the base. He looked at the corpses of the dragon scale warrior and the dragon blood warriors being gnawed on. He looked at the giant dragon-clawed hands in the sky that were getting smaller and smaller, and the protective shield around his body that was getting thinner and thinner. Gu Xiaohao finally felt the aura of death. Yes, at this moment, he finally felt the feeling of death approaching. This was a feeling he had never felt before. It made his entire body tremble, and he felt inexplicably excited. Yes, it was excitement, not fear. He tightly clutched his head with both hands, his entire body trembling with excitement. Father said that I am his most outstanding child. I can definitely establish an empire in the God's domain world. But my father has 9 children. Even the weakest one, my 8th brother, has survived the 3rd wave in God's domain world. I am actually facing defeat in the 2nd wave. Then why am I valued by my father? I'm clearly useless, but my father is a true god. Why is he valuing me so much? Gu Xiaohao murmured. His eyes became redder and redder, and his body trembled more and more. He became more and more excited. Especially when the dragon claws in the sky disappeared and the protective shield around his body became thinner and thinner bit by bit. Death was approaching, and Gu Xiaohao became more and more excited. Suddenly, Gu Xiaohao's heart suddenly thumped wildly. A power that originated from his bloodline was finally activated at this moment, and a huge change began. Roar! A sky-shaking roar resounded through the clouds, shaking heaven and earth. Gu Xiaohao's body suddenly expanded. From his original little fire dragon appearance, he suddenly turned into a real fire dragon, a huge dragon that emitted a terrifying aura. His body was as big as a basketball court, and the flames around him instantly vaporized the monsters around him. I understand, I finally understand. No wonder I'm my father's favorite son. It turns out that the bloodline power hidden in my body is the strongest. Ha ha ha. Gu Xiaohao laughed crazily. His burning wings flapped, and his body slowly flew up. The huge dragon head pointed down and gradually opened up. Whoosh! Scorching flames gushed out as if the world was about to be destroyed. They enveloped the area below and covered a large area. The terrifying flames easily killed all the monsters on the ground. Wherever the flames passed, no monsters could block this attack. Chapter 425, Level Up. In the low-level danger zone. Li Xian watched this scene silently. He felt like he had been tricked as he watched Gu Xiaohao kill the monsters as if no one was around. Was I tricked by the gods? Or was it just a coincidence? Li Xian watched as the number of monsters gradually dwindled. He then looked at the fire dragon that was emitting a terrifying aura in the sky. Li Xian took a deep breath as his eyes sparkled. Since I can't be sure, I'll test it out and see what's going on. At most, I'll just die and come back to this world. Li Xian gave the order without hesitation. Through the spatial rift, he gathered 100,000 dark creatures. Very quickly, the vast dark army charged toward Gu Xiaohao's territory. He did not believe that divine power had no scruples in God's domain world. He wanted to see what was going on. Crack! 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 The skeleton army began to attack. Skeleton sword shield soldiers, skeleton spearmen, skeleton swordsmen, skeleton archers, dark assassins, undead knights. 100,000 dark creatures surrounded Gu Xiaohao's territory. These creatures could not compare to the fire dragon. Many of them could not attack Gu Xiaohao in the sky. However, the Lord's mansion was the foundation of the Lords in this world. As long as they could break through the Lord's mansion, Gu Xiaohao's mission in this world would fail. Li Xian was certain that as long as they attacked the Lord's mansion, Gu Xiaohao would definitely use all his strength to block them. When he could not hold on, he would be able to test out the power hidden behind his back. If he had the power, then forget it. If he did not have the power, then... Boom! Rolling fireballs descended from the sky. The fire spell from the fire dragon covered a large area, bringing with it scorching waves of fire as it attacked the dark creatures in all directions. Faced with such a large number of dark creatures, Gu Xiaohao also became serious and began to fight crazily. He activated his bloodline and became a bloodthirsty and warlike person. However, he was still a fire dragon in its infancy. He was not able to display much of his strength. Faced with so many enemies, Gu Xiaohao naturally did not dare to let his guard down. Therefore, he used all of his methods to fight against the Dark Army. Just like that, the two sides engaged in a life and death battle. The rumbling sounds continued for 3 hours. However, both sides showed no signs of stopping and continued to fight crazily. In Nancy's territory, Li Xian took the small porcelain bottle from Nancy's hand and looked at her seriously. Thank you. I'll take care of the dark evil tiger for you. We'll have to rely on you for the rest of the attack. Are you leaving? Nancy asked hurriedly. Yes. I'll be away for a while. I'll return when I reach level 100. I won't leave forever. Li Xian smiled, then thought of something. Oh right, I left you a gift under the big locust tree in the east. Make good use of it. These things will be enough for you to survive the later attacks. That's all. Goodbye. Li Xian waved his hand as he walking further and further away in the darkness. The gifts he left were pretty good. They were the corpses of the various monsters that he had killed during the battle in Gu Xiaohao's territory. Li Xian had also used skeletons to send the corpses that he had accumulated in the past to this place. With so many monster corpses, it was enough for Nancy's territory to obtain enough energy points. When the entire base became more stable, Li Xian would be able to leave with more peace of mind. However, Li Xian was unable to take down Gu Xiaohao's territory. The reason was that a mysterious power had enhanced Gu Xiaohao, making him more and more courageous as he fought. His attacks even carried the aura of a god. Seeing this, Li Xian had already guessed something and decisively gave up on killing Gu Xiaohao. However, before he left, Li Xian took away the reward of Gu Xiaohao's second wave of monster attack, the omnipotent small water droplets. That guy did not have the time to collect the omnipotent small water droplets, and in the end, all of it was given to Li Xian. Since I can't kill Gu Xiaohao for the time being, then I'll get whatever I can from him. I'll take as many omnipotent small water droplets as I can get. Li Xian left happily, humming to a small group as he went straight to the Lion Orc's territory to collect the elemental origin. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. 1,000 miles away from Nancy's territory, Li Xian was standing in front of a dilapidated territory. He was holding a dark evil tiger and smashing it around, crushing it to death on the spot. He finally realized that there was a dark evil tiger outside every base. The experience points of this monster were very high. Li Xian loved to kill this thing, so he was already level 65. This speed of improvement was like riding a rocket. Li Xian, who was in a great mood, turned his head and looked not far away. He saw a black cat that was on the verge of death at the entrance of the ruined base, corroded by the power of darkness. This black cat was a base lord. Unfortunately, its injuries were too severe, and the power of corrosion had completely corroded it. At the moment, it was in the midst of painful corrosion. It could only slowly wait for death in despair. "Hey, your injuries can't be cured. Instead of dying in such pain, why don't I send you on your way?" Li Xian asked. Thank you. If it's possible, can you extract my soul? I can go to the lower realm and barely live a life there. A weak voice came out of the black cat's mouth. It looked at Li Xian in despair, its eyes full of pleading. "Lower realm? Do you also come from the ancient god world? Don't you have a backer? Like an ancient god?" Li Xian asked. "No. There are actually very few gods in the ancient god world. Every one of them is high and mighty. Most of the people are divine citizens like us. We can only rely on ourselves to enter God's domain world and look for a chance to become a god. Unfortunately, most of us fail. Those who are lucky can escape back to the ancient god world. Those who are unlucky can directly die in the God's domain world. Of course, being able to live in the lower realm for a lifetime is also a kind of luck." The black cat's voice became weaker and weaker as it looked pleadingly at Li Xian. "So that's how it is. Seeing that you are actively answering questions, I will help you extract your soul." Li Xian placed his right hand on the black cat's head. In an instant, a black light surged, and a soul that looked like a black cat was extracted. "Eh? The soul is also a black cat? What kind of world is the ancient god realm?" Li Xian curiously looked at the soul in his hand as he transmitted his soul. The ancient god world is very vast and all-encompassing. There are all kinds of races. Our black cat race can be considered a middle-lower class divine citizen. We are born with tyrannical talent in illusions. Unfortunately, the dark evil tiger was born to restrain me and was directly immune to illusions. I was unable to endure it, the black cat said sullenly. "Is that so? Tell me more information about the ancient god world." "Yes, my lord." The black cat immediately told the information it knew one by one. It talked for half an hour before it finished. "Well, thank you. Go and reincarnate." Li Xian waved his hand and opened a channel for the dead souls to reincarnate. "Thank you, my lord. I owe you a favor. The black cat race values favor the most. I will definitely repay you in the future," the black cat said gratefully after seeing the space crack. "I hope so." Li Xian placed the black cat's soul into the spatial rift indifferently and let it reincarnate. Don't underestimate the black cat race. Although we aren't strong, we have all kinds of special abilities. Our illusions can even affect half-saints. If we burn our souls. Chapter 426, a handsome youth over 900 years old. As the spatial rift closed, the black cat's soul voice transmission dissipated. Li Xian did not care. Instead, he continued to move forward and began the path of leveling up. 2 days later, in Qinyu World, Ye Fan walked on the street with a long sword hanging from his waist. His face was unsightly. He was terrified of squinty eyes that had appeared recently. According to the calculation of the path, squinty eyes will come to me after finding Ku He Shang. How can I fight against squinty eyes who's at the half-saint rank with my silver rank peak strength? Deep fear flashed through Ye Fan's eyes when he thought of the powerful half-saint. Meow, meow, meow. A faint cat meow came from the alley next to him. Ye Fan, who was walking, turned his head immediately and looked into the alley. He saw that the dark alley was filled with garbage. There was a faint stench and the smell of blood coming from the alley. In the deepest part of the alley, Ye Fan saw a small nest of weeds. The meow came from the nest. Listening to the weak meow of the kitten, Ye Fan walked into the dirty alley and came to the side of the nest. He saw a newborn black cat in the nest that had not opened its eyes yet. The black cat was wet all over. It was very small and its voice was weak. In addition to the cold weather, the black cat was shivering in the nest. It was probably starving and too cold. It wanted to find a warm place to stay close to its mother, which was a bigger cat. However, when Ye Fan saw this scene, he frowned. The big female cat that the little black cat was leaning on was already dead. Its body was cold and there was a sharp stick on the big cat's neck. It was obvious that it was killed by someone. Looking at this scene, looking at the weak and lonely little cat in her little nest, Ye Fan felt pity for it and gently picked it up. He had to face a strong enemy himself. He might encounter squinty eyes and it would be very dangerous for him. Therefore, Ye Fan planned to find a family and give the little cat to someone else to adopt. He did not want to see the little cat die just like that. Thank you. A weak voice entered Ye Fan's ears. Ye Fan, who had just picked up the kitten, suddenly trembled and looked at the kitten in disbelief. You're a mutated beast? No, at least a bronze rank mutated beast can speak. You were just born, and you can actually speak. Ye Fan was shocked. He looked at the little black cat in disbelief, as if he was looking at a monster. Give me some food. The weak voice sounded again. After Ye Fan heard it, he hurriedly carried the little black cat and returned to the city lord's mansion. He arranged for the servants to get warm goat's milk. Here. Ye Fan placed the goat's milk in front of the little cat and realized that it was too weak. It could not eat anything at all. Ye Fan could only carefully feed it bit by bit. As the food was fed, the little black cat gradually recovered some of its strength and tried to open its eyes. The weak little black cat used a full half an hour before it opened its eyes and saw Ye Fan in front of it. The moment it saw Ye Fan, the little black cat directly saw Ye Fan's essence. It saw a colorful light lingering around Ye Fan, but there was a bloody scar on it. A destined person? No wonder you picked me up. The little black cat thought to itself and suddenly said to Ye Fan. Sign a contract with me. I can help you tide over the difficulties. Tide over the difficulties? You know I'm in trouble. Ye Fan's eyes flickered. Yes, you will encounter the greatest danger in your life, a great danger with a slim chance of survival. The little black cat looked at Ye Fan and said seriously. A great danger where you will only have a slim chance of survival. Ye Fan was shocked and looked at the little black cat in disbelief. Yes, have a contract with me first. I need to borrow your power to investigate the information, and even explore this world, the little black cat said seriously. Okay. Ye Fan was also a decisive person. After sensing the little black cat's extraordinariness, he immediately signed a contract with the little black cat. Buzz. As the power of the contract surged, the weak little black cat gradually became rounder and slightly bigger. Your strength is really not bad. Let me borrow it for a while. The little black cat felt Ye Fan's strength and was very surprised. However, it still closed its eyes at the first moment. Not good, your big trouble is here. Long blade, purple hair, sawtooth teeth, squinting eyes. Damn it, quickly leave this city. The little black cat said anxiously and waved its small claws to signal. What? Ye Fan's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He immediately carried the little black cat into his arms and ran out of the city gate at a rapid speed. Go west. There are mountains and forests to the west. That is the only place that contains life. Quick! The little black cat hurried him and looked to the east in panic. The whole cat was extremely nervous. What's going on? The person you mentioned is looking for me now? Shouldn't he be looking for someone else? Ye Fan asked as he ran, his face full of doubt. Boom! A white blade light appeared in the sky, bringing with it an invincible and terrifying power. It instantly descended from the sky and slashed at the place where Ye Fan was standing not long ago. Rumble! The ground cracked, and densely packed cracks appeared on the ground. The entire land directly turned into a chasm. Ye Fan narrowly dodged this terrifying attack. From afar, he saw a purple-haired youth holding a long blade. He was currently tilting his head, revealing a savage smile. Damn it! Ye Fan ran at a rapid speed. His heart was filled with terror and disbelief. He could not understand why this squinty-eyed person did not look for Ku Heshang. Tisk, 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 you ran quite fast. You actually discovered me ahead of time. Since that's the case, let's play a game. As long as you can survive from my hands within 3 hours, I'll spare your life. An indifferent voice came from afar. The squinty-eyed handsome youth walked forward step by step. He walked in front of Li Xian, revealing his savage serrated teeth. In the next second, Ye Fan's figure suddenly disappeared. The squinty-eyed handsome youth was stunned, and the smile on his face became even wider. Interesting, really interesting. It's actually an illusion. Good, good, good. This time, I can really have a good time. Squinting his eyes, he looked around and quickly rushed toward the forest in the west, bringing with him a cold murderous aura as he charged into the forest. In the forest, in the lush grass, Ye Fan was running at full speed. His face was covered in a cold sweat. He was extremely anxious. Damn it! The illusion has disappeared. As expected of a powerhouse from the Reincarnation world. The aura he gave off shattered my illusion so quickly, the little black cat said solemnly. Reincarnation world? What do you mean? Ye Fan was surprised. He remembered that Squinty Eyes was one of the 3 generals of the Divine Imperial Palace. This person is not from your world, but from the Reincarnation world. He is the same as me. He is suppressed in this world. Otherwise, how could a true half-saint let you escape? The little black cat explained. He is not from this world. No wonder he is so powerful. He has terrifying strength at such a young age. Ye Fan suddenly realized. What are you thinking? His talent is just so-so. This guy's real age is definitely over 900 years old. He only looks like a teenager, the little black cat ridiculed. Chapter 427, The City of Hope in the Desert. Over 900 years old? How is that possible? Ye Fan could not believe it and his brain buzzed. This is very normal. The Reincarnation world is like this. These people have special bloodlines and can live for a very long time. Don't judge the Reincarnation world by using the human worldview. The little black cat ridiculed and continued to draw Ye Fan's power to strengthen itself. At the same time, it checked the surrounding information. I'm ignorant. I thought he was a human. I didn't expect him to be from another world, Ye Fan explained. I know he's not a human just by looking at his teeth. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I've created a few more illusions to hold him back. You run toward the valley. When you get there, you stand directly in the center of the valley. Leave the rest to me, the little black cat said again. Okay. Ye Fan nodded. He could only trust the little black cat at the moment. In the face of a half-saint rank powerhouse, he, who was at the silver rank peak, was like an ant. If he wanted to survive, Ye Fan could only follow the little black cat's request and run to the valley at once. At Blue Moon Valley. This valley was made up of blue moonstone mines. The entire valley was azure blue and very beautiful. If there were no mutated beasts, this would definitely be the best tourist spot. Unfortunately, other than Ye Fan who rushed over from the entrance of the valley, there was not a single human here. There were only mutated beasts. Quick, quick, quick! That fellow has broken another illusion and is chasing this way. Quick! The little black cat Kikli urged, its cat eyes filled with anxiety. Okay. Ye Fan clenched his teeth and ran even harder. He mobilized all the power in his body and even activated his secret technique. His entire body was in an afterimage as he suddenly rushed to the center of the Blue Moon Valley. Don't move. Leave the rest to me. The little black cat raised its two small claws and suddenly put them together. A strange secret technique was suddenly activated and enveloped Ye Fan and the little black cat. In an instant, the figures of Ye Fan and the little black cat disappeared. It was as if they had never appeared. They disappeared into thin air. 3 minutes later, a figure flew rapidly from the distance and finally stopped in the sky above the Blue Moon Valley. He frowned and looked down at the ground. What's going on? Ye Fan's image is everywhere. Even the smell is the same. This illusion is really amazing. Looks like I'll have to spend some effort. Squinty Eyes raised the long saber in his hand and gently slashed at the air. Rumble. The white saber light swept across the outside of the valley. Wherever it passed, Ye Fan's image disappeared immediately. It shattered like a bubble. Nothing. Squinty Eyes continued to scan his surroundings. Suddenly, he looked at the forest behind him and said coldly, I found you. Whoosh. Squinty Eyes disappeared in an instant. Soon, a rumbling sound came from the area behind him. A moment later, Squinty Eyes returned to the sky above the valley. He frowned and continued to pay attention to his surroundings. Where exactly is he hiding? This Ye Fan does have some tricks up his sleeve. Squinty Eyes continued to look around. He did not miss a single piece of land within a radius of 100 miles. He directly swept his blade across. However, after searching for more than 2 hours, he still did not see Ye Fan's figure. This caused Squinty Eyes to return to Blue Moon Valley. Other than this place, I've searched the area within a radius of 100 miles. There's a very high chance that they're here. Squinty Eyes looked down at Blue Moon Valley. He waved the long blade in his hand once again, sweeping across the entire valley in an extreme blade light. Rumble. Along with the light of the knife, the entire valley collapsed, revealing a figure in the center of the valley. I've found you. Bang. Squinty Eyes flicked his finger, and the void slightly shook. The figure that appeared in the center of the Blue Moon Valley directly exploded. Bang. White spiritual chi rippled, and Ye Fan's figure disappeared like a bubble, leaving only a piece of paper swaying as it floated down to the ground. Squinty Eyes took the piece of paper and took a closer look, frowning. You've lost. Looking at the words on the paper, Squinty Eyes looked at the sky with a nostalgic look, and a malevolent smile reached his ears. Looks like he's the chosen one. I wonder how the Divine Emperor will react when he finds out about this? After all, the Divine Emperor is the first generation's chosen one. Squinty Eyes thought back to his past and how he was subdued by the Divine Emperor when he was weak. The smile on his face became even more ferocious. It's time to go back. I haven't found him in 3 hours. I've lost. Squinty Eyes picked up his long saber and decisively turned around to leave, disappearing into the distance in the wind. 100 miles away, in a hollow tree. Ye Fan and the little black cat hid for a while before carefully walking out of the tree. He really left. He said 3 hours, so it's 3 hours. The Sharnmen are really stubborn, the little black cat could not help but complain. Stubborn? I think people who keep their promises are very good. Squinty Eyes values his promises so much. This person's character shouldn't be bad. But he's still doing evil. I think it's because of the Divine Emperor. Otherwise, people who value their promises so much wouldn't kill the innocent. Ye Fan shook his head. Kill the innocent? I don't think so. I don't smell that kind of evil on Squinty Eyes. The little black cat hesitated for a moment and said with some uncertainty. Are you mistaken? Squinty Eyes has done a lot of evil things along the way. First, he killed White Crane City's Ba Woody, then he captured Xiao Bubai, and there are many humans in these two cities. Right, in the past, the Divine Imperial Palace had captured people everywhere, but after they were sent to the Divine Imperial Palace, they disappeared without a trace. The entire Divine Imperial Palace was filled with a bloody aura, and one could smell it from thousands of meters away. Other than these, the Divine Imperial Palace had done evil everywhere, allowing the strange god sect to wreak havoc in the slums of the various cities. Too many people had died because of the Divine Imperial Palace. Such a sin, such an evil deed. As one of the 3 great generals of the Divine Imperial Palace, how could he not smell evil? Ye Fan said seriously. But, maybe I smelled it wrong. How about this, you provide me with more power. 10 days later, I will conduct a large-scale scan. Through the scan, I can understand more information about this world, and it is also true information. This way, I can help you better. You'd better go to the city near the Divine Imperial Palace. There, I can investigate more information, the little black cat said. Okay, then let's go to the Qin Royal City. It's the former residence of the Divine Emperor. Maybe we can get more information there, Ye Fan said after thinking for a while. The former residence of the Divine Emperor, is the Divine Emperor related to the royal family of the Qin nation? The little black cat asked in puzzlement. Yes, the Divine Emperor was once the Emperor of the Qin nation. Later, for some unknown reason, he fell out with the Qin nation, and the angry Divine Emperor, Ye Fan continued to explain. He killed the royal family until blood flowed like a river, leaving behind only a guardian and some distant branches. After that, the Divine Emperor built the Divine Imperial Palace outside the city and completely broke away from the Qin nation, Ye Fan continued to explain. So that's how it is. Then let's go to the Qin nation to investigate. Also, tell me more about the Divine Emperor. Why do I feel that this fellow seems to be accomplishing some goal? The little black cat guessed and asked. It always felt that the Divine Emperor was very strange, like a madman. Chapter 428, Ancient God World equals Second God World. It's about the Divine Emperor. That guy is definitely a madman or even a devil. He has captured too many people. The number of people he has captured over the years is probably tens of millions, or even more. Other than these people, the Divine Emperor had long ordered all the countries in the world to mobilize countless manpower and material resources. Under the desert, an underground city was built. It was extremely huge and had a total of 99 floors. During this process, due to the harsh environment, lack of water, and lack of food, many people died because of this. Too many people remained in the desert forever. Moreover, in the desert where this new city was located, the Divine Imperial Palace used a strange method to turn this desert region into a land of death. Those who died couldn't even bury their bodies. They were all thrown into a land of death, adding to the strangeness of the desert. Right now, in this desert, other than a small path that was relatively safe, the other regions were filled with danger. It was equivalent to a forbidden land. I really don't know why the Divine Emperor would do this. Why would he build a city under the desolate desert and turn the desert into a land of death? What right did he have to name this city Hope City? It was clearly a city of sin, Ye Fan said with hatred in his eyes. This, is the Divine Emperor so detestable? The little black cat was surprised. It felt that the Divine Emperor's actions were too detestable, like some kind of cultist. He is that detestable. You will know when you get close to the Divine Imperial Palace. This magnificent palace is like an azure field. The smell of blood filled the air. From time to time, all kinds of wails and sounds of fear could be heard. When the people talk about the Divine Imperial Palace, they will feel fear. It's like a nightmare, Ye Fan said with hatred in his eyes. This is too unbelievable. How do you know all this? Did you hear it? What you heard can't be true, the little black cat suddenly said. No, I went to the Divine Imperial Palace once. I smelled the strong smell of blood and heard the screams and terror in the Divine Imperial Palace with my own ears. I saw many people being driven into the Divine Imperial Palace, Ye Fan said seriously. So it's like this. Could it be that the Divine Emperor is researching some kind of forbidden method? Let's go to the Qin Royal City. I need to confirm it properly. Let's see what kind of schemes is this Divine Emperor is planning. If it's really so detestable, I definitely won't sit idly by. The little black cat said solemnly. If these things were true, then the Divine Emperor was indeed hateful enough. Then let's go. Oh right, I still don't know your name. How about I call you Little Black Cat? Ye Fan asked. Little Black Cat? Scram! I'm a Black Cat clan of the ancient god world. Even in the ancient god world, I'm respectfully called Lord Cat. You actually called me Little Black Cat. The little black cat was so angry that it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Ancient god world? What is that place? Ye Fan asked curiously. Call me Lord Cat, and I'll tell you. Otherwise, there's no need to talk, the little black cat said arrogantly, raising its head high. All right, Lord Cat, all right. Quickly tell me what is the ancient god world? I'm really curious. Ye Fan asked curiously. The ancient god world, ah. That is the second god world established by the ancient gods. It is a place where the gods and citizens live. It is a truly high-level world, the little black cat said faintly. The second god world established by the ancient god? The place where the gods live? So it's that powerful. Ye Fan was surprised. Of course it's powerful. The creatures inside are all very powerful. They were half-saints when they were born. Take me for example. I reached the half-saint rank when I was born. Isn't that powerful? The little black cat said proudly. Ah? Then why can't you beat Squinty Eyes of the Shark-Man race? He's also a half-saint. Ye Fan looked at the little black cat with a strange gaze. What do you know? There's a difference in battle strength between half-saints. Just like humans, some people lack arms and legs and can only spend their lives in bed. Some people have strong bodies and muscles. They're 2 meters tall and can break sandbags with one punch. They can become the boxing champion of the world. Although we were born as half-saints, we've been well fed since we were young. We live in a warm environment and rarely participate in battles. In addition, our black cat race is more of a support type. There is no need to fight head-on with the Shark-Man race unless we are risking our lives. Of course, if I am cornered, I can definitely kill the Shark-Man race with the soul-burning secret technique. However, I have risked my life before. I don't want to burn my soul now. The little black cat thought of the powerful enemy he had encountered before and said with lingering fear. You've already burned your soul once. Ye Fan continued to ask as he hurried on his way. Yes. As long as we, the divine citizens of the ancient God world, establish an enormous empire in the God's domain world, we have a chance of becoming gods. This is our path of advancement. However, the God's domain world is too dangerous. When I was attacked by the third wave of monsters, I was defeated by a terrifying dark evil tiger and nearly died. Fortunately, I met a powerful person. That powerful person directly smashed the dark evil tiger to death. It was simply frightening. Moreover, that powerful person also led a dark army with millions of soldiers. He is so powerful that he is simply abnormal. That fellow is the only powerful person I can't see through other than gods. The little black cat recalled the scene from before and said with lingering fear. Powerful person? You mean he is a human? Ye Fan grasped the crux of the problem. Yes, he is indeed a human. Even if he has the druid profession, he is still a human. No one can lie to me about this. Also, this was the first time I saw a human in the God's domain world. It was even the first time I heard that normally, a human would not be able to enter the God's domain world. After all, the level of a human is too low. However, the appearance of this person has broken my understanding of humans, the little black cat explained seriously. So that's how it is. Then what? Ye Fan continued to ask curiously. He felt that he did not understand anything. It was as if he was simply a primary school student. When foreign beings come to the God's domain world, they will be greatly suppressed. As a divine citizen of the ancient God world, I will always be subjected to 10 times the suppression. As for humans, they may be subjected to 100 times the suppression, but this person seems to not be suppressed at all. He is wantonly unleashing his power. He is very abnormal. The key point is that he's only a half-saint. This is clearly a fake aura. How can a half-saint be so powerful? Do you really think I'm a stupid cat? The little black cat shook its head. It always felt that this fierce person was very amazing. It could not see through him at all. I didn't expect the world to be so big. I'm really ignorant. By the way, you just said that the ancient God world is the second God world. Where is the first God world? Ye Fan asked again. It's very simple. The first God world is the God's domain world. When the God's domain world was invaded by the abyss, the world underwent terrifying changes and condensed into an indescribable monster. In an instant, countless living beings were killed. Even the abyss was heavily injured and scared away. A large number of ancient gods died, and in the end, all the living beings fled the God's domain world. Later, the ancient gods established the second God world, which was the ancient God world, which led to the current situation. However, the path to godhood was still in the God's domain world. If we wanted to become gods, we could only head to the God's domain world. In the past few decades, the God's domain world had stabilized a little. Only half-saints like us had the chance to enter the God's domain world and search for the path to godhood. Unfortunately, I didn't have any backers. In the end, I failed and nearly died. Fortunately, that powerful man saved me and gave me a lifetime of life. If I had the chance, I would definitely repay him, the little black cat said seriously. I see. Then I will help you repay the favor. Maybe I can enter the God's domain world in the future, Ye Fan said with a smile. It's possible. With my help, you have a slim chance. The little black cat nodded approvingly and felt that there was a slim chance. Chapter 429, The Secret of the Qin Nation. However, the little black cat was very sleepy at the moment. It had to absorb Ye Fan's power and recover its power as soon as possible. Therefore, it coiled itself together and spoke lazily. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'm going to sleep first. Call me in 10 days. When the time comes, I'll investigate the Divine Imperial Palace. Okay, Lord Cat. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In Black Rock City, Qin Yu stood quietly on the city wall. Her fair little hand was holding a long saber and a magical long saber that was emitting a dazzling light. At this moment, through the blood pearl, her strength had been greatly improved. She had finally reached the half-step gold rank. However, she still had no chance of winning against the possible enemies. The gap was too big. One was half-step gold rank, and the other was half-saint. The gap was thousands of miles. Yu, are you still unable to contact Brother Li Xian? Song Xiaomei ran up the city wall and asked again while holding Qin Yu's hand. Yes. He went to some strange place and his strength was increasing rapidly. Occasionally, he would even give me soul feedback. I was able to reach half-step gold rank so quickly because of the blood pearl and his help. However, the level of that place was very high. Even the summoning contract was affected, so I couldn't contact him, Qin Yu said honestly. Then what should we do? If Squinty Eyes come to Black Rock City, then we're dead for sure. Let's escape, Song Xiaomei said anxiously. It's useless. Those rebels who gave up the city and the people to escape were all captured. Not a single one escaped. On the contrary, Ku Heshang who guarded the city, and Ye Fan who escaped from Squinty Eyes are fine. The Divine Imperial Palace didn't touch their cities. I guess Squinty Eyes is both good and evil. Even if he comes from the Divine Imperial Palace, as long as they are someone he admires, they will all survive. So I can't leave. I must fight. I must fight for that sliver of hope. Qin Yu looked at the sky and said, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. But that's a half-saint. What can we use to fight a half-saint? Although you're the strongest among us, you're only a half-step gold rank. There's no way we can defeat him, Song Xiaomei said with despair in her eyes. It's okay. With this weapon and the golden thread that I've been hiding, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Besides, Squinty Eyes might not come to Black Rock City. This city is considered a remote city. Another batch of my resistance army has left. There aren't many people left. Squinty Eyes might not be bothered to come to Black Rock City anymore. Qin Yu said faintly. Her gaze was still looking at the blue sky. There were faint golden mysterious patterns flashing in her beautiful eyes. I hope so. If Squinty Eyes doesn't come, that would be great, Song Xiaomei said hopefully. Suddenly, the big black bear next to her stood up warily and roared into the distance. Roar! 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 The big black bear's unusual behavior immediately alerted Song Xiaomei. She hurriedly looked at the official road outside the city, and instantly felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She saw a handsome youth with a long knife on his back walking over step by step on the official road condensed from dirt. This young man had purple hair and his eyes were narrowed. He had a smile on his face and his teeth were showing. At first glance, everyone felt that this young man was like a neighborhood boy, but everyone knew how terrifying he was. Are you here? Wait for me in the city and don't come out. Qin Yu's body floated down from the city wall and landed 100 meters in front of the city wall like a fairy. Her small hand gripped the long saber tightly as she stared solemnly into the distance, staring at the handsome youth who was coming from afar. Whoosh! 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 Song Xiaomei, Zhou Zhen, Tai Niu, Zhao Zioxiu. A group of Qin Yu's subordinates also floated down from the city wall and stood behind Qin Yu at the first moment. What are you all doing down here? Quickly go back! Qin Yu looked at Song Xiaomei and the others with a serious expression. I'm not going back. In the past, I've always protected you. Now that you're stronger than me, you don't need my protection anymore. However, I can't watch you die in vain. Even if we die, we have to die together. Song Xiaomei clenched her small fists and said firmly. Leader Qin Yu, you saved me, Tai Niu's life. Now that I've met a strong enemy, how can I hide on the city wall? I don't want to be stabbed in the back. Tai Niu scratched his head foolishly. Leader Qin Yu, Zhou Zhen, am a 7-foot-tall man. How can I hide behind a woman when I'm in danger? If this gets out, people will laugh at me to death. Zhou Zhen said in a low voice, a sense of pride seeping out from his bones. Yay, yay, now you have a bit of manliness. Well, you're quite handsome. Zhao Zioxiu glanced at Zhou Zhen and said with a smile. Creak. The city gate slowly opened. The densely packed resistance army rushed out of the city gate under the lead of He Niu. They stood solemnly around Qin Yu and stared into the distance. Leader Qin Yu, don't think about taking the responsibility yourself. When we joined the resistance army, we naturally knew that we would be in danger. Now that danger has appeared, we naturally have to take the responsibility together, even if it means death. He Niu spoke solemnly. Her face was filled with determination. You guys! The softness in Qin Yu's heart was touched. She said gently, don't worry. You guys won't die. You definitely won't die. I promise. As the sound of her voice faded, Qin Yu took a step forward. The long knife in her hand suddenly emitted a scorching glow. An extremely powerful force spread out from the long knife, causing the air in this area to tremble. Everyone present felt this terrifying force, and they trembled slightly. They looked even more resolutely at the squinting eyes that were slowly walking over from afar. TTSK, tisk, tisk, what a scene of unity. It makes one miss it. An indifferent voice slowly sounded out. Squinty Eyes pulled out the long blade from his back and waved it. He looked at everyone with an indifferent expression, looking at Qin Yu and that mystical long blade. It's this blade. Are you a descendant of the Qin royal family? Squinty Eyes stared at Qin Yu and asked lightly. The Qin royal family? No, although my surname is Qin, I am only an ordinary civilian. Qin Yu shook her head. No, this knife can only be used by the descendants of the Qin bloodline. It was also a weapon that the Divine Emperor used in his early years. Later, he gave it to the guardian of the Qin. I didn't expect it to fall into your hands. He narrowed his eyes and explained in a light voice. His words were calm and indifferent as if it was a spring breeze. Only after he had finished speaking, his expression suddenly turned cold as he said with a cold murderous intent. However, the royal family of the Qin nation betrayed the Divine Emperor. You have caused the Divine Emperor to be disheartened. You have caused the Divine Emperor to wait for 10 days and 10 nights. All of you deserve to die. Like a raging wave, waves of murderous intent suddenly enveloped Qin Yu and the others. This terrifying killing intent was like Mount Tai pressing down on them, instantly causing the resistance to lose their ability to fight. Bang! 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 Along with the sounds, the resistance was directly pressed to the ground by this killing intent. They could not even stand up. Even Song Xiaomei and Tai Niu, these silver ranks, were all pale from the killing intent, struggling to hold on. Chapter 430, Squinty Eyes was a good person? Only Qin Yu's expression remained unchanged. She was still clutching her long saber tightly as she stared at Squinty Eyes. Half-step gold rank, not bad. How about this, I'll only use one strike. As long as you can block this strike, I won't attack again. Do you dare to receive it? Squinty Eyes said indifferently. I dare. Hearing this, Qin Yu nodded decisively. Her body was like a sharp sword, flying rapidly toward the north. She separated herself from the people behind her in Black Rock City, facing Squinty Eyes. You're still thinking of protecting these people even when death is at hand. Squinty Eyes raised his right hand and slashed toward Qin Yu with an extremely powerful aura. In an instant, an extreme blade light enveloped the sky. Looking from afar, the entire sky was cut open by a large blade. It carried an invincible and terrifying power as it slashed down ruthlessly. This saber light was too overbearing. It slashed down rapidly like a scorching sun. The terrifying power instantly turned the forest in the north into ashes. The earth also had many chasms. The strong wind blew the stone fragments flying. Boom! A loud sound that shook the sky resounded through the clouds and shook the entire area. In midair, Qin Yu raised her weapon high. Under the terrifying saber light, she used all her strength to try to block this saber light that was slashing down from the sky. However, the blade light was too overbearing. Even though Qin Yu flew into midair to block it, she was still unable to withstand it. She quickly descended, using the mysterious weapon in her hand to go all out amidst the sparks. She did not retreat, did not dodge, and did not escape. Instead, according to the agreement, she used all her strength to resist the blade light with all her might. Fresh blood spewed out from Qin Yu's mouth. The terrifying blade light instantly injured Qin Yu's internal organs, causing her to spit out fresh blood and her aura to wither. However, she still stubbornly held on, trying her best to block this extreme blade light. This was because as long as she could block this blade light, everyone would be able to survive. Huff! 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 A large wild boar suddenly shot out from the mountain forest. Its large body suddenly shot into the air, and its hard, large head fiercely smashed into the side of the blade light that was slashing down. Bang! The large wild boar's head smashed into the blade light, and the wild boar's head that could easily smash through boulders actually did not have the slightest effect when it smashed into the blade light. Even the wild boar itself was sent flying by the backlash of the blade light, its body covered in blood. This wild boar is so strange. It seems to have been forcefully modified by something. Its strength is not bad, but it did help this girl. Unfortunately, you are too weak. If you only have this bit of strength, you will definitely lose. Squinty eyes looked at the sky and at Qin Yu who had been cut down. He watched as she was spitting out blood to withstand the blade light. He could see that Qin Yu had reached her limit. He could see that Qin Yu could not hold on any longer. The moment the blade light landed on the ground was the moment Qin Yu lost. However, it was at this moment that he narrowed his eyes as he thought about the problem after the battle. Suddenly, hundreds of golden threads suddenly flowed out from Qin Yu's body. In an instant, they gathered together and turned into a golden rope. When the rope appeared, it was immediately placed horizontally on the blade light, blocking the incoming blade light and blocking the terrifying ultimate move. This scene caused the squinty eyes to be slightly stunned, and then his pupils suddenly constricted. Gold Divine Light. How can it be the Gold Divine Light? This is impossible. Squinty eyes looked at the golden rope in disbelief, watching as the rope broke bit by bit. It looked like it was about to collapse. Squinty eyes hurriedly waved his right hand. In an instant, the terrifying blade light turned into nothingness, and Qin Yu fell from the sky. However, the moment she landed, a gentle force held her and placed her on the ground. "What's your father's name?" Squinty eyes asked with a trembling voice. Cough, cough, cough. I don't know. Qin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and her voice was weak. You don't know? Could it be? Squinty eyes looked deeply at Qin Yu. Then, he stepped into the void and disappeared. Only the injured Qin Yu and the dazed crowd were left. Qin Yu, are you okay? Song Xiaomei rushed over and helped Qin Yu up. I'm fine. It's just a minor injury. Go and take a look at the big wild boar. Its internal organs were injured by the recoil. It's severely injured, Qin Yu said hurriedly. Okay, okay. 10,000 miles away. Ye Fan carried the little black cat and walked step by step toward the Qin royal city. Suddenly, the sleeping little black cat woke up and looked at the sky for the first moment. Lord Cat, why are you awake? Didn't you say you could sleep for 10 days? Ye Fan asked in puzzlement. Don't speak for now. The little black cat had a serious expression. It looked carefully at the sky. Its pitch-black eyes flashed with 7-colored brilliance. Then, it looked into the distance in surprise. What's wrong, Lord Cat? Ye Fan was puzzled. Ye Fan, do you know about the Chosen One? Do you know why you grew so quickly without any backing? The little black cat asked solemnly. I know. A big brother once told me that I was the chosen one and that he wanted to protect me. Later on, he died because of me, Ye Fan said with some sadness. Yes. The chosen one is favored by heaven and earth and will suffer all kinds of hardships. In the end, he will grow into a super expert and save this world. This is the fate of the chosen one, the little black cat explained solemnly. I see. No wonder my journey was very bumpy. I encountered all kinds of dangers and my strength increased rapidly. Ye Fan suddenly understood. I'll talk about something now, something very strange, the little black cat said seriously again. What is it? Is it something that woke you up? Ye Fan asked. Yes, I just found out that someone is being cared for by this world. The whole world is protecting and taking care of her. This world doesn't even need her to pay anything. As long as she's safe, it's fine. I checked carefully, and this person is being cared for more than you. Ah? Why? Isn't the chosen one me? Ye Fan asked in disbelief. I don't know why either, but I can find out that this world almost helped her to eliminate her enemies. Now, they're still using all sorts of methods to look after her and take care of her. The entire world is taking care of her at all costs, as if this world owes her, the little black cat said solemnly. The world owes her? Could it be that she has done a lot for this world? Ye Fan asked hurriedly. I'm not sure. The distance is too far. I can't find out more information. Moreover, this information is very deep. I might not be able to find out. Forget it. Let's talk about it in the future. I'll help you investigate the Divine Emperor's information first. The little black cat shook its head. Its small body was a little stronger, and it looked very cute. Lord Cat, didn't you say that we should go to the Qin royal city to investigate? There is still a long way to go, so can you investigate clearly? Ye Fan asked. It's fine. My strength has recovered quite a bit. I should be able to see a lot of information. After the little black cat finished speaking, it raised its head and looked at the sky. Colorful light flashed in its black eyes once again and a series of images appeared in front of its eyes. Ye Fan, how much do you know about the leader of the resistance, Ba Woody, who was killed by the squinty eyes? The little black cat suddenly asked. I heard that he was very strong. He cultivated both his interior and exterior physique. He was extremely strong. In addition, he was resourceful and gathered a large number of subordinates. That was why he became the strongest leader of the resistance army. Ye Fan thought for a moment and explained. You're right, but he also had other hobbies. For example, killing little girls and playing with little girls. I saw a lot of bad images. Those innocent little girls. This invincible tyrant really deserves to die. Squinty eyes also deserve it. The little black cat's voice was cold. Chapter 431, Witch Giant. Killing little girls? Are you sure? Ye Fan said in disbelief. If you don't believe me, you can go investigate on your own. There are still many commoners in White Crane City. You'll know after you investigate properly, the little black cat said in a deep voice. In that case, Squinty Eyes isn't wrong? Then what is his motive for capturing so many commoners and rebels? What is the motive for the Divine Imperial Palace capturing so many people every year? Ye Fan asked in a low voice. It was obvious that Squinty Eyes was not a good person. Let me take a look. I'll show you the picture. The little black cat's black eyes flashed with colorful light again. Then, a picture appeared in midair. This was the picture of the first floor of the Divine Imperial Palace. From the picture, it could be seen that the Divine Imperial Palace was really magnificent and huge. However, the walls of the palace were too thick. It was a little too thick. In addition, there were bloodstains in many parts of the divine imperial palace. On the walls, on the pillars, on the stairs, and on the roof, it was simply too strange. As they spoke, they reached the second floor of the divine imperial palace. Suddenly, they saw many soldiers and humans. In the middle of the second floor, there were many huge altars that were connected to each other. Within these altars stood one human after another. Some of them were trembling, some were howling, some were clenching their teeth, some were pale, and some were crying. However, these people did not walk down from the altar. Instead, they looked at the altar in the center with despair. The center of these huge altars was also an altar, an even more mysterious altar. On the altar in the center, there was a crippled old lady walking slowly. She walked step by step to the center of the altar and slowly sat down. Then, she cut her finger open, revealing purple blood. In the next second, the crippled old woman slammed the stone pillar in front of her. The blood and the strange power instantly poured into the stone pillar. Boom! With a loud boom, the altar emitted a brilliant light. Soon, it formed something like a protective membrane that covered all the altars. Terrified howls came from the altar. The humans on the altar covered their heads in pain. They trembled violently and blood oozed out of their facial features. Boom! 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 A series of explosions could be heard as some of the humans on the altar exploded in pain. They turned into a bloody mist on the spot and completely disappeared from the world. The remaining survivors were still in pain. At the same time, their bodies began to change. They began to expand in the intense pain. Slowly, they gradually transformed from ordinary human bodies into giants with terrifying auras. They were also emitting terrifying power fluctuations. It's the witch giant creation altar. This old granny actually created the witch giant from humans. The little black cat's voice was filled with disbelief. Witch giant? What a terrifying technique! Ye Fan looked at the bloody scene on the screen, and killing intent surged in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to immediately kill the old granny on the screen and save these humans. Ye Fan, listen carefully. This crippled granny is not from your world. She comes from the Kardar world, and their world is very good at creating witch giants. Later on, the strongest person in the Kardar world wanted to become a god. He used a witch giant secret technique and used a plane as the foundation to create a large number of witch giants. In the end, he failed to become a god. The Kardar plane collapsed, and the Kardar people became history. I never thought that the divine imperial palace would actually have a Kardar person, the little black cat said solemnly. Become a god? In order to become a god, he actually looked down on life. If my guess is correct, the divine emperor probably wanted to become a god. That's why he crazily plundered humans and created the witch giant. It's simply an unpardonable crime. Ye Fan clenched his fists tightly. Looking at the humans being brought to the altar again, Ye Fan felt that the divine emperor was simply crazy to the extreme. It is indeed possible, but to become a god, one needs to have a divine soul. Only living beings like me, who have been in the ancient god world since ancient times, have a divine soul. Moreover, the most orthodox way to become a god is through the god's domain world. Only then will one have a chance to become a god. By forcefully using the witch giant's method, one will not be able to become a god at all. In the end, all the efforts will be for naught. The level of the divine emperor is too low. It is too shallow. The little black cat shook its head. It somewhat looked down on the divine emperor. It did not even want to see the scene of the witch giant being created. Let's continue to look at the divine imperial palace and investigate more secrets. The little black cat's eyes flashed and the scene quickly changed. It looked at the divine imperial palace layer by layer and saw a large number of witch giants. At the same time, it saw a muscular armored giant. This giant was wearing armor, wearing a helmet, and holding a huge axe. His aura was extremely violent and gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. It's the mad giant. This fellow is also from another world. It seems that the 3 generals under the Divine Emperor are all from another world, the little black cat said seriously. This guy is so strong. He feels very violent. Ye Fan looked at the screen solemnly. He is indeed strong. The main point is that the more he fights, the braver he becomes. His self-healing ability is extremely strong. The more he is injured, the stronger he becomes. You must be careful when you meet him in the future. The little black cat could not help but remind him. Okay, I will be careful. Ye Fan nodded and said again. Can you see what the Divine Emperor looks like? I really want to see what kind of face the Divine Emperor has. He is so wicked-hearted and so crazy. I'll give it a try. My detection ability is very strong. Ordinary people won't be able to find me at all. Even in the ancient god world, there aren't many people who can find me, unless the other party's race is of a higher level than mine. The little black cat said confidently. His eyes continued to shine as he continued to search through the Divine Imperial Palace. The Divine Imperial Palace is really huge. I've already searched through more than 50 floors. Just how many floors are there in this Divine Imperial Palace? Ye Fan looked at the layers of resources, layer by layer, the witch giant. He was extremely shocked. He could not believe that the Divine Imperial Palace had so many floors. Whoosh! The little black cat's mind went blank. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and then became dispirited. Damn it, I was discovered by the Divine Imperial Palace. The little black cat said weakly. He could not even stand properly. Are you all right? I still have a lot of power. Quickly absorb it. Oh right, how did he discover you? Will he lock onto us? Ye Fan hurriedly asked. I'm fine. I managed to escape in time. He didn't find me. It's just that my investigation suffered a severe backlash. I can't use it in the short term. The little black cat was depressed. It's fine. Absorb more of my power to recover. This Divine Emperor is really powerful. He actually found you. Ye Fan said solemnly. The Divine Emperor's level is probably higher than mine. He definitely isn't from your world. He probably comes from the ancient god world. Ancient god world? He's from the same place as you? Wait, no wonder the Divine Emperor looks down on the lives of ordinary people and wantonly captures humans. So he's not from our world. Ye Fan gritted his teeth and finally understood why the Divine Emperor looked down on the world. Chapter 432, Mysterious Grandpa. At this moment, Ye Fan suddenly thought of something. He recalled what the little black cat had said not long ago. The little black cat had said that only with a divine soul could one become a god through the witch giant. If the Divine Emperor came from the ancient god world, then he definitely had a divine soul and could also become a god through the witch giant method. With this, everything made sense. It could explain why the Divine Emperor created the witch giants. Lord Cat, since the Divine Emperor might be from the ancient god world, then the Divine Emperor has a divine soul. Doesn't this mean that he created the witch giant to become a god? Ye Fan hurriedly asked. Yes. If he is from the ancient god world like me, it is indeed possible for him to become a god through the witch giant. However, becoming a god is too difficult. The success rate might be less than 10%. Of course, a low success rate doesn't mean that he won't succeed. If his lifespan is almost ending, he can indeed take the risk and try, the little black cat replied in a low voice. Obviously, it had also thought of the Divine Emperor's goal. It thought that he might be able to rely on the witch giant to become a god. However, such a crazy method was a heinous crime even in countless worlds. Lord Cat, we're not going to the Qin royal city anymore. Let's go back and cultivate properly. I'll strengthen my resistance army and fight for the hope of survival for the humans, Ye Fan said with his fists clenched. All right, since we have already deduced the general situation of the Divine Emperor, there is no need for us to go anymore. In addition, I will teach you a military formation so that you can coordinate with the soldiers and become like a war god. When the time comes, your army will have greater strength and you will not have to worry about being destroyed, the little black cat said. All right, thank you, Lord Cat. You are welcome. Let's go back. Ye Fan left and brought the little black cat back to his city under the warm sunlight. He was doing his best to develop his city. On the other side, after Squinty Eyes left Black Rock City, he returned to the Divine Imperial Palace base. However, he never appeared again. The entire Divine Imperial Palace was still the same as before, as if nothing had happened. Only the conflict between the strange god sect and the evil energy organization was even more intense. Both sides were fighting each other, conquering each other, and killing each other. It was as if they had gone mad. In addition, after the incident, the names of Ye Fan, Ku Heshang, and Qin Yu resounded throughout the world. Ku Heshang swore to defend with his life. Ye Fan narrowly escaped the pursuit, and Qin Yu blocked the sky-high blade. This became their most dazzling honor. Many ambitious people chose to join these three people, especially Ye Fan. He escaped the pursuit, and the highlights he showed were even more extraordinary. It also caused his power to rapidly expand. Originally, he only had 3 cities, but he used half a year to take down 18 cities, becoming the strongest leader of the resistance army. At the same time, Ye Fan took out the War God Army formation and condensed the War God Phantom, displaying the terrifying power of the battle formation, causing Ye Fan's power to become stronger and stronger. On the other side, Ku Heshang also performed well. He, who originally controlled many cities, also expanded to 15 cities, but he was gradually replaced by Ye Fan's radiance. Only Qin Yu did not develop her influence. She continued to follow the words that Li Xian had left behind. She stayed in Black Rock City and quietly waited for Li Xian's return. Even if more and more people sought refuge with her, Qin Yu still did not expand. She only developed Black Rock City better and better. The lives of the people became happier and happier. On this morning, the sun was bright and beautiful. Birds sang and flowers were fragrant. Qin Yu carried a long blade on her back and walked along the streets with Song Xiaomei, patrolling the development of the city. Seeing that the lives of the people were very good and the children were full of vigor, Qin Yu could not help but smile. Xiaomei, our Black Rock City is developing better and better. Seeing that everyone's lives are getting better and better, I'm really happy. Qin Yu looked at the houses built in the slums and smiled. The slums used to be the territory of the strange god sect. There was no strange god sect in the city anymore, and the entire slums had been replanned and built, becoming the 3rd special district. Here, there were citizens, food cultivation bases, small factories, vegetable markets, and hunting squads that went out of the city to hunt mutated beasts. This also led to drastic changes in the slums. All aspects were flourishing. That's right. The reduction of mutated beasts has made the outside of the city safer. Now, many good fields outside the city have been reclaimed. In the long term, the food problem of our Black Rock City will be completely solved. Song Xiaomei also smiled. In the process of managing Black Rock City, she had learned a lot. She felt that managing a city was not an easy thing. Yes, Black Rock City is getting better and better. I really hope that Li Xian can come back soon and see our Black Rock City. Qin Yu looked at the sky expectantly. Yes, it has indeed been a long time since I saw him. Song Xiaomei nodded and turned her head to look at the entrance of a grain store in front of her. Standing there was a white-haired old man. This old man had a kind face. He was holding a wooden cane. He looked very old and seemed to be more than 100 years old. The old man was very weak, like a candle in the wind. He could fall with a blow. It was rare to see such an old man in Black Rock City. Song Xiaomei could not help but say, recently, there are more and more people in Black Rock City. Even such an old man has come. Yeah, it's strange. Is there no one to take care of this old man? Qin Yu's observation ability was very strong. She did not see anyone taking care of the old man. Instead, the old man stood quietly, lonely and desolate. The kind-hearted Qin Yu decided to go over and take a look. After all, if there was no one to take care of such an old man, it would be very easy for something to happen. She didn't want to see something like this happen. Let's go and take a look. Okay. The two of them walked towards the old grandpa together. When passers-by saw Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei, they immediately bowed from afar to show their respect. Some of the outsiders took the opportunity to inquire about Qin Yu's identity. When they found out that she was one of the two city lords of Black Rock City, they immediately bowed to show their respect. Under everyone's attention, Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei came to the old grandpa and asked gently, "Old man, do you need help? Thank you. If possible, can you send me home? My home at the residential area 99, the old man said kindly, looking at Qin Yu with a very gentle gaze. Yes, old man. We'll send you home. Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei hurriedly nodded. They were powerful and could feel that the old man was on the verge of dying. According to the flow of life force, this old man probably would not live for more than a month. The time he had now was probably the old man's last. The kind-hearted Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei helped the old man to residential area 99. They saw the recliner in the small courtyard and the wooden tables and chairs at the side. Other than these, there were very few things in the courtyard. It could be said that it was extremely simple. Chapter 433, Grandpa Tian. Just help me to the recliner. The sun today is very warm. I haven't basked in the sun for a long time. The old grandpa's voice was hoarse as he spoke slowly and softly. Okay, please slow down. Qin Yu helped the old grandpa sit down. For some reason, she felt that this grandpa was very friendly and wanted to take care of this grandpa. Grandpa, is there no one else in your family? Qin Yu did not see anyone in the courtyard, nor did she see anyone in the house. She did not even see any food. This made Qin Yu's heart sink. She felt that this old man might be alone. I'm the only one left in the family. My wife died a long time ago, and my son and grandson are all dead. The old man sighed. There was a trace of vicissitudes and helplessness in his voice. This. Qin Yu became more and more worried when she heard this. She was so kind that she could not bear to see such a scene. Especially when she thought that this old man might not live for more than a month, she decided to take good care of this old man. At this time, she remembered that there was no food in the house, so she couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, have you had breakfast?" Breakfast? The grandpa's eyes were a little cloudy, and he inexplicably missed it. He paused for a while and said, "I haven't eaten yet. Can you make me a bowl of lotus seed porridge?" "Of course. Please wait a moment, Grandpa." Qin Yu told Song Xiaomei to take good care of the grandpa. Then, she hurriedly left and went to the city lord's mansion to get food and cooking tools. After Qin Yu left, the old man looked at Song Xiaomei and said gratefully, "Your name is Song Xiaomei, right?" "Yes, Grandpa." Song Xiaomei nodded. Most of the people in the city knew her name. After all, she was also a famous person. It was normal for others to know her name. "Thank you." The old man suddenly expressed his gratitude. His right hand, which was covered with age spots, took out a small jade sword from his pocket and handed it to Song Xiaomei. "This is a thank you. Please accept it." "No need, no need. I'm just helping you back. You don't have to give me a gift." Song Xiaomei hurriedly shook her head and refused. She did not want to accept it. Besides, she really did not lack money. "Take it. This is an old man's thanks." The old man's voice was unquestionable. "This." Song Xiaomei was a little hesitant. In the end, she couldn't bear to refuse the old man, so she accepted it. Thank you, Grandpa. You're welcome. Call me Grandpa Tian. My name has the word Tian in it. The old man's voice was a little hoarse, and his eyes gradually turned turbid. Yes, yes, Grandpa Tian. Song Xiaomei did not care about the question of how to address him. She only felt that this old man might have many stories, and she always felt that this old man was somewhat extraordinary. Whoosh! Qin Yu's figure flew over. Her two fair hands carried a bunch of things as she flashed into the small courtyard. Then, she said in a warm voice. I've brought back the food and cooking tools. Please wait a moment, Grandpa. Okay. When Grandpa Tian heard Qin Yu's words, his turbid eyes gradually became clearer. There was even a hint of anticipation. Very soon, the cooking began. Qin Yu's cooking skills were quite good, and a bowl of lotus seed porridge was a piece of cake. Therefore, the lotus seed porridge was naturally made very quickly, and Qin Yu even made some small dishes. During the cooking process, Song Xiaomei also told Qin Yu about the way she addressed him. Qin Yu also changed the way she addressed him along with Song Xiaomei. Grandpa Tian, breakfast is ready. Try it and see if it tastes good. Qin Yu brought the lotus seed porridge over and handed it to Grandpa Tian. She said with a hint of anticipation. Good, good, good. You're such a good child. Grandpa Tian was very happy. He held the lotus seed porridge and tasted it gently. As he ate, tears could not help but fall from Grandpa Tian's eyes. Grandpa Tian, what's wrong? Seeing Grandpa Tian suddenly cry, Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei panicked and asked with concern. I'm fine. I just thought of my late wife. At that time, every time I went out to fight, she would make me a bowl of lotus seed porridge, day after day, year after year. Later, we encountered a difficult battle. I went to kill the enemy, but the headquarters was attacked. When I rushed back, only a tenth of the headquarters was destroyed. My son and daughter-in-law were all dead, and my wife was seriously injured. She was only left with her last breath. She begged me to protect my only grandson, begged me to stop those monsters and protect this world. Cough, cough, cough. Grandpa Tian coughed violently, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Grandpa Tian. Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei saw this scene and were shocked. They hurriedly took out the blood pearls and fed them to Grandpa Tian. Unfortunately, the effects of these blood pearls were almost useless, which also shocked them. One had to know that the effects of the blood pearls were extraordinary. They contained a terrifying life force and could rapidly increase a person's strength. However, after Grandpa Tian ate them, there was actually no effect. This made Qin Yu very puzzled and incredulous. Don't worry, this is an old problem. It will pass slowly. Do you still have any lotus seed porridge? Give me another bowl. Grandpa Tian waved his hand carelessly. He was very open-minded and comforted Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei instead. Yes. I do. Qin Yu hurriedly went to get the lotus seed porridge, but she and Song Xiaomei both sensed that something was wrong and that this old man was not ordinary. Grandpa Tian, here you are. After Qin Yu finished filling the bowl, she quickly handed the lotus seed porridge over and secretly observed the old man. Thank you, child. Grandpa Tian took the lotus seed porridge and continued eating, quietly tasting the delicious lotus seed porridge. However, his breathing became weaker and his eyes became more cloudy. Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei looked at each other and could sense that the old man's vitality was getting weaker and weaker, just like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. The kind-hearted two did not know what to say. They only made up their minds to take care of the old man in the future. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei visited Grandpa Tian many times and even sent a nanny to take care of this old man. As they interacted with him, they felt that this old man was extraordinary and powerful. However, the old man's identity was still a mystery. Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei did not investigate either. They only chose to accompany the old man until the last moment because Grandpa Tian's aura had dropped to the freezing point. Early in the morning, Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei arrived at the 99th courtyard as usual and saw Grandpa Tian basking in the sun. At this moment, Grandpa Tian was getting older and older. His entire body was exuding an aura of death and his breathing had become imperceptible. Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei felt a little sad. They let out a deep sigh and walked into the kitchen to make lotus seed porridge for Grandpa Tian. After they were done, Qin Yu and Song Xiaomei brought the lotus seed porridge to Grandpa Tian. After waiting for a long time, the old man finally opened his eyes. "Grandpa Tian, you're awake. Have some lotus seed porridge," Qin Yu said gently. "I won't drink it today." "Qin Yu, do you have any wishes that you want to fulfill? For example, becoming the emperor or taking control of this world?" Grandpa Tian suddenly asked out of the blue. Chapter 434, The Final Splendor. "No, actually, I don't want to become the emperor. Right now, I'm living a very happy life. If he can come back, I'll be even happier." Qin Yu thought of Li Xian, and her heart immediately warmed up. "If that's the case, that's good too." Grandpa Tian nodded, and a small white porcelain bottle suddenly appeared in his hand. It was very small, only a little bigger than a wine cup, and its entire body was emitting a faint halo. The moment the small porcelain bottle appeared, the entire space shook. It was as if this space could not bear the existence of the small porcelain bottle. "There are 3 drops of blood in here. Take 1 drop every month. It will be of great help to your strength. Do not give it to others. Only you can take the blood." Grandpa Tian's turbid eyes became clear. He looked at Qin Yu with a kind gaze. Then, his eyes became more turbid and the aura of death around him became denser. "Grandpa Tian." Qin Yu was shocked when she saw Grandpa Tian's condition. She felt that Grandpa Tian's condition was getting worse and the worry in her heart grew stronger. "Qin Yu, can you call me Great-Grandpa? I really want to hear it." Grandpa Tian opened his eyes with great effort and passed the small porcelain bottle to Qin Yu as he said with deep anticipation. "Okay, Great-Grandpa." Qin Yu's heart was filled with sorrow. Her eyes reddened as she looked at Grandpa Tian's increasingly aged face. "Good child, it's time for me to fulfill my final promise. Farewell, my child." Grandpa Tian gently stroked Qin Yu's small head as his aged face was filled with kindness and reluctance. However, he still decisively suppressed all his emotions and slapped his right hand towards his heart. Bang! Grandpa Tian's body suddenly collapsed and instantly turned into golden threads. These golden threads did not disappear. Instead, they condensed into an extremely terrifying golden long saber, a vast and mighty long saber that caused the world to tremble. After the vast and mighty long saber appeared, it flew into the distance with a bang. It flew toward the divine imperial palace like lightning, leaving behind only a golden trace in the entire sky. Rumble! A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering vibration rang out from the divine imperial palace. The divine imperial palace, which had shocked the world for many years, suddenly collapsed. The magnificent palace was toppled as if it had suffered a magnitude 12 earthquake, leaving only ruins. Only a tunnel leading to the underground was left in the entire divine imperial palace. However, the tunnel was filled with a blood-colored aura. The blood-colored aura continued to spread to the sky. Gradually, the blood-colored aura began to dissipate and become less and less. The blood-colored aura that had surrounded the divine imperial palace for many years was continuously reduced. The divine imperial palace that people feared was reduced to ruins just like that. This matter instantly caused a huge uproar in this world. Ye Fan, who was handling government affairs, was greatly shocked when he received this news. Even the little black cat was also greatly shocked. They hurriedly sent people to investigate, wanting to find out what had happened in the divine imperial palace. Within Black Rock City, Qin Yu's fair little hands tightly held the small porcelain bottle as she silently looked at the golden traces in the sky. Her entire being was unable to calm down. The words that Grandpa Tian left behind before he left made Qin Yu very moved. It was because of that phrase, "my child." After all, ever since her mother died, she was the only one left to live alone. If it was not for the good luck that allowed her to often pick up money, often missing out on all kinds of dangers, and often getting help from others, she might have died long ago. However, Qin Yu, who had always thought that she had no family, felt that Grandpa Tian was very likely to be her family, yet this family member passed away just like that. This had a huge impact on Qin Yu's emotions, making it difficult for her to calm down. "Sister Xiaomei, is he my great-grandfather?" Qin Yu turned to look at Song Xiaomei, wanting to confirm. When a person is on the verge of death, his words are also kind. "I feel that what Grandpa Tian said is true. Furthermore, his strength is so terrifying. There is no need for him to come here to lie and even give us gifts." Song Xiaomei took out the small sword jade pendant with a complicated expression. She could faintly sense the power contained within the small sword. "That's right. There is no need for him to lie to me." Qin Yu took a deep breath. For some unknown reason, tears started to roll down from the corner of her eyes. "Sigh." Song Xiaomei lent her shoulder to Qin Yu. She gently patted Qin Yu's back as she silently looked at the golden mark that was gradually disappearing in the sky. That trace was the last gorgeous thing that Grandpa Tian left in this world. After a long time, Song Xiaomei saw that Qin Yu's mood had finally stabilized and could not help but urge her to quickly consume the blood in the small porcelain bottle. "Yu, quickly consume it. It can cause the space to shake. This must be a rare treasure. If you consume it, you might be able to help Li Xian in turn. After all, the place he is in is very dangerous." "Okay, I got it." Qin Yu took a deep breath and opened the small porcelain bottle with her small hand. Instantly, 3 drops of blood floated in the air, emitting intense light. It was a light that belonged only to gods. The moment these 3 drops of blood appeared, a strong desire arose in the hearts of all the living beings in the city. It was an extreme desire of a low-level bring for high-level energy. Even Song Xiaomei was desperate. Her eyes were fixed on the 3 drops of blood. "Yu, quickly eat 1 drop of blood. Put the rest away. I can't control myself anymore." Song Xiaomei tried her best to suppress the desire in her heart and urged her. "Okay." The desire in Qin Yu's heart was even stronger than Song Xiaomei's because the blood belonged to her. Without any hesitation, Qin Yu immediately put away the 2 large drops of blood and swallowed the smallest drop. Rumble! Terrifying energy rose in her body, and Qin Yu's soul expanded violently. A power that belonged to the soul began to surge. Qin Yu's entire body was trembling, and her soul was undergoing an intense transformation. Her soul level had broken through from half-step gold rank to low-level gold rank. However, this was only the beginning. After her soul had reached low-level gold rank, it only took 5 breaths of time for her soul to break through again and rise to the mid-level gold rank. However, Qin Yu did not feel the slightest bit of happiness. Instead, there was only grief. There was a thick wave of grief that was hidden in her blood. Tears flowed down the corners of Qin Yu's eyes continuously. Grief gradually filled the air. When Song Xiaomei saw this scene, she hurriedly asked, "Yu, what's wrong? Please don't let anything happen to you." "Nothing. It's the sadness in her blood." "Is she crying? Who is she?" "This drop of blood contains a lot of battle techniques. My head hurts." Qin Yu's state was a little chaotic. All kinds of battle scenes and battle techniques appeared in her mind. That massive amount of memories caused Qin Yu's mind to be stuck, unable to think. At this moment, she only felt a splitting headache. She needed a good sleep to properly absorb the knowledge in her mind and the terrifying power in her blood. Just like that, Qin Yu fell asleep and fell into a long sleep. She would only wake up after absorbing everything in the blood. Chapter 435, Strange. In God's domain world. Li Xian stood in a lush green valley, looking at the motionless little hedgehog on the throne in the center of the valley. At this moment, the little hedgehog had already undergone a great change. Its body had grown by a full circle, and the spikes on its back had turned red. Each and every one of its spikes stood upright, sharp and sharp. Its entire body suffused a blood-red glow. Each and every one of its movements emitted a power that made one's heart palpitate. Its aura was abnormally powerful. Li Xian looked at the little hedgehog that was quietly standing and sighed, "Little hedgehog, you're getting stronger and stronger." "That's right. I still have to thank you for your knowledge and teaching. You've allowed me to learn a lot. In the future, I'll also be like you, transforming into a human form." The little hedgehog spoke indifferently, and a blood-red halo would occasionally spread out from its body in all directions. "I agree. When do you plan to go back and take revenge?" Li Xian looked at the stone tablet behind the little hedgehog and walked forward with some doubt. "I'll leave tomorrow. What about you? You've maxed out your level, right? When are you going to go back and change your class?" the little hedgehog asked back. "I'll go back immediately. I came here to say goodbye to you," Li Xian replied and continued to look at the stone tablet. On the stone tablet was a portrait of a beautiful woman. She was wearing armor and holding a long sword. She looked valiant. Li Xian did not care about the woman's appearance. He just felt that this woman's condition was a little like a lord. However, he could not be bothered to pay more attention to her. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "I'm leaving. See you in the mid-level danger zone. See you in the middle danger zone." After saying that, Li Xian left and strode out of the valley. Thud! 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 The sound of footsteps could be heard in the valley. Li Xian walked with large strides, checking his level as he walked. "I didn't expect to reach level 100. After such a long time, I can finally go back and become a hero. When that time comes, I'll be a saint rank powerhouse." Li Xian's heart was filled with joy. He felt that saint rank was really too difficult. It had taken him a few months, but it was already fast enough. According to his speculation, it would take hundreds of years for others to reach saint rank. Even the chosen one would probably need dozens of years. However, it had only taken a few months for Li Xian to reach level 100. If others were to find out about this, they would definitely go crazy from jealousy. There was nothing he could do. Li Xian's speed of advancement was too fast. It was as fast as lightning. It was completely impossible to calculate according to common sense. Saint rank. I'm really looking forward to it. Although it took me a lot of time, it was all worth it. After all, I'll still be a saint rank. Li Xian said delightedly as he walked to the entrance of the valley. Suddenly, his ears twitched as he turned his head to look at the blue wood forest on the right side of the valley. In the forest, Li Xian heard the crisp cries of women and the roars of wild beasts. It seemed like there were women fighting. Whoosh! God's perspective quickly spread out and enveloped the blue wood forest. In an instant, he locked onto the position of the center of a few blue trees. There, a beautiful woman wearing silver armor and holding a two-handed great sword was fighting with a two-headed wolf. This beautiful woman's strength was very great. Her two-handed large sword danced like a tiger, each time accurately blocking the two-headed wolf's sharp claws and even injuring the two-headed wolf. She was very powerful. Moreover, she had a nice figure as her curves were exquisite, making her particularly attractive. Li Xian could not help but be attracted to her. As he watched quietly, he also deduced from his analysis that the two-headed wolf would lose very soon. As expected, after a battle, the two-headed wolf was cut in half by a horizontal slash with the two-handed large sword. It fell on the black ground while wailing, bleeding red blood. A faint smell of blood came from the air. Li Xian carefully observed this beauty and found that she was really very beautiful. She was becoming more and more attractive. Of course, the golden light on her body was the same golden light that would flash when one leveled up. What really surprised Li Xian was that this beautiful warrior was exactly the same as the beauty on the stone tablet. Are all lords nowadays so boring? They actually carved their own portraits on the stone tablet. One must know that the stone tablet is used for dead people. Wait, maybe it wasn't painted by her. Could it be painted by the little hedgehog? Li Xian thought to himself. He felt that the beautiful warrior did not draw it herself, because no matter how he looked at it, she did not seem like such a boring person. Sure enough, after the beautiful warrior won, she dragged her two-handed large sword and walked deeper into the blue wood forest step by step. There was a smile on her fair little face. That smile was like that of an innocent little girl, so pure. Li Xian watched as she walked forward step by step. He watched as she walked into the depths of the blue wood forest. Gradually, she walked into the depths of the lush trees and was blocked by the leaves. Li Xian's god's perspective was like a clairvoyant. He could see deeper into the forest, but usually, he would not activate this ability. He would only watch when he needed to. At this moment, Li Xian felt that this girl's smile was very beautiful. He could not help but use his god's perspective to pierce through the lush leaves and look down. Surprise flashed in Li Xian's eyes because the figure of the beautiful warrior was no longer in the forest. Li Xian hurriedly adjusted his god's perspective and continued to look carefully, looking for the figure of the other party. However, he did not see her after looking around for a long time. This made Li Xian frown even more carefully. Strange, where is she? Why can't I see her? Li Xian's heart was filled with a heavy sense of loss. It was as if he had lost his most beloved thing. That kind of reluctance made him eager to know where the other party was. Instinctively, he wanted to step forward and chase after her, but his rationality suppressed the instinct in his heart. Let's ask the little hedgehog first. There's a stone tablet in its valley. He must know more. Li Xian did not rashly chase after her. Instead, he turned around and returned to the valley. He saw the little hedgehog standing quietly in the middle of the valley. Why are you back? The little hedgehog saw that Li Xian had returned and asked blankly. I want to ask you, where is the beauty on the stone tablet? Li Xian pointed at the stone tablet beside the little hedgehog. Stone tablet? What stone tablet? I don't have a stone tablet here, the little hedgehog said in confusion. No stone tablet? Impossible, it's right beside you. Look, there's a painting on it. Li Xian hurriedly pointed at the stone tablet beside the little hedgehog and pointed at the beautiful warrior who was carrying a two-handed large sword on the stone tablet. Li Xian, are you sick? Why are you spouting nonsense? The little hedgehog asked again, puzzled. You really can't see it. Li Xian's expression became serious. He gradually came to a realization and realized that there was something wrong with him. In his heart, Qin Yu could never be replaced. However, he actually had a feeling of infatuation with the beautiful female warrior not long ago. He wanted to keep looking at her and follow her. Just now, the beautiful warrior had disappeared. Li Xian instinctively wanted to chase after her. If not for his reason telling him to come over and ask first, he might have chased after her. Damn it! Li Xian hurriedly released his purification skill. His entire body was filled with the power of the holy light, and the strange feeling in his heart was reduced by a notch. Li Xian, who was slightly relieved, once again looked at the portrait of the beautiful warrior on the stone tablet. In the portrait, the beautiful warrior was looking down diagonally, as if looking at something. Chapter 436, Age Spots. Li Xian followed the view of the beautiful warrior and looked downwards. At this moment, Li Xian suddenly realized that the beautiful warrior in the portrait had moved. Yes, the beautiful warrior strangely turned her head towards Li Xian and looked at him. In an instant, a strange feeling of horror surged into Li Xian's heart. A cold chill rose from his back and went from his tailbone to the top of his head. Purification. An even more intense purifying power flashed. Circles of holy light energy wrapped around Li Xian, protecting him like a ball of holy light. Li Xian, who was in the holy light, was not at ease. He continued to crazily release his various skills, wanting to eliminate this strange feeling of terror. As he released his skills one by one, the feeling of terror did not disappear in the slightest. Instead, it became even stranger. Tutump. Tutump. The sound of heartbeats could be heard. Li Xian's eyes were fixed on the beautiful warrior in the portrait. He slowly moved back, step by step, trying to stay away from the portrait and the stone tablet. Suddenly, the beautiful warrior in the portrait turned her head. Her pitch-black eyes were locked with Li Xian's. It was unknown when red blood had flowed out from the beautiful warrior's eyes. It flowed down her cheeks bit by bit. The place where the blood flowed was a bloody trail. It looked unusually ferocious and terrifying. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air. Li Xian and the beautiful warrior looked at each other. He looked at the beautiful warrior's pitch-black eyes and the blood on her cheeks that was getting redder and redder. Li Xian only felt his scalp go numb. It was abnormally horrifying. He wanted to look away, but he could not do so no matter how hard he tried. Boom! The muffled sound of an explosion reverberated in the air. Li Xian felt that he was in a state of warmth. However, this warmth was too intense. He felt as if he was being burned by fire. His skin was in pain. Amidst the pain and burning sensation, the scene in front of Li Xian's eyes moved slightly. After he blinked, he suddenly realized that he was in flames, and his skin was burning red. What's going on? Why am I in the flames? Li Xian's consciousness recovered. He was somewhat at a loss, but he muttered slowly. Li Xian, you're finally awake. What's wrong with you? You've been standing here for so long without moving. I've called you for a long time, but it's no use. Later, your facial features were filled with blood. I burned you with a flame, and you finally woke up. A familiar voice sounded. It was the little hedgehog's voice. Li Xian shook his somewhat dazed head and looked to the side. Sure enough, he saw the little hedgehog standing there nervously. Li Xian shook his head. He observed himself from God's perspective and found that blood was flowing out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He had no idea when it was flowing out. He raised his hand to wipe away the blood that was flowing out of his facial features. Li Xian glanced at the position of the stone tablet out of the corner of his eye and suddenly realized that the stone tablet had disappeared. Li Xian's heart tightened. He carefully looked at the ground below the stone tablet and found that there were lush weeds growing on the ground. There was not a single trace of them being pressed down. It was as if the stone tablet had never appeared. This scene made Li Xian suck in a breath of cold air. He could not help but ask, Little hedgehog, how long have I been standing there? It's been a long time. You said you wanted to go back and change your class, but in the end, you didn't leave. It's very strange that you've been standing there. The little hedgehog looked at Li Xian with puzzlement. You didn't leave? Didn't I go out just now? Didn't go to the entrance of the valley? Li Xian was shocked. He even stopped wiping away the blood. No, you've been standing here the whole time. Your expression was very strange. Later, blood flowed out of your facial features, and there was an aura of death on your body. I was worried that something might have happened to you, so I hurriedly burned you with a big fireball to wake you up, the little hedgehog said solemnly. So it's like this. Li Xian could not help but be alarmed. Previously, when he went out, he saw a beautiful female warrior in the blue wood forest. However, the little hedgehog actually said that he had never left the valley. The main point was that when he was affected by the stone tablet's portrait, he released the purification skill and released many skills to save himself. However, it seemed that he had never released the skills at all. This was a little scary. The more Li Xian thought about it, the more scared he became. He carefully checked himself and found that other than his facial features bleeding, there was nothing unusual. However, his expression changed. It was because he saw that there were age spots on his hands. Normally, only old people would have age spots. How can there be age spots? I haven't even been a little hero for even a year. According to my calculations, this body has at least 100 years left to live. How can there be age spots? Li Xian felt that things were getting more and more troublesome. He felt that the atmosphere was getting more and more strange. He had a vague feeling that the strange portrait would appear again. Little hedgehog, help me out. Protect me from here and head to Nancy's territory. If I encounter any unusual situations again, you must think of a way to wake me up. Do you understand? Li Xian said seriously. Okay, what exactly happened? This is the first time I've seen you in such a situation, the little hedgehog could not help but ask. Let's not talk about it for now. In short, this place isn't safe. Let's leave this place first. After I change my class, I won't have to worry anymore. Even if I die, I'll be fine. Li Xian said solemnly. He did not want to talk about what happened because he was worried that if he brought up what happened, it would cause another disaster. According to what he knew from his previous life, there were some strange existences. The moment it was mentioned, it might attract the attention of some strange existences. All right, let's go. Let's go. The human and hedgehog left in a hurry. Amidst their worry and solemnity, they quickly ran toward the entrance of the valley. However, as they ran, Li Xian suddenly realized that he was actually running into the valley. Li Xian even saw the stone tablet standing on the grass again. The main point was that the portrait of the woman on the stone tablet had become larger, occupying more of the stone tablet. It was about a third of the stone tablet, and the woman in the portrait had become clearly visible. Li Xian was very far away from the stone tablet, but he could clearly see the pair of strange, pitch-black eyes staring at him on the stone tablet. Boom! 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 Rolling flames rose, and an intense burning sensation surged into Li Xian's heart. He found that his skin was being burned, and it was drying up and burning. The scene before his eyes changed again. Li Xian was startled awake again and found himself in the flames again. The intense flames had already burned his body. Li Xian turned his head to the side and found the little hedgehog looking at him worriedly. They were still 2/3 of the way to the entrance of the valley. Li Xian did not have any intention of blaming the little hedgehog. Instead, he said gratefully, "Let's run out of the valley. I have a feeling that we will be safe once we run out of the valley." As Li Xian spoke, he continued running with the little hedgehog. However, the more they ran, the slower their speed became. It was as if someone was pulling them from behind. Suddenly, Li Xian realized that he could not move. His legs were directly bound by something and he could not move at all. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Xian noticed that his legs were being held tightly by 2 slender little hands and were being pulled backward. The horror became more and more intense. Li Xian felt that his shoulder was patted by someone, and a faint breath of hot air brushed past his neck. As the hot air brushed past, the age spots on Li Xian's body grew more and more, and the decaying aura became more and more intense. He could not even use all of his skills. "Take me away, quickly!" Li Xian felt that the situation was getting worse. He hurriedly shouted at the little hedgehog beside him, urging it to take him away. "Okay." The little hedgehog's body suddenly expanded to the size of an armored car. Then, the little hedgehog hugged Li Xian's body and rushed toward the entrance of the valley with all its strength. Chapter 437, Saint Rank. The little hedgehog's speed was very fast. It rushed to the entrance of the valley like a speeding sports car. However, as it ran, more and more things pulled on the little hedgehog. The feeling of being pulled became stronger and stronger. It became more and more terrifying. It became tighter and tighter like a spring. When the little hedgehog reached the entrance of the valley, it could no longer move. No matter how hard it tried to rush out, it could not move at all. It could only lean forward and stay where it was, trying its best not to be pulled back. The little hedgehog also sensed the trouble. It felt that something was grabbing onto the spikes on its back. Almost every spike had something grabbing onto it. Even its feet were being grabbed and pulled back crazily. At some point in time, the fog had begun to permeate the valley. Apart from blocking its sight, it also blocked all its detection abilities. Li Xian and the little hedgehog, who were at the entrance of the valley, were not in a good condition. Their vitality was draining rapidly, and their decaying aura was getting stronger. This was especially true for Li Xian. His condition was not good. His entire body was covered in age spots. His breathing became barely audible, and his eyes became cloudy. His consciousness gradually sank, and his soul trembled slightly. Vaguely, a pale hand was grabbing his soul, trying to pull it away. The two sides were temporarily stuck at the entrance of the valley, unable to take a step forward, nor did they want to take a step back. As their vitality drained, Li Xian and the little hedgehog's situation became worse and worse. My strength and vitality are rapidly decreasing. We are in big trouble. The little hedgehog's voice was hoarse, and its vitality was rapidly decreasing, making it like Li Xian, advancing toward old age. It could feel that death was approaching. It wanted to bring Li Xian away as soon as possible, but unfortunately, it could not. The terrifying pulling feeling was getting stronger and stronger. The little hedgehog could faintly see countless arms grabbing it tightly and pulling it into the valley. Am I going to die? Despair rose in the little hedgehog's heart. Looking at the densely packed hands, the little hedgehog realized that it could not leave. If this continued, it and Li Xian would both die here. Taking a deep breath, the little hedgehog's heart was filled with determination. Its two little claws gripped tightly onto Li Xian's body. Then, it suddenly threw Li Xian out of the valley. Using all of its strength, it ruthlessly threw Li Xian out of the valley. The little hedgehog's strength was very great. In an instant, it threw Li Xian over 10 meters away, directly leaving the valley and landing outside the valley. Bang! 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 Pale hands stretched out from the fog like long snakes, grabbing Li Xian outside the valley, trying to grab him back. However, the moment those hands left the valley, they suddenly collapsed, as if some shackles had affected those hands, causing them to be unable to leave the valley. In the end, those hands did not extend out of the valley. Instead, they were like ordinary densely packed snakes, gradually enveloping the little hedgehog, wrapping the little hedgehog as they grabbed towards the fog in the valley. Li Xian, help me kill the ruler of the mid-level danger zone and avenge my parents. Please. The little hedgehog, whose entire body was wrapped in pale hands, only had the time to shout out the last sentence before it was grabbed by the densely packed hands towards the depths of the valley. Outside the valley, Li Xian lay on the ground motionlessly. His turbid eyes watched as the little hedgehog was entangled by the densely packed hands. Bit by bit, it was dragged into the valley and into the fog. Li Xian's mood was very heavy. For the first time, a sense of dejection rose in his heart. It was because he was unable to mobilize any strength. He could not even move an inch. He could only watch helplessly as the little hedgehog was dragged into the fog in despair. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Li Xian looked at the little hedgehog that was getting further and further away. He looked at the little hedgehog that was in despair. Li Xian fell silent. The confidence in his heart was shattered at this moment. In Qin Yu's world, Black Rock City, the city lord's manor. Qin Yu, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly opened her eyes and sat up abruptly. Her pitch-black eyes turned golden. I heard brother Li Xian crying in his heart. He needs help, but with my strength, I can't help him in that world unless... Qin Yu took out the small porcelain bottle and looked at the remaining 2 drops of blood in the small porcelain bottle. She thought of Grandpa Tian's instructions back then and the requirement that she could only take 1 drop a month. Qin Yu knew that after consuming 3 drops of blood in a short period of time, she would suffer a powerful backlash. However, she could not care less about the backlash because she did not want to see Li Xian cry. Without any hesitation, Qin Yu swallowed the 2 drops of blood. In an instant, a terrifying power surged from Qin Yu's body and spread out to the outside world. The power in the blood was too powerful. It was unknown blood, mysterious blood that could even affect space. How could the delicate little Qin Yu withstand this terrifying power? Very quickly, cracks appeared on her skin, densely packed and countless. At this moment, she was like a porcelain doll that was about to shatter. A terrifying power spread out from the cracks, but she did not care about anything else. Her entire person suddenly disappeared amidst the vast power. God's domain world, at the entrance of the valley. Qin Yu's figure suddenly appeared in front of Li Xian, who was lying on the ground. She was still as petite and cute as ever. However, more and more cracks appeared on her skin. An increasingly terrifying power spread out along the cracks in her skin. A blade suddenly appeared in Qin Yu's small hand. It was a long energy blade that was formed from unknown pure energy. She casually swung her blade at the valley. The world-destroying blade light slashed through the sky, cutting through the darkness. It cut through everything. It descended from the sky and ruthlessly slashed the valley. Rumble. The earth trembled, and trees flew everywhere. Endless light enveloped the entire valley, dispersing all the fog and darkness in the valley. With a loud bang, the strange stone steel in the valley directly collapsed. It turned into nothingness amidst miserable screams. In the next moment, Qin Yu disappeared, disappearing into the God's domain world. Sigh. A sigh came from the depths of the God's domain world. That was the most dangerous and terrifying place in the God's domain world. It was a region that even ancient gods feared, and it was also a terrifying existence that scared away the abyss. After the sigh, a sentence sounded. That's my blood, she's my descendant. Silly child. At the entrance of the valley, the little hedgehog walked out of the valley. It was dirty all over and its small eyes were filled with confusion. It was obvious that it was in a daze. It quickly walked to Li Xian's side and hurriedly carried Li Xian away. As it walked, it asked. Li Xian, what happened just now? What was that light? My level actually rose by 10 levels. What's going on? The little hedgehog did not understand what was going on at all. It was just like a silly hedgehog. However, Li Xian did not answer it. He just remained silent and stared blankly at the place where Qin Yu had disappeared. Not long after, the little hedgehog rushed into Nancy's territory with Li Xian, giving Nancy a big scare. Quick, help Li Xian change his class. He's dying. The little hedgehog's armored car-like body rushed into Nancy's territory and directly smashed the protective light door. Sure, sure. Nancy nodded immediately. She was afraid of the little hedgehog's strength, but when she saw Li Xian, she felt relieved. She immediately took out the ancient token and helped Li Xian change his class. Buzz! The 7-colored light shone, and Li Xian was bathed in a sea of 7-colored light. His entire body began to transform from the inside out. Crack! 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 Li Xian's body began to collapse. The endless 7-colored light reshaped his soul, reshaped his body, and completely transformed him. Hint: class change successful. Promoted to hero. Congratulations, Li Xian. Congratulations, you've become a hero, Lord Nancy congratulated Li Xian, who was standing quietly. Thank you. Li Xian did not check his condition. Instead, he opened his portable space and threw a large pile of supplies on the ground. I'm leaving. I don't know if I'll be able to return in the future. Little hedgehog, take care of Nancy's territory. Li Xian was in a hurry to go back and visit Qin Yu. After completing his class change and reaching Saint rank, Li Xian took out his resources as soon as possible to repay Nancy's kindness. As for the little hedgehog's kindness, Li Xian could only repay it in the future. He had to leave now and check on Qin Yu's situation as soon as possible. Goodbye, everyone. Li Xian waved goodbye. His soul left his body and began to return to the summoned beasts world. Chapter 438, Symbols of the Saint Rank. When Li Xian's soul left his body, he had intentionally used the heroic spirit transformation for a short period of time in order to reassure the little hedgehog and Lord Nancy. The scene of him leaving his body also caused Lord Nancy to be extremely surprised. She had never expected Li Xian to have such a skill. Thinking about how Li Xian had left right after becoming a hero, Lord Nancy was very disappointed. She was somewhat reluctant to let Li Xian leave. Of course, Lord Nancy could tell that Li Xian had urgent matters to attend to and needed to leave. Although she was reluctant to let him go, she still wished him well. Take care, Li Xian. Take care. The little hedgehog also waved its claws and shouted. It looked at Li Xian with reluctance as he floated into the sky. If it's possible, I'll definitely come and find you again. After Li Xian left these words, the faint light gradually dissipated. Little by little, he left the god's domain world and returned to the summoned beasts world. Ding! You have died. Randomly resurrecting. Following the mechanical notification sound, Li Xian's world regained its light. He had been reincarnated into an injured big black cat. Li Xian did not look at his newly obtained skill. Instead, he directly gave up on his physique and chose the heroic spirit transformation. Descend. The descent skill was suddenly activated. Through the summoning contract array, Li Xian, who was using his heroic spirit transformation, disappeared in a flash of light and descended into Qin Yu's world. Black Rock City, City Lord's residence bedroom. Qin Yu lay on the soft couch with her last breath. Her small body was like a porcelain doll, not moving at all. Dense cracks covered her fair skin. Her delicate body, which was filled with cracks, was extremely fragile. It was as if Qin Yu would shatter at the slightest touch. Most importantly, Qin Yu's body was flowing with terrifying power. A terrifying power was continuously seeping out from the cracks on her skin. The surging power leaked out, causing Qin Yu, who was already on the verge of collapse, to wither and crack more and more. Fortunately, there was an unknown power protecting her, allowing her to maintain her current state. However, pain flashed across her snow-white face, which was filled with cracks from time to time. Li Xian, who had just descended, saw this scene and felt extremely anxious. His heart ached as he activated the holy healing ability in his talent and started to quickly heal. Buzz! The power of light surged out from Li Xian's hands and formed two holy balls of light that wrapped around Li Xian's hands. Under the surge of Li Xian's power, the two balls of light gradually expanded and eventually turned into an even larger ball of light that slowly sank down and enveloped Qin Yu's supple body, completely enveloping her from head to toe. The powerful holy healing skill flashed and the holy light shone. It did its best to heal her skin, heal her internal organs, and heal all her injuries. The holy healing skill was a very special skill. Every time it was used, it could only be used once a year. It was a very rare skill, and the healing effect was very strong. Li Xian had never used this skill, just in case. At that moment, looking at the weak little Qin Yu, Li Xian's heart ached to the extreme. Naturally, he did not hesitate to use the holy healing skill. Under the powerful holy healing skill, Qin Yu's condition gradually began to improve. The injuries in her body quickly healed, and the cracks on her skin also gradually healed, returning to her fair, snow-white, soft skin. Seeing this scene, Li Xian's heavy heart slightly eased, but he still tried his best to release his holy healing skill, showing no signs of stopping. He clearly knew that Qin Yu's injuries were only temporarily suppressed. The violent energy in her body was still steaming, continuously destroying Qin Yu's body. She could return to her previous appearance at any time. Li Xian was well aware of this. Naturally, he did not care about his life as he healed her and guarded her, not willing to stop for even a second. After his soul reached saint rank, the power that Li Xian could mobilize was even more terrifying. Coupled with his powerful holy healing skill, the healing effect that he could achieve was simply amazing. As for the consumption, Li Xian did not care at all. The saint rank Li Xian had already reached the stage of endless growth. Even if he did not cultivate, his strength would continue to increase. The saint rank Li Xian no longer needed to unilaterally extract soul power from Qin Yu. Instead, he began to feed it back to Qin Yu, strengthening her soul. The symbol of saint rank, domain, companion holy equipment, void travel, saint rank bloodline, return to simplicity, endless growth, and even complementary enhancement with his master. Needless to say, the domain was the most obvious symbol of saint rank. Without a domain, one would not be able to become a saint rank. Companion holy equipment was a saint rank's weapon and armor. It could be condensed at the will of a saint rank powerhouse. It was truly a powerful saint weapon. Void travel was flight. One did not need to condense golden wings to be able to fly in the void and walk in the void. Saint rank bloodlines referred to the fact that Li Xian's descendants would be able to obtain the amplification of their bloodlines. They would be born with great strength, making it easier for them to reach saint rank. As for return to simplicity, it was about completely retracting one's own strength. One would look like an ordinary person and would no longer be as ostentatious as a gold rank. Lastly, it was about complementing each other with the master. In the future, he and Qin Yu would form a mysterious cycle of complementing each other, enhancing each other, and strengthening each other's souls. This kind of complementation accelerated the increase in strength of both parties. It was an extremely terrifying supporting cultivation ability. If an ordinary person signed a contract with a holy beast, they would definitely be able to rapidly increase their strength in a short period of time. It was extremely abnormal. Li Xian was currently unrestrained in mobilizing his strength to heal Qin Yu. If it was an ordinary martial artist, they definitely would not be able to endure such exhaustion. However, to Li Xian, this bit of exhaustion was nothing at all. Even when he was healing Qin Yu, his and Qin Yu's strength was rapidly increasing. Li Xian could clearly feel that Qin Yu's strength had already reached the high-level gold rank, and was advancing toward the gold rank peak. This included the amplification from Li Xian, as well as the help of the terrifying strength in Qin Yu's body. Under the two aspects of improvement, Qin Yu's strength was like riding on a rocket. The treatment continued. Li Xian's hands were still shining with holy light. Even after Song Xiaomei came back and noticed the situation, she hurried over, but Li Xian did not stop. Song Xiaomei was busy dealing with the things in Black Rock City that day, so she did not know about Qin Yu and Li Xian. However, seeing Li Xian's serious look, she could not help but worry and stood to the side nervously. Time passed bit by bit, and the treatment continued. Li Xian had no intention of stopping at all. He was fully unleashing his holy healing ability. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After a full 10 days, Li Xian felt that Qin Yu's injuries had completely recovered. Only then did he stop the treatment. Instead, he sat beside Qin Yu and gently held her fair little hand. At this moment, Qin Yu had already returned to her original state. The surging power in her body gradually calmed down, but that power had not been completely absorbed by Qin Yu. It had only quieted down. All of Qin Yu's internal and external injuries had already recovered. She had returned to her innocent and adorable appearance, looking exceptionally cute. Li Xian gently placed Qin Yu's small hand on his cheek. He quietly looked at her, waiting for her to wake up. After a long while, Li Xian suddenly locked his gaze on the long blade beside the soft couch. His gaze looked at the hilt of the knife. There was a special mark there. Chapter 439, The Divine Imperial Palace might have split up. Oh! Li Xian discovered that this mark had the function of a photographic record. There was a video message sealed inside. Li Xian recalled the origin of this blade. This was the weapon of Qin Bui, the guardian of the Qin nation. At that time, she was the one who threw the weapon down from the sky. Li Xian later investigated Qin Bui's intelligence and learned a part of her information. He only knew that she was the guardian of the Qin nation. She was severely injured by the Divine Emperor and later knelt in front of the tombstone. Naturally, Li Xian had to check the video message left behind by such a person to prevent any bad information from being left behind. After all, Li Xian had to be careful when using this long saber, Qin Yu. With curiosity, Li Xian's sacred will directly probed through the imprint. After reaching the saint rank, Li Xian saw through the video hidden in the imprint with a single glance. His brows gradually furrowed. It's actually like this. How can this be? Li Xian was bewildered, doubting the authenticity of the imprint. The information on the imprint was related to Qin Yu's background. It said that Qin Yu's identity was very unique. She was a descendant of the royal family of the Qin nation, possessing an extremely unique bloodline. Of course, there was other information as well. Li Xian was a little doubtful, mainly because it was too mystical. Looks like I have to find a time to go to the royal family of the Qin nation to investigate the authenticity of the matter and see what is going on. Li Xian muttered to himself and withdrew his sacred will to silently watch Qin Yu wake up. After a long time, Qin Yu, who was sleeping, moved a little. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes and looked at the wooden roof in a daze. Qin Yu seemed to have sensed something. She tilted her head slightly and happened to see Li Xian's handsome face. Feeling her little hand being held, Qin Yu felt a warmth in her heart. She said softly, "Hubby, you're back." "Yes, I'm back." Li Xian's face was pressed against Qin Yu's soft little hand. He said with some blame and some heartache, "I don't want to see you get hurt again." "I'm sorry." Qin Yu slowly sat up and looked at Li Xian apologetically. It was not because she had done something wrong, but because she felt that Li Xian would feel sorry after worrying about her. Sigh. Li Xian sighed deeply and hugged Qin Yu's body in his arms. He said softly, "I will stay by your side for the next period of time to take care of you until the strength in your body is completely stabilized." "Really?" Qin Yu raised her little head in joy when she heard that Li Xian was going to stay for a period of time. Her big black eyes looked at Li Xian in surprise. "Of course. I will cook something delicious for you when the time comes." Li Xian smiled gently. "Yes, yes. I want to eat braised meat." Qin Yu looked like a little greedy cat. "Okay, I will cook braised meat for you." "Yes, yes." The two of them chatted softly, talking about the things that had happened in the past few days, quietly enjoying the two of them. At Azure Cloud City, in Yefan's city lord's residence. Yefan, who had a little black cat on his shoulder, sat on the main seat of the meeting hall with a solemn expression. He held 2 pieces of intelligence reports and read them carefully. The more he read, the more his brows furrowed. "Little Six, has the news of these 2 pieces of intelligence reports been confirmed? Is there really no one on the 3rd underground level of the Divine Imperial Palace?" "Yes, City Lord. Our people entered the Divine Imperial Palace and explored the environment of the 3rd underground level. We really didn't see a single person. We only saw blood all over the ground. If we weren't worried about the dangers behind, our people might have gone to the 4th underground level of the Divine Imperial Palace," Little Six said with certainty. "It's actually like this. Strange, what exactly happened in the Divine Imperial Palace?" Yefan's brows were tightly knitted. He could not figure out what was going on and could not help but turn his head to look at his shoulder. "Lord Cat, can you use your probing ability and look at the Divine Imperial Palace again? There were so many witch giants last time, how could there be none now?" I can't look at it now. The last time I was attacked by the Divine Imperial Palace, my probing ability backfired and I still need some time to recover. The little black cat shook its head. Is that so? All right, I'll send someone to investigate again. Ye Fan was still very fearful of the Divine Imperial Palace. Not to mention the many terrifying witch giants, just the 3 generals under the Divine Emperor were very terrifying. For example, Squinty Eyes was the legendary half-saint. He alone could destroy all the resistance. If Squinty Eyes were not both good and evil and let them go, Ye Fan felt that he would have been finished long ago. Other than Squinty Eyes, there were 2 more powerful generals. These were existences that made people fearful. To be honest, Ye Fan felt that the reason why he and the others were able to survive was very likely because of Squinty Eyes. If Squinty Eyes really wanted to destroy the Resistance Army, then all of the Resistance Army would be destroyed. There wouldn't be the slightest bit of survival. Lord Cat, do you think that Squinty Eyes has developed feelings against the Divine Emperor? Why do I feel that he seems to be protecting us? Ye Fan suddenly asked a strange question. This. The little black cat muttered to itself. Through the intelligence it had gathered over the past few days, it felt that the Resistance Army could only survive because the Divine Imperial Palace was very magnanimous. After all, on the surface, the strongest member of the resistance was Ye Fan. In the end, Ye Fan was not even a gold rank. Compared to the Divine Imperial Palace, such a weak strength was like the difference between an ant and a dragon. Therefore, the little black cat sighed and said, I have the same feeling. Perhaps there are divisions within the Divine Imperial Palace, and there are experts who are inclined to help the humans. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Otherwise, we would have been destroyed long ago. How about this, we investigate the interior of the Divine Imperial Palace. We will see who is protecting us, whether it is Squinty Eyes or other human experts, Ye Fan suggested. First send people to slowly investigate the Divine Imperial Palace and see how many floors are under it. Tell them to be more careful, the little black cat said after thinking for a while. Okay. Ye Fan nodded and began to give orders to Little Six to send people to investigate the Divine Imperial Palace. On the other side, the leader of the second largest resistance army, Ku Heshang, also received similar information and began to arrange for people to investigate the Divine Imperial Palace. It was not just the resistance army. All the surviving countries were moving out to investigate the Divine Imperial Palace and find out what exactly happened there. 3 days later, in Black Rock City, Li Xian held Qin Yu and leaned against the recliner. The 2 of them sat on the rocking recliner and quietly looked at the blue sky. They breathed in the cool breeze and smelled the rich fragrance of flowers, enjoying the 2 of them. Qin Yu's body was getting better and better. Other than the occasional burst of energy in her body, there was nothing else. She could not be any better. Looking at the cute and adorable Qin Yu beside him, Li Xian's mood was getting better and better. However, he was more or less curious about Qin Yu's background. Hubby, what's wrong? Qin Yu asked softly. Her little head leaned against Li Xian's chest and did not move. It's about your background. I have some information, Li Xian said honestly. Background? Is it Grandpa Tian? Qin Yu asked. No, but I will investigate this Grandpa Tian. This person is definitely not ordinary. Those 3 drops of blood are too extraordinary, Li Xian said seriously. Yes, those 3 drops of blood are indeed terrifying, Qin Yu said softly as she leaned against Li Xian's chest. How about this? I'll go to the Divine Imperial Palace to investigate. If you need anything, summon me immediately. I can feel it, Li Xian suggested. Yes, go ahead. Come back soon. Qin Yu squeezed Li Xian's right hand and said reluctantly. Don't worry. Your husband is a saint-rank powerhouse. I can kill an ordinary half-saint with a snap of my fingers. Li Xian smiled gently. He raised his hand and pinched Qin Yu's small face. His body disappeared into the void. Chapter 440, They couldn't see any hope. In the Qin royal city. This was the most prosperous city in the Qin nation. There were countless royal nobles and high-ranking officials. If it was not for the massacre many years ago, this place would have been even more lively. That massacre was a massacre of the royal family's disciples. It was the divine emperor who personally took action. Almost all the direct descendants of the royal family were killed. Even Qin Bui was heavily injured by the divine emperor and left. Not long after, Qin Bui returned after destroying the nest of the mutated beasts. She knelt and died alone in front of the tombstone of the royal family. The ending could be said to be extremely bleak. Later on, the Qin nation did not have anyone in power for a long time. It looked like the Qin nation was on the verge of falling apart. An old prince who did not have any descendants did not want to see the Qin nation fall apart. He carried the huge pressure of being killed by the divine emperor. He forcefully took over the throne and became the new emperor of the Qin nation. He managed the state for more than 10 years. The Qin nation did not develop well during these years. It even regressed a little, but at least the Qin nation was still alive. It was just that this old prince was too old and could no longer support the state. Under such circumstances, Li Xian came to the Qin royal city. He walked on the streets step by step, looking at the human geography and understanding the culture here. Occasionally, he would go to the tavern to listen to people chat, go to the 100 Dawn building to buy information, and sneak into the Qin royal palace to investigate. After Li Xian understood an important piece of news, he did not hesitate to go to the divine royal palace. He found out a terrifying piece of news from a crippled old woman. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. At this time, Li Xian was no longer in the Qin nation. Instead, he was standing in the desert that was filled with yellow sand. In the whistling wind, God's perspective swept across the dark desert in the center of the desert. Under this dark desert was a 99-story underground city. Its name was Hope City. It was the desert city that the divine emperor had built after expending manpower and material resources to forcefully signal the presence of countless humans. This city was incomparably huge. There was a huge amount of resources stored in the city. There were also underground plants that looked like mushrooms that could be used for food. There were also magical fruit trees that could filter fruit, water collection equipment, and many plants that could allow people to live for a long time. All sorts of facilities were prepared to the extreme. Li Xian used God's perspective to look at this city. Looking at the divine imperial palace's soldiers in the city, Li Xian's emotions surged. He was unable to calm down his emotions for a moment. No wonder. No wonder Qin Yu would always be taken care of. Even though she swallowed those 3 drops of blood and her body was about to collapse, there was still a mysterious power protecting her. So it's this world that is taking care of her. The reason is that this world is repaying the favor. This favor is really a great favor. Li Xian sighed. His gaze was complicated as he continued to sweep across the huge city of Hope. He saw the divine imperial palace's soldiers in the city and looked at their young faces. These soldiers were all genius warriors. Their cultivation aptitude was very good. Many resources were opened up for them to cultivate crazily. However, Li Xian discovered that the eyes of these genius martial artists hid deep despair. They can't see hope. Li Xian sighed. He did not know what to say, and he also did not know how to explain this matter to Qin Yu. I'll go back and tell her. Sooner or later, I'll also say it. Li Xian's body disappeared into the void, disappearing into the yellow desert. Only the footprints that gradually disappeared in the desert indicated that he had come. In the divine imperial palace. At this moment, the divine imperial palace had already become ruins. Broken walls were everywhere. The blood that had surrounded the divine imperial palace all year round had disappeared, and tender grass and green leaves had grown back on the ground. Outside the ruins, Ye Fan, the little black cat, and Ku Heshang led many soldiers and solemnly looked at the divine imperial palace. They were ready to enter the passage of the Divine Imperial Palace and investigate. In the past 7 days, they had obtained a lot of information. The exploration team had also entered the 98th floor of the Divine Imperial Palace. Then, on the 98th floor, they found a crippled old granny. Other than this old granny, they did not see anyone else on the 1st to 98th floors of the Divine Imperial Palace. After encountering the crippled old granny, that old granny displayed a terrifying strength. A power called domain was released by the old granny. The exploration team was frightened and froze on the spot. Then, the exploration team was released in fear. However, they also brought back a piece of worrying news. This news was that the old woman asked Ye Fan, Ku Heshang, and Qin Yu to head to the Divine Imperial Palace. Otherwise, the crippled old woman would personally pay a visit. Facing such a terrifying crippled old woman, Ye Fan and Ku Heshang considered it over and over again. In the end, they still came. There was nothing they could do. Experts with domains were saint rank experts. They were truly peerless cultivators. They really could not afford to offend them, so they could only come. Seeing that Qin Yu's group was not there, the Ku Heshang looked at Ye Fan and asked with a trace of inquiry. Qin Yu didn't reply to our message. I wonder if she would dare to come. She should come. The cripple granny is the strongest existence among the 3 divine emperors' generals. The little black cat said that the cripple granny has already reached saint rank. If we anger her, the consequences will be very serious, Ye Fan said solemnly. That's right. The consequences will be severe. Ku Heshang sighed deeply. He felt that the harder he tried to improve, the more despair he felt. The Divine Imperial Palace was too powerful. The more they knew, the more they could feel the power of the Divine Imperial Palace. This kind of power simply made people despair to the extreme. Let's go. If the cripple granny wanted to kill us, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. The only thing we can do is to find a glimmer of hope. Ye Fan smiled bitterly. He held the little black cat in his arms and led his 5 loyal subordinates step by step into the Divine Imperial Palace's basement. That's right. If a saint rank wants to kill me, all they need to do is to release a breath on me. Ku Heshang had no choice but to lead his subordinates into the Divine Imperial Palace as well. They walked up to the 98th floor one by one. The Divine Imperial Palace was too big. It was like an underground fortress. There were all sorts of war facilities everywhere. Almost every floor was like a battlefield, making one's heart skip a beat. Everyone walked down the stairs, sniffing the bloody smell in the air. They looked at the mottled dark red blood on the ground and the densely packed scratches on the walls. They always felt like they were on a battlefield. The atmosphere was filled with tension and killing intent. Killing intent, death aura, and the iron-blooded fighting intent of the soldiers. What an incredible place! What on earth happened here? The little black cat's mood was very grave. Its cat eyes scanned the surroundings, flashing with light from time to time. That crippled granny must know everything. She will probably tell us. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let us come. Ye Fan analyzed some of the details inside. The deeper he went, the closer he felt to the truth. There are so many traps here. There are many that I can't see. Fortunately, it's closed. Otherwise, we would have died long ago. The little black cat jumped onto Ye Fan's shoulder and looked around carefully. It found that there were many holes in the wall, and there were sharp barbs hidden in the holes, ready to attack the enemy at any time. Apart from the holes in the wall, the little black cat also found that there were various holes hidden in the roof of every floor and the ground under its feet. These holes were densely packed, and every part of it made one's heart skip a beat. There were even all kinds of sharp barbs on the open door. These spikes were more than a meter long and exceptionally sharp. One wrong move and they might be pierced through. Other than these, there were also many war tools on the ground, and some of them were even coated with poison. Looking at this Divine Imperial Palace, the little black cat felt that the entire divine imperial palace was like a ferocious war machine. Chapter 441, The Abyssal Giant of the Divine Imperial Palace. This made the little black cat more and more serious. It felt that the imperial palace was hiding a big secret. The smell of blood is getting stronger and stronger. I can smell the smell of the abyss. Could it be that the imperial emperor is related to the abyss? The little black cat's expression finally changed. No. It can't be. Ye Fan was shocked. The abyss was the source of evil. If the divine emperor was really related to the abyss, he would definitely be a great traitor to the humans and bring endless despair to the humans. I'm not sure, but I can smell the smell of the abyss and it's getting stronger and stronger. I will never forget the smell of evil, the little black cat explained seriously. This. Ye Fan, Ku Heshang, and the others' expressions became more and more serious. They walked forward step by step on full alert. In their nervousness, they finally arrived at the 50th floor and saw a scene that stunned them. In the center of the Divine Imperial Palace on the 50th floor was a huge laboratory. It was filled with all kinds of experimental devices and instruments. The key was that there were many creatures sealed in many research tools. These creatures looked distorted, strange, and ugly. The aura they emitted was all the aura of the abyss. Among them was a 5-meter-tall giant that attracted everyone's attention. That giant had a strong body, firm muscles, and a fierce face. Just standing there, it gave people a feeling of fear and trepidation. Those who were weak would feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. It was actually used for research. This is a gold rank abyssal giant, the little black cat said solemnly. Abyssal giant? Isn't it the witch giant? Ye Fan was puzzled. He had seen the scene where the human was transformed into the witch giant. The witch giant was about the same size as the abyssal giant. It had the same muscles and looked very similar. However, the aura that the witch giant gives off is the aura of life. Most of its strength is silver rank, half-step gold rank, and there are very few gold rank powerhouses. The aura that this giant gives off is the disgusting abyss aura. It is the most orthodox abyssal giant. These abyssal giants have the strength of gold rank as long as they reach adulthood. Therefore, the abyssal giants are much, much stronger than the witch giants. They are not of the same race at all, the little black cat explained solemnly. So that's how it is. Why are there abyssa giants here? Could it be that in order to research the witch giants, they found the abyssal giants to carry out experiments? Ye Fan made a bold guess. I don't know, but the witch giants and the abyssal giants do have some similarities. The divine emperor might have collaborated with the abyss to obtain the abyssal giants in order to become a god. Then, he would create the witch giants. The little black cat felt that the divine emperor had done something that angered the heavens and angered the people in order to become a god. However, it kept feeling that something was wrong, and it was unable to determine what was going on for the time being. Let's continue moving forward. There will definitely be more information on the next level, Ku Heshang suggested. All right. Everyone continued moving forward, following the 50th level's great level and quickly moving forward. As the aura emitted by this abyssal giant was too powerful, other than the little black cat, everyone present felt that their footsteps were heavy and sluggish. Some people even found it difficult to move under the terrifying pressure, and their faces were pale. Even Ye Fan and Ku Heshang felt as if they were being pressed down by a huge mountain, feeling very heavy. The aura emitted by a gold rank is too terrifying. Under such an aura, even our walking is affected. Ku Heshang sighed helplessly. That's for sure. There's a huge difference between gold rank and silver rank. There is already a difference in life levels. It's equivalent to the difference between a high-tier life form and a low-tier life form. Therefore, when facing a gold rank, having a large number of people to fight is completely ineffective. We can only face it with a gold rank. Sigh. Your strength is too weak. The little black cat glanced at Ye Fan and Ku Heshang. When it thought of the strength of the various countries in the world, it immediately sighed helplessly. Ever since the death of Qin Boi, the guardian of the Qin nation, there were almost no gold ranks in this world. Even if there were gold ranks, they were all from the Divine Imperial Palace, the Strange God Sect, and the Evil Energy Organization. Against these three powerful organizations, the combined strength of humans could not even defeat a single gold rank. This was what the little black cat was most desperate about. Fortunately, the Strange God Sect and the Evil Energy Organization were fighting to the death. The two sides had fought for a period of time, and the flames of war had almost wiped out all gold ranks. Since there was a problem in the Divine Imperial Palace, the little black cat felt that the humans of this world were really lucky to have survived for so long. Don't move! The little black cat suddenly reminded everyone. It released a mysterious power to envelop everyone, and everyone instantly became invisible. What's wrong, Lord Cat? Ye Fan asked in a low voice, not knowing what had happened. Look at the abyssal giant, it's awake. The little black cat reminded in a weak voice. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. They hurriedly raised their heads to look at the abyssal giant and realized that its eyes were moving slightly before it opened its eyes. In an instant, a violent aura suddenly rippled, and a power that made one's heart palpitate enveloped the entire 50 floors. The entire space seemed to be pulled tight, appearing solemn and oppressive. Ye Fan and the others were frightened to the point of palpitating when they saw this scene. An extremely terrifying sense of danger enveloped their bodies, causing them to be extremely terrified. However, they tightly covered their mouths, not daring to move at all. They stood on the spot nervously and worriedly, hiding within the strange energy that enveloped them. After a long while, the abyssal giant closed its eyes once again and fell into a deep sleep. Only then did the terrifying pressure begin to weaken. Phew! Seeing this scene, everyone took a deep breath. Only then did they realize that they were so frightened that their backs were covered in a cold sweat. This pressure is too terrifying. Is this the strength of a gold rank? It's too powerful, said Ku Heshang enviously. That's right. It alone can exterminate all of you. If it were to get out, it could easily exterminate more than a dozen countries. Now, you understand how terrifying a gold rank is, said the little black cat. I understand now. Since the abyssal giant is so dangerous, why did the Divine Imperial Palace get such a terrifying existence? The key is to leave the giant here and not see a single person. That's too much. Someone could not help but say. That's right. Although we don't know what happened in the Divine Imperial Palace, if the abyssal giant is left unattended, something big will happen sooner or later. Ku Heshang was equally solemn. Indeed. What should we do? Ye Fan looked at the little black cat. What should we do? Of course, we should go to the next level. With your little strength, you can't even break through a gold rank's skin. How can you possibly take care of this giant? If you ask me, instead of letting your imagination run wild here, why don't you find that crippled granny and beg her to help? She can destroy this abyssal giant with a single finger, said the little black cat. Is she that strong? Someone exclaimed in shock. They could not even break a gold rank's skin, yet that crippled granny could kill such a terrifying gold rank abyssal giant with a single finger. Such a gap made them deeply feel the terror of the Divine Imperial Palace. Chapter 442, A Saint Rank Powerhouse Telling a Story. One had to know that the crippled granny was only one of the three great generals under the Divine Emperor. The truly powerful one was the Divine Emperor. That was an existence that made people feel suffocated. When they thought of the unknown, mysterious, and terrifying Divine Emperor, everyone's mood sank to the bottom. Let's go. Continue down and see what's going on. The little black cat urged. It could not wait to know everything. With deep expectations, the team continued to set off, walking down the layers of the Divine Imperial Palace. As they moved forward, the smell of blood and the aura of the abyss became denser. The various defensive measures became more complete and more numerous. It was not until they arrived on the 95th floor that they saw the corpse of an abyssal giant that had been dissected. Everyone's mood became heavier and heavier. Finally, they entered the 96th floor and saw all kinds of broken weapons. It's the armory. Everyone curiously looked at the various weapons on the 96th floor. They found that these broken weapons were all different. Some were big and some were small. Many of them were weapons for the giants. And most of these weapons carried blood. There were all kinds of blood. Black, blue, purple, brown. Only red blood was the rarest. Everyone looked at the scene and frowned. At the same time, they also felt that it was very strange. Only the little black cat's eyes flickered. It could not help but urge, "Let's continue to the next level, quickly." Okay. Everyone continued to move forward. Soon, they arrived at the 97th level. They saw many broken armors. These armors were very huge. They were very different from ordinary armor. It was obvious that they were for giants. Everyone stopped in front of a huge silver armor and saw a huge fist mark on the top of the silver armor. Such a huge fist mark was obviously made by the giants. It seemed like someone was wearing armor and was injured. The marks on these armors are actually left behind from the battle with the Abyssal's giants. The little black cat's voice trembled. "What do you mean?" There was a red-eyed beauty in Yefan's team. She was a little silly and cute as she asked in a silly manner. "Continue to the next level. You'll soon find out." The little black cat continued to urge them, its body trembling. All right. Everyone continued to move forward. They quickly arrived at the 98th level along the stairs and looked at the scene on the 98th level. Once they saw it, they were once again shocked. They saw that there were a large number of battle tools on the 98th floor. These battle tools were very large. There were giant crossbows, giant bows, and giant magic-breaking arrows. The most important thing was that in the corner of the 98th floor, there were all kinds of poison barrels. These poison barrels had the words "Giant Poison" written on them. There were also some different types of labels. Such a scene and so many images made the little black cat even more shocked. "Lord Cat, why do I feel that the Divine Imperial Palace seems to be fighting against giants with so many battle armaments?" Yefan guessed boldly. "It's to fight against giants again. On the damaged weapons on the 96th floor, there is a lot of abyssal creatures' blood. The 97th floor's silver armor had the fist prints of the abyssal creatures. Also, the many defensive measures of the abyss were all aimed at the underground of the Divine Imperial Palace. In other words, there is a great danger hidden in the depths of the Divine Imperial Palace. I'm afraid that the Divine Imperial Palace is completely different from what we imagined," the little black cat said solemnly. "It's actually like this. Wait, I sent people to investigate earlier, but they actually didn't find anything." Ku Heshang furrowed his brows in puzzlement. "I was the one who cast the illusion, so they didn't see these resources." A hoarse voice slowly sounded. Along with this voice, a crippled old lady with a walking stick slowly walked out of the corridor. The rotten aura that the old lady emitted proved that she was very, very old. "Granny Cripple." The little black cat muttered softly. "Welcome, divine citizen of the ancient god world. The divine emperor has mentioned you to me. He said that there's an additional power protecting this world," the crippled granny said faintly. "Protecting this world?" The red-eyed beauty in the team was still at a loss. She still had not figured out what was going on. "Everyone, do you want to hear an old woman tell a story?" Granny Cripple's voice was hoarse, and her eyes were filled with vicissitudes. "Please speak, Granny," the little black cat hurriedly said. "All right." Granny Cripple glanced at the little black cat and slowly began to narrate. In the ancient god world, there is a mysterious guardian god clan. They take it as their duty to protect the world. Every generation, there will be many powerful geniuses. In the guardian god clan, there is a youth called Tian. He has outstanding talent and extraordinary strength. At the age of 15, he had already cultivated to the demigod realm. He was just one step away from becoming a god. According to the rules of becoming a god, that youth went to the god domain's world and blocked wave after wave of attacks. He established a huge territory and defeated all the lords within a radius of 1,000 miles. Just as he was about to establish an empire and become a god, it was a pity that the heavens did not give him what he wanted. Because of a mysterious little porcelain bottle, the youth encountered a calamity and died in the god's domain world. After dying, the youth's soul was heavily injured and he was reincarnated into this world. He only had one life left and the hope of becoming a god was completely cut off. The only thing that accompanied him was that mysterious little porcelain bottle. When Granny Cripple said this, she glanced at the little black cat, found a chair, and sat down before continuing. In this life, he was reincarnated into the royal family of the Qin nation. His father was the king of the Qin nation, and his father had great expectations for him. His father hoped that he could become a true supreme expert and even named him Qin Zhantian. Unfortunately, he was still brooding over the matter of becoming a god. At such a young age, he gave up on himself and never cultivated. Even though he was born into the royal family of the Qin nation, he had a hangover every day in a tavern. The royal family was completely disappointed in him. No one paid any attention to him. Many people regarded him as a good-for-nothing. It was not until that day that he met a girl who looked like an elf. The girl's soul was very beautiful. After his encounter with Qin Zhantian, a series of events gradually changed Qin Zhantian, giving him great enlightenment. Qin Zhantian started cultivating again. In one day, he reached ordinary rank, in 7 days, he reached black iron rank in 2 months, he reached bronze rank, and in 8 months, he reached silver rank. In just 3 years, Qin Zhantian had officially entered the gold rank. After another 5 years, he had reached the powerful saint rank, which was even more powerful than I am now. Such a powerful Qin Zhantian had become the strongest person in the Qin nation. At that time, the genius on the surface was Qin Boi, who was only at the silver rank. Qin Zhantian was too talented. Even if he had concealed his martial strength, just his strategy alone had made him highly regarded by the Qin emperor. At that time, the Qin emperor had abdicated and given the throne to Qin Zhantian. Unfortunately, Qin Zhantian was bored after only being the emperor for a few months. He directly gave the throne to someone else and chose to be free in the world. He did not tell others about his strength. Instead, he married the woman and had children. He lived in seclusion and enjoyed peace in this world. However, the good times did not last long. Danger appeared. The strange god sect set their eyes on this world and began to invade. They infiltrated this world through smuggling methods. These strange god sect intruders were not very strong. They were only at the gold rank and were at most half-saint rank. To Qin Zhantian, the intruders were trash. However, in this world, the intruders were at the level of natural disasters. The entire world combined could not defeat them. Faced with such a crisis, Qin Zhantian finally made his move. He single-handedly blocked the smuggling point and killed all the intruders. Not a single one was left. The invasion of the strange god sect awakened the world will. Qin Zhantian's help caused the world will to bless Qin Zhantian. Naturally, he became the chosen one. However, Qin Zhantian didn't care about the world's blessing at all. Instead, he gave up on the blessing and requested the world will to try its best to repair the world's loopholes. It's because Qin Zhantian knew that the strange god sect's invasion had just begun. As expected. In the following period of time, the strange god sect sent wave after wave of experts from all over the world to infiltrate and invade this world. Among the experts they sent, there was already a saint rank expert. He was a true overlord level existence. Facing experts at this level, other than Qin Zhantian, ordinary martial artists didn't even have the qualifications to discover the enemy, much less defend against them. Facing the impending calamity and facing the terrifying enemy, it was still Qin Zhangtian who made a move. As a former demigod, the power and domain he controlled were terrifying to the extreme. Those intruders had just entered this world, and before they could react, they were killed by Qin Zhangtian. In the entire world, other than Qin Zhangtian's family, no one knew about these things. Just like that, Qin Zhangtian left early and returned late. He killed the intruders everywhere, silently protecting this world for many years, protecting the people to live in peace. No one knew about these things. Only Qin Zhangtian's wife and son knew about this and silently supported him. His wife and son worshipped him and worked hard to cultivate, gradually becoming stronger. However, the good times didn't last long. Chapter 443, The Depressed Divine Emperor. The lackey of the Abyss world, the evil god world, had also set their eyes on this world and joined in the invasion. Qin Zhangtian had to endure even more pressure. However, Qin Zhangtian was too strong. Even if two worlds invaded, Qin Zhangtian still won the battle. With his own strength, he forcefully blocked the invasion of the two worlds. Sometimes, Qin Zhangtian also thought of telling the world about these things. However, during that period of time, mutated beasts were rampant and people were in the midst of the invasion of mutated beasts. On the surface, Qin Bui, the strongest human, gathered the power of all the countries in the world and barely managed to stop the mutated beasts. If Qin Zhangtian told them that two worlds were invading, the whole world would probably be in chaos. The point was that facing gold rank, half-saint, and saint rank enemies, the combined strength of many masters in this world could not beat a gold rank, not even breaking the skin. Even if Qin Zhangtian told everyone about the invasion, it would not do much except increase panic and chaos. In addition, the invasion of mutated beasts could train humans and stimulate their slow growth. In the end, Qin Zhangtian did not say anything. Instead, he brought his wife and children around the world and killed all the invaders. He silently guarded this world for many years. Later on, Qin Zhangtian's son grew up, married, and had children. Qin Zhangtian had a grandson, and he worked even harder to protect this world. However, 10 years later, an even greater disaster arrived. On that day, Qin Zhangtian's keen senses detected a spatial fluctuation beneath the valley outside the Qin royal city. It was a passage from the abyss. The appearance of this passage made Qin Zhangtian realize the seriousness of the matter. He immediately went underground and temporarily sealed the passage. However, how could the abyss passage be sealed so easily? The crack continued to expand, and Qin Zhangtian felt immense pressure. Facing the even more terrifying abyss, the strange god sect, and the invasion of the evil god world, Qin Zhangtian was really anxious. He felt that the pressure was getting greater and greater. Qin Zhangtian wanted to tell the public about this matter. He wanted to unite all his strength to stop the invasion from outside. However, at this time, half-step gold rank mutated beasts appeared. The mutated beasts went into a frenzy and attacked the human cities. The humans were in a great calamity. Almost all the humans realized the great danger of survival and trembled under the half-step gold rank. Qin Zhangtian saw the weakness of the humans and thought of the fact that the basic soldiers in the abyss were all gold rank. Qin Zhangtian sighed and finally resisted everything by himself. Using his royal identity, he first designated the area as a prohibited zone, forbidding anyone from entering, and turned it into a large estate. In the dark, Qin Zhangtian established a temporary combat area underground, where he would occasionally rush in to kill the low-level monsters. Of course, the weakest of these low-level monsters are gold rank, the strong ones were half-saints, and saint ranks occasionally appeared. Except for Qin Zhangtian, no one could resist these enemies. They could not even withstand the aftershocks. In addition to guarding the abyss passage, Qin Zhangtian also had to attack everywhere to kill the infiltration of the strange god sect and the evil god world. He even helped humans from time to time, helping them to overcome the difficulties of the mutated beasts. He felt that his shoulders were getting heavier and heavier. Everything was pressing on his shoulders, making him physically and mentally exhausted. As time passed, the abyss dragged on more and more of Qin Zantian's energy. He became busier and busier, more and more exhausted. He even had the thought of giving up. However, every time he returned home and ate the lotus seed porridge made by his wife, Qin Zantian's fighting spirit was once again filled. He resolutely continued to protect this world. After that, Qin Zantian's son gradually grew up and reached gold rank, taking on a portion of the pressure for Qin Zhantian. Qin Zantian's grandson had also reached the age of 16. His talent was gradually revealed, and his strength was gradually catching up, showing signs of becoming a second Qin Zhantian. However, the good times did not last long. An invasion of the evil god world caused Qin Zantian's son and daughter-in-law to die in battle. Even his grandson suffered heavy injuries and lost all of his cultivation. On that day, Qin Zhantian held his grandson, who was covered in blood, and looked at his son and daughter-in-law who had lost their vitality. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, but not a single tear fell. In this world, anyone could shed a tear, but not him. He was the last guardian, so he had to be strong. Qin Zhantian, who was filled with grief, buried his son and daughter-in-law and sent his grandson to the royal city. His grandson, who had lost his cultivation base, could no longer cultivate. Qin Zhantian hoped that his grandson could live a peaceful life, so he told Qin Boi to protect his grandson well. Fortunately, Qin Zantian's strength finally broke through to the demigod realm. He began a big plan, which was to heavily injure the evil god world. That day, he killed his way into the evil god world alone. Under the siege of countless enemies, he killed the evil god with his saber, shocking the entire evil god world. Qin Zantian's name resounded through many worlds during that battle. He was so shocked that the strange god sect stopped their invasion. Only the powerful abyss did not fear Qin Zhantian and continued to attack. Demigod Qin Zhantian was not willing to be outdone either. He killed his way into the abyss and killed 100,000 abyssal creatures in the sky mountain range of the abyss. After that, he killed his way into Death Lake, Extermination Valley, Death Cave, Giant Forest, and many other abyss regions. He killed so many abyssal creatures that their heads were rolling. Finally, he managed to temporarily intimidate the abyss and usher in a short period of peace. Half a year later, an enormous abyssal hound demigod descended, bringing with him 18 experts at the Saint rank peak and an army of 1 million gold rank giants. Facing such a powerful enemy, Qin Zhantian felt immense pressure in a life and death crisis. What made Qin Zhantian even more desperate was that the evil god world took the opportunity to invade. A demigod evil god and 10,000 gold rank experts descended. Can you imagine? Facing such a terrifying enemy, what would Qin Zhantian do by himself? He only felt that this world was filled with darkness. However, looking at the lotus seed porridge that his wife brought over and Qin Zhantian drinking the warm lotus seed porridge, he knew that he had to shoulder all of this. Hence, he set off once again, charging into the abyss by himself. He fought for 7 days and 7 nights. That battle caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack. The sky and the earth lost their light. The army of the abyss was defeated and almost all of them died. The blood from the corpses of the giants gathered together, forming a long river of blood that stretched for miles. It shocked the world and once again established Qin Zantian's name. He obtained victory once again, but this time it was not easy. Qin Zhantian had paid a heavy price. He had lost his heart, left leg, right arm, and all his internal organs were smashed. If he was not a demigod, he would have died. Qin Zhantian, who was covered in blood, relied on the powerful life force of a demigod. He used his long saber and dragged his severely injured body back home. He only wanted to drink a bowl of lotus seed porridge in this warm home. However, when he returned home, he saw his wife lying on the ground. At that moment, Qin Zhantian felt as though the sky was about to collapse. He felt as though his entire world had collapsed. He used his only left arm to hug his wife, who was lying in a pool of blood, tightly in his embrace. Tears of blood flowed out of Qin Zhantian's eyes. His emotions were on the verge of collapse, and he seemed to have aged by more than 10 years in an instant. He wanted to die together with his wife, to accompany her forever. He even wanted to slowly lose his vitality. Fortunately, the thought of revenge made Qin Zhantian recover a little. He did not hesitate to use the forbidden power to rewind time and see the scene of his wife's death. He saw the murderer, a member of the evil energy organization under the evil god. He also saw his wife lying in a pool of blood and saying something silently. Qin Zhantian understood what his wife was saying. She wanted him to continue protecting this world and their only grandson. Qin Zhantian stood there for a long time before finally nodding his head. He decided to fulfill his wife's last wish and work hard to protect this world. However, Qin Zhantian, who had just decided to protect this world, received a new piece of bad news. His grandson in the Qin royal city had been killed. Initially, Qin Zhantian thought that it was the work of the evil god. However, through time travel, he discovered that the person who took action was actually a member of the Qin royal family. The reason was that his grandson wanted to become the new Qin emperor. He wanted to use the power of the country to help Qin Zhantian do some supporting work and help the world. However, some members of the Qin royal family had evil thoughts. They were worried that the throne would be snatched away, so they secretly contacted the evil energy organization and killed Qin Zhantian's grandson. These members of the royal family thought that they had done it covertly, but they did not know that Qin Zhantian, who was at the demigod realm, had used time travel to see everything. Qin Zhantian, who had lost all his family members, finally exploded in his fury. In one night, he killed all the murderers and eradicated all the weeds. The entire royal palace was a river of blood. At this moment, Qin Boi could not stand it anymore. She thought that Qin Zhantian had killed too many members of the royal family and wanted to stop him. In the end, she was severely injured by Qin Zhantian with one move. Qin Zhantian, who was depressed, buried the bodies of his wife and grandson alone. Then, he returned to the manor in the Forbidden Area and used his great power to create the Divine Imperial Palace, making himself the Divine Emperor. At that time, he was the only one in the Divine Imperial Palace. He dragged his severely injured body to the lowest level of the Divine Imperial Palace and silently followed his wife's dying wish to protect this world that broke his heart. Chapter 444, The Iron Blood City. The 98th floor of the Divine Imperial Palace. Ye Fan, Ku Heshang, and the others were all extremely shocked after listening to what Granny Cripple had to say. When they saw the resources in the Divine Imperial Palace earlier, they had a vague guess. However, after listening to these words, the shock in their hearts rose in a straight line. One had to know that when they passed by the abyssal giant not long ago, the terrifying pressure of a gold rank made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Not to mention Ku Heshang and the others, even the chosen one, Ye Fan, felt heavy-hearted. However, such a terrifying gold rank abyssal giant was just a small soldier of the abyss invasion. Above the gold rank, there were half-saint rank, low-level saint rank, mid-level saint rank, high-level saint rank peak, and the legendary demigod rank. These existences that surpassed the gold rank were so powerful and shocking that no one could imagine how powerful they were. An army of 1 million gold rank experts, a large number of saint rank experts, and 2 demigod ranks had actually been blocked by Qin Zhantian. He had withstood all of them by himself. In everyone's minds, they could not help but imagine the scene of Qin Zhantian's battle. They could feel the terrifying pressure Qin Zhantian had been under at that time. At that time, Qin Zhantian had no one to rely on, no teammates to accompany him, and no helpers to help him out. He could only rely on himself, relying on his thin shoulders to support the hopes of humanity. Such a scene shocked everyone. They could not imagine how tragic the scene was. Inexplicably, the power of the world enveloped Ye Fan. In an instant, the scene of Qin Zhangtian fighting in the abyss appeared in Ye Fan's mind. It was the scene of Qin Zhangtian fighting alone in the million-strong army. Fresh blood dyed Qin Zhangtian's robe, soaked his long hair, and wounds covered his entire body. Qin Zhangtian, who was not very strong, fought alone in the enemy formation like a tide. One man and one saber fought in all directions. Under the attacks of the two demigod-rank enemies, he tragically blocked the enemy's invasion. All kinds of sneak attacks, curses and weakening abilities covered Qin Zhangtian. Sinister traps, green poisonous gas, blood-colored array formations, and terrifying spatial slashes locked onto Qin Zhangtian's surroundings. The enemies attacked crazily without caring about the casualties, using all sorts of methods to fight. They even formed a giant formation, continuously surrounding and killing Qin Zhangtian, causing Qin Zhangtian to fall into desperate situations time and time again. However, Qin Zhangtian did not fall into despair, because he could not fall into despair. If even he fell into despair, then the humans would have no hope at all, and he could only become hope. Relying on his powerful strength and his desperate counterattacks time and time again, he finally won. His bloodied body stood on top of the sea of 1,000,000 corpses, supporting himself with his long saber as he howled toward the sky. That scene caused Ye Fan's heart to tremble, and he retreated several steps. "Ye Fan, what's wrong?" Ku Heshang looked at Ye Fan in puzzlement. "Nothing, I just saw the battle scene of the Divine Emperor. It was too intense, and all of us owe him," Ye Fan said with a heavy heart. "That's right. I didn't expect the Divine Emperor, who was cursed, to protect this world alone. The resistance army that we built is simply a joke." Ku Heshang sighed deeply. "Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor should announce this matter. Only then can we help," said the red-eyed beauty in the team. "Help? How? Not to mention the past, even now, the combined strength of all our countries can't even defeat an abyss giant soldier? How can we help? If this matter were to be made public, other than making the world even more chaotic, it would basically be of no use." Ye Fan laughed bitterly. He finally understood why the Divine Emperor was hiding this matter. Some things were better left unsaid. Everyone lived in a fabricated lie and could continue to survive and maintain basic order, just like the current world order. However, if someone told them that there was a terrifying abyss invading, and all of the human countries combined would not be able to defeat a single abyss soldier, that kind of despair would instantly cause the world order to collapse. When that time came, the world would be in chaos and the world would not need anyone else to invade. Ye Fan finally understood what the Divine Emperor was doing. However, Ye Fan was still a little puzzled about the matter of the witch giant. He could not help but look at the granny cripple and said solemnly, "Granny, can you tell us about the witch giant?" "Oh right, there's also the strange god sect. As the strange god sect invaded the world, why did the Divine Emperor allow them to occupy the slums of the various cities? Because it's your turn to support this world. The Divine Emperor can't hold on any longer." Granny Cripple sighed, causing the hearts of everyone present to sink. Everyone had been guessing where the Divine Emperor had gone and why he had not appeared. There were also many questions regarding where the people from the Divine Imperial Palace had gone in the past. However, what everyone was most afraid of was that the Divine Emperor could not hold on any longer. If the Divine Emperor was no longer around, what would happen to this world? Listen up, I'll continue to tell you the story of the Divine Emperor, which is what happened after the Divine Emperor and the million-soldier Abyss Army. Granny Cripple paused for a moment before continuing. That battle was called the loneliest battle in history by us. After that battle, the Divine Emperor's great name reverberated through the surrounding worlds and entered our ears, attracting many worshippers and followers. At that time, in addition to invading your world, the million-soldier Abyss Army would also invade a total of 15 worlds. However, because of the Divine Emperor's victory, 15 worlds ushered in a short period of peace. The Sharkman world, Little Giant world, Berserker world, Mad Demon world, Ling Yun world. There were too many powerhouses from too many worlds that went through the world maze and sought refuge with the Divine Emperor. Those who sought refuge formed the Divine Emperor's 3 generals, the 12 commanders, the 36 guards, and the Divine Emperor's army. We worshipped the Divine Emperor and were willing to serve him as our master. For example, Commander Ju was skilled in healing. She helped the Divine Emperor reconstruct his lost limbs and heal his internal organs. However, the Divine Emperor was too strong. His reconstructed limbs and organs were unable to withstand the Divine Emperor's strength and could only play a supporting role. Even so, it still made the Divine Emperor's eyes light up. Later on, the Divine Emperor army that we formed raised the Divine Emperor's Tian flag and fought everywhere in the Abyss, weakening the power of the Abyss. The Divine Emperor army defeated the Abyss army in this area. Wherever the Divine Emperor flag passed, the abyssal creatures would retreat and no abyssal creatures would dare to approach. If you enter the Abyss in the future, you'll have the chance to see many Divine Emperor's flags. Every time we win, we'll even carve the word Tian on the mountain walls. The purpose is to intimidate the abyssal creatures so that they won't dare to approach the area with these words. This is because we've built a huge Iron Blood city in the Abyss here as the base camp to fight against the Abyss. Chapter 445, The Witch Giant Transformation Plan. Those few years were our most glorious years, and also our happiest years. But gradually, more and more Abyss armies gathered. Although we attacked everywhere and kept winning, the Abyss was too strong, and there were too many experts. Finally, we encountered the most intense battle. This time, 3 demigods came. They brought 5 million abyssal creatures and charged into our Iron Blood city. That day, we once again felt the fear from the Abyss. Facing a powerful enemy, we were completely unable to resist. Even if we gathered experts from 15 worlds, we were still unable to resist. In the end, it was the Divine Emperor who held up everything. It was him who made a move again. That battle was too tragic. It was so tragic that I don't want to say any more. I could only say that after that battle, there were only 3 worlds left from the 15 worlds. The Divine Emperor's army was only left with 23 people. However, we won. The Abyss army with 5 million soldiers was buried here, and 2 of the 3 Abyss demigods died. The remaining Abyss demigod fled 30,000 miles in fear, hiding 30,000 miles away and not daring to get close. At this point, we once again welcomed a short period of peace. We didn't need to fight enemies that were more than gold rank, we only needed to deal with the harassment of gold rank soldiers. However, the Divine Emperor's condition was very bad. That day, he was lying on the bed with injuries all over his body. His hoarse voice told us that he could not hold on any longer. To be honest, we were not afraid of anything. As long as the Divine Emperor was here, we could fight to the last person. However, what we were most afraid of was hearing his words. At that moment, we felt as if the sky had collapsed. On this day as well, as the strongest person under the Divine Emperor, I took on part of the responsibility of the Divine Emperor, which was to stop the harassment of the gold rank Abyss soldiers. Our strength was too weak. There were 10 gold rank soldiers in a team of gold rank soldiers. At that time, we were seriously injured and had less than 1/10 of our combat strength left. In order to fight against the harassment of these soldiers, I decided to let the humans of your world participate in the battle. The weak humans naturally could not deal with the gold rank soldiers, but my bloodline was inherited from the world of the Witch Giant. The Witch Giant transformation plan began. We gathered geniuses and established the weak new Divine Emperor army. In the beginning, we searched everywhere for criminals and brought them to the Divine Imperial Palace to undergo transformation. We told them about the desperate situation they faced and let them choose to transform into the Witch Giant. The vast majority of criminals were very selfish and did not want to undergo transformation. They wanted to stay alive and did not care about whether the world was destroyed or not. In addition, the death rate of the witch giants' plan was too high. Even if the transformation was successful, they would still fight against the abyss and die without a doubt. We hoped that they would agree to the transformation because there was an important prerequisite to the transformation of the witch giant. The creator of the transformation had to be willing or they would definitely fail. There was no other way. We thought of Hope City. That was the last hope that the Divine Emperor had prepared for the future of mankind. The Divine Emperor intends to leave the seeds of hope for mankind in this city. He hopes that these seeds of hope can lead mankind to survive in the future and take back this world. For example, Yefan, you are the person that the Divine Emperor values. In the future, this world will be occupied by the abyss. You will lead the remaining humans to hide in Hope City and search for hope to rise up. At this point, Granny Cripple looked deeply at Yefan and paused the topic. This is actually the case. Yefan, Ku Heshang, and even the little black cat were all shocked. They tried their best to absorb the meaning in their words. They had never thought that the Divine Emperor would actually do so much, including Hope City in the desert. One had to know. At that time, the Divine Emperor had built Hope City and gathered all the countries to build it. He had used up too much manpower and resources. Yefan and the others thought that the Divine Emperor was tyrannical and that building an underground city in the desert was simply insane. Yefan had even said that it was not a city of hope at all, but a city of death. However, after understanding the cause and effect, Yefan finally realized that this city was really the city of hope, the last hope of the human race. As for why it was built in the desert, it was because it was desolate and sparsely populated. Turning the desert into a dangerous place was natural to stop the enemy. If he was lucky, he might really be able to hide in Hope City for many years, looking for hope to rise up. Thinking of what the Divine Emperor had done, then looking at the resistance army formed by himself and the others, resisting the Divine Emperor. Yefan only felt that he and the others were so hateful. He said self-deprecatingly, "Our resistance army is really a joke. He actually allowed us to cause trouble. Yet, resistance army, resisting the Divine Emperor. What have we done?" A miserable expression appeared on Ku Heshang's face. The more he felt that they were causing trouble, the more he felt that they were causing trouble. It's fine. The Divine Emperor doesn't care about these things. He doesn't even interfere with the development of the human world. Before Squinty Eyes left, the Divine Emperor didn't pay any attention to you. After all, we still have many enemies. Granny Cripple paused for a moment and sighed deeply before continuing. At that time, the reason why I insisted on activating the witch giant plan was that although the abyss had retreated, the evil god world was still watching us. There was also the strange god sect. Other than the gold rank harassment team from the abyss, there were also the illegal immigrants from the evil god world and the strange god sect. Faced with so many enemies, this world was already in extreme danger. At that time, the Divine Emperor was heavily injured and his breathing was extremely weak. He had to lie on the bed and was often unconscious. His body was emitting a dense rotten aura. We knew that the Divine Emperor could die at any time, and the rest could only rely on us. Therefore, we activated the witch giant transformation plan and recruited humans everywhere. We also made a promise. As long as they were willing to transform into witch giants and fight for humanity, their children could enter Hope City and become humanity's last hope. What surprised us was that these weak people were willing to be transformed into witch giants for the sake of their children, even if they were afraid. There were also some people who had patriotic feelings and were willing to transform into witch giants even if they were in fear. Just like that, the witch giant transformation plan was officially implemented. Every year, they would transform a large number of witch giants to form a witch giant formation. Then, they would fight against the Abyss Gold rank harassing team. Every year, many humans would die. At that time, because too many people died in the Divine Imperial Palace, the smell of blood filled the air. The entire Divine Imperial Palace was like a ghost. However, there were also many parents here who were willing to transform into witch giants for the sake of their children. They often needed hundreds of witch giants to form a witch giant formation in order to kill one abyss gold rank. The remaining abyss gold ranks would be blocked by the 3 great generals. Almost every battle was fierce. After all these years of fighting, of the 23 people who survived, only the 3 great generals were left. However, this only stopped the Abyss harassment team. Like the evil energy organization under the evil god world and the infiltration of the strange god sect, we are already powerless to face them. They are hidden in various parts of the human world, slowly developing and gradually revealing their fangs. The crisis has appeared once again. Chapter 446, The Divine Emperor's Final Protection. Without the Divine Emperor's hindrance, the strange god sect and the evil energy organization are developing better and better, occupying more and more regions of this world. As long as the powerful ones take formal action, it will only take a month for this world to fall, and humanity will once again be on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, there's still the Divine Emperor, and his deterrence is very strong, especially against the strange god sect, which is even more powerful. Although the strange god sect was hidden in the human world, they didn't dare to act rashly. They only hid in the slums of the major cities and carefully probed. Only the evil god organization assassinated human geniuses everywhere, absorbing the power of the geniuses to strengthen themselves, and gradually revealed the signs of causing chaos in the world. There was nothing we could do. The newly formed Divine Emperor army was all human, and very weak. What we could do was to capture the geniuses everywhere and let them join the Divine Emperor army. This was a disguised form of protection, leaving a seed for the humans. However, this would have very little effect. In the end, the Divine Emperor raised hope once again. That day, he dragged his dying body out of the Divine Imperial Palace alone. He stood under the sunlight and let all the spies in the dark see his figure. After that day, the strange god sect went into hiding. The evil energy organization also stopped causing trouble. They hid in the dark and stared at this world like poisonous snakes. The appearance of the Divine Emperor really scared the cults. They were too afraid of the Divine Emperor. In addition, they did not want to destroy the world. They only wanted to gather believers and gain their faith. In order to preserve their current foundation and prevent the Divine Emperor from making a move, the cult sent people to the Divine Emperor's palace to pay their respects. They promised that as long as they maintained their current slum territory and continued to stay in the slums, they would never touch other areas. They were also willing to help us block the evil god world, fight against the evil god world, and fight against the evil energy organization in this world to stop the expansion of the evil god organization. At that time, the strange god sect had already occupied the slums. We did not chase them away, and we still had to protect more geniuses and humans from being destroyed by the evil god organization. Helpless, the Divine Emperor finally nodded in agreement. That day, he grew older and older. 3 days later, a gold-rank member of the evil energy organization had hidden as the guardian of a country. He wanted to rebel against the Divine Emperor in order to test him. That person had used righteousness to suppress the Divine Emperor. He said that the Divine Emperor had promised the strange god sect that they could occupy the slums. His crimes were monstrous, and they would never obey him. He thought that he had hidden well, but the Divine Emperor's soul came from the ancient god world. He saw through the gold-rank member with one glance and then killed him with one move. This scene shocked the world and the evil energy organization that was about to make a move. They no longer dared to make any noise and could only cower. After that, the strange god sect had been developing in the slums, and they had become arch-enemies with the evil energy organization. The two sides often fought in this world, and they even fought each other on the outer realm battlefields. The long-term battle between the two sides gradually turned into a real fire. They fought desperately in the outer realm, and it had also bought a lot of time for your world to maintain until now. A few days ago, before the Divine Imperial Palace collapsed, the strange god sect and the evil energy organization once again went into a frenzied war. It was the Divine Emperor who suddenly ordered the strange god sect to destroy the 300 strongholds of the evil energy organization. Only then did the strange god sect crazily attack the evil energy organization. Both sides suffered heavy losses. This was also the Divine Emperor's last order. It was the last order he gave before he died. Granny Cripple sighed deeply. Her eyes were filled with helplessness and sorrow. After Ye Fan and the others heard these words, their hearts were also shaken. They finally understood why the strange god sect was locked in the slums and why the strange god sect was fighting the evil energy organization. In the past, Ye Fan had been very puzzled. The strange god sect was so powerful, yet they were all hiding in the slums. This was very strange. Especially during the battle with the strange god sect, Ye Fan clearly realized how powerful the strange god sect was. It was completely illogical for such a powerful strange god sect to just hide like this. There was also the evil energy organization. They and the strange god sect often fought to the death. Ye Fan thought that they were fighting over territory, but he finally realized that all of this was actually the Divine Emperor's effort to protect this world. This decision was very cruel to the slums, but the Divine Emperor still agreed. He sacrificed a small number of people to protect the majority. From this, it could be deduced that the Divine Emperor's situation was terrible to the extreme. He had no other way. Ye Fan could not help but think, if he was the Divine Emperor, how should he protect this world? The answer was that there was no way. If he protected this world, the world might have already collapsed. I'm sorry. I apologize to the Divine Emperor for my previous misunderstanding. Ye Fan apologized solemnly and asked again, how is the Divine Emperor now? Dead. Granny Cripple sighed deeply and walked toward the stairs step by step. Dead. Although everyone had some guesses, they were still slightly shocked when they heard these words. Their hearts could not help but be filled with sadness and heartache. When they thought about how the Divine Emperor who had silently protected the world had ultimately died here alone and how there were not many people by his side, their emotions were very complicated. Can we see the body of the Divine Emperor? Let's express our gratitude to this old man, Ku Heshang said in a hoarse voice. There's no need. His body no longer exists because he did one last thing for you. Come with me. Granny Cripple walked down the stairs step by step. Finally, she arrived at the 99th floor and arrived at a huge, empty hall. After entering the hall, everyone's pupils constricted. They looked at the huge spatial crack in the depths of the hall in disbelief. Black gas would occasionally come out from the huge distorted crack, wanting to pollute the world and even expand the spatial crack. However, this black gas was covered by a faint layer of golden light, preventing the crack from expanding. On the other side of the crack, abyssal giants were staring at them from the other side of the abyss. They were bloodthirsty and violent as they stared at them. Faint resentment slowly surfaced. This is... Ku Heshang and the abyssal giants looked at each other. Their hearts immediately jumped in fear. The weaker ones collapsed to the ground. Don't be afraid. They're just low-level gold rank soldiers. They don't dare to come close because a demigod just died, Granny Cripple said indifferently. A demigod died? Ku Heshang was puzzled. Yes. The last thing the Divine Emperor did for you all was to use his last bit of strength to transform into a long saber and charge into the abyss, killing a demigod. Then, he transformed into the purest energy and covered the spatial crack, protecting it from being damaged for 3 years. In other words, he bought you 3 years. Granny Cripple raised her withered right hand and gently stroked the faint layer of light membrane, her eyes filled with sadness. You mean, this layer of light membrane is the Divine Emperor? Everyone was shocked, and deep sorrow welled up in their hearts. The Divine Emperor, who bore endless infamy, was still working hard to protect this world even in death. Chapter 447, The Divine Emperor's Great-Granddaughter. Meanwhile, the ordinary people in the outside world secretly cursed the Divine Emperor with all kinds of hatred and insults. Then, they looked at the light membrane that tightly locked the space crack and protected this world. Everyone's eyes were red. They could not help but feel sad for the Divine Emperor's sacrifice. Even the little black cat admired the Divine Emperor from the bottom of his heart. It admired that he was a man who stood tall and strong. Bang! Ye Fan immediately knelt down and kowtowed deeply in front of the light membrane. Ye Fan, do not kneel to the heavens or to the ground. I only kneel to my parents. However, I am willing to kowtow to the Divine Emperor today. Bang! 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 Ye Fan kowtowed repeatedly. His forehead collided with the ground. The sound was very loud and it was painful to hear. However, Ye Fan did not hesitate at all and resolutely kowtowed. Ku Heshang and the others also knelt down, deeply kowtowing to the light with the same determination. All right, get up. From now on, the task of protecting the world will be handed over to you. The three of us will do our best to help you. In addition, Squinty Eyes and the Mad Giant were training human geniuses in Hope City. That was the seed of hope left for you. Ye Fan, you are the second generation destined one. In the future, you must support the hope of humanity and save humanity. Therefore, in these 3 years, you must do your best to increase your strength. After the light membrane is broken, everything will depend on you. Ku Heshang, you must do your best to assist Ye Fan and save this world, Granny Cripple warned. Yes. Granny, we will do our best to increase our strength. Ye Fan and Ku Heshang nodded solemnly. Oh right, there is an expert called Li Xian. You all need to know that this person is very powerful and gives me a very dangerous feeling. His strength has already reached the saint rank, the true saint rank. I have never seen him before. If he hadn't suddenly come to the Divine Imperial Palace and asked me about the Divine Emperor, I still don't know that there is a saint rank expert hiding in this world. Granny Cripple spoke again with a very solemn expression. Saint rank? Li Xian? A human saint rank? Ku Heshang was surprised. It's not entirely a human. Li Xian's situation is very strange. It's like a soul or a summoned beast. It's very strange. I'm temporarily unable to confirm Li Xian's situation. Oh right, he reminds me of something from the past. In the past, there was a mysterious person who attacked the headquarters of the evil energy organization and summoned an army of undead. It caused quite a stir. Later on, the mysterious person came to the vicinity of the Divine Imperial Palace and seemed to be planning to investigate the Divine Imperial Palace. At that time, Squinty Eyes thought that the mysterious person was an intruder from the dark world and was prepared to go out and fight. In the end, the mysterious person actually self-destructed. However, self-destruction was a way to escape. Squinty Eyes went to all the major cities to search for him, but unfortunately, he didn't find him. I estimate that the mysterious person at that time was Li Xian. At that time, he shouldn't have reached the saint rank. However, it has only been a short while, and he actually reached the saint rank. He's truly remarkable. Granny Cripple's gaze was complicated. So it's that mysterious person. I've heard of that matter. It's said that at that time, there was a powerful person who brutally attacked the evil energy organization and killed many people. In the end, he was able to escape unscathed. It was the evil god of the evil energy organization who acted that repelled the mysterious person. I didn't expect that it was actually this Lord Li Xian, Ku Heshang said with a serious expression. I've heard of this matter as well. The red-eyed beauty nodded in agreement. Li Xian isn't a simple person. I feel that he and Qin Yu are very close. A few days ago, Li Xian came to the Divine Imperial Palace personally to ask about Qin Yu. He seemed to be very concerned. This made me both curious and gratified. After all, with such a person around, Qin Yu will be safer. A smile appeared on Granny Cripple's face. Does it have something to do with Qin Yu? The resistance army of Black Rock City, Qin Yu. Ku Heshang continued to ask. Yes, that's her. The smile on Granny Cripple's face became even more gentle. She took a deep breath and continued. Back then, Squinty Eyes left the Divine Imperial Palace to search for the mysterious person. On the way, he dealt with quite a number of sinful resistance soldiers and even probed Yefan. In the end, Squinty Eyes made a huge discovery. Qin Yu was the Divine Emperor's greatest surprise before the Divine Emperor arrived. She was also the person the Divine Emperor had least expected. Granny Cripple raised her hand to touch the light film. Her smile was filled with relief. When she thought of the smile on the Divine Emperor's aged face after Squinty Eyes brought back the information, it was the first time they saw the Divine Emperor smile. The Divine Emperor's entire person was filled with life because of Qin Yu. So when Squinty Eyes went to look for Yefan, it was a test. No wonder there was no killing intent in his saber. The little black cat was deep in thought as it thought of Qin Yu. The last time it sensed this world, Qin Yu was more favored by God than Yefan, as if God owed Qin Yu. The little black cat felt incredulous at that time and could not figure out what the reason was. It had some vague guess, and it could not help but ask. Granny, is Qin Yu a relative of the Divine Emperor? Yes, she is the Divine Emperor's great-granddaughter. Granny Cripple chuckled. Great-granddaughter. The little black cat was enlightened. That's right. At that time, before the Divine Emperor's grandson died, he was already secretly with a commoner girl. As the royal family of the Qin nation, they could not be together with ordinary people. Therefore, only the Divine Emperor's grandson knew about this matter. After the Divine Emperor's grandson died, the commoner girl was frightened. She hid in Black Rock City and quietly gave birth to Qin Yu. It wasn't until more than 10 years later that she was met with Squinty Eyes. Squinty Eyes discovered that Qin Yu's soul contained golden threads. This was the gold divine light, a special ability that only the guardian god race possessed. When Squinty Eyes discovered this, he was shocked beyond belief. He hurriedly rushed back, and when the Divine Emperor woke up from his coma, he hurriedly reported this matter. When the Divine Emperor heard about this, he was moved for the first time. He quickly brought us to Black Rock City and saw Qin Yu on the city wall. With just a glance, the Divine Emperor knew that this was his relative. At that moment, the Divine Emperor smiled like a child, crying and laughing. Later, he sent us away and resolutely walked toward Black Rock City. The Divine Emperor didn't acknowledge Qin Yu because he knew he was going to die. He only had 1 month left to live and didn't want to make his great-granddaughter sad. He only hoped that at the last moment of his life, he could see his great-granddaughter grow up happily and live safely. That was enough. Granny Cripple's eyes were red as she spoke. She was also very pleased. I didn't expect it to be like this. Qin Yu, Li Xian. It's them. Yefan suddenly understood. He had seen Qin Yu, Li Xian, and even the black wild boar that Yefan raised often took away good things and lost them. Yefan was cheated many times. Later, he found out after a long investigation that all the good things were given to Qin Yu. This made Yefan so angry that he drove the black wild boar away in the end. When he thought about it, the black wild boar should have given those things to her. It was because she had the right to take these things. Now I finally understand why the heavens favor Qin Yu so much. The contribution of the Divine Emperor is too great. Even the heavens cannot repay it. They can only favor the Divine Emperor's great-granddaughter. The little black cat completely understood and knew the whole story. On the other side, Black Rock City, in the city lord's residence. Li Xian hugged Qin Yu and leaned against the recliner. He quietly watched the scene in the air and listened to Granny Cripple and the others' narration. He and Qin Yu saw and heard everything through the scene in the air. At this moment, Qin Yu had already cried until she was in tears. Her large eyes were red and she choked up from time to time. Her tears had long wetted Li Xian's clothes. She leaned into Li Xian's embrace and wept. Her small hand tightly gripped the small porcelain bottle. This was the last gift left to her by her great-grandfather, the Divine Emperor. Chapter 448, Gold Divine Light. Sigh. Li Xian let out a deep sigh and patted Qin Yu's back with his right hand. He comforted her gently and calmed her down. The Divine Emperor was really a dutiful person. Due to his promise to his wife, the Divine Emperor was willing to give up everything. The Divine Emperor might not like this world, but he definitely loved his wife deeply. Even Li Xian admired his persistence. I wonder if I can do this? Li Xian asked himself, but he could not find the answer. He had not encountered such a desperate situation. Li Xian really did not know what choice he would make. Gently hugging Qin Yu, Li Xian frowned as he thought about the next task. The first was to destroy the remaining forces of the evil energy organization and destroy the stronghold of the strange god sect. Although the strange god sect had helped this world, without the deterrence of the Divine Emperor, they would definitely do something crazy. However, few people knew about this matter. In addition, the Divine Emperor had killed another demigod before he died. During this period of time, the strange god sect had been very honest. Then I'll destroy the evil energy organization first. The strange god sect will be delayed for a while. I'll think of a way to continue improving my strength. After all, the abyss will officially descend in 3 years. Li Xian's expression was solemn. He was also very worried about the disappearance of the light membrane that would seal the spatial rift in 3 years. At that time, there might be another demigod, an existence that people looked up to. A demigod was an expert that surpassed the saint rank. It was a realm after the saint rank peak. It was also a terrifying existence that possessed the power to control the sky and earth. Although Li Xian had become a saint rank expert, he was only at the low-level saint rank. He was still quite a few realms away from becoming a demigod. Facing such an enemy, Li Xian felt immense pressure. If things went wrong, this world would meet with a calamity. Qin Yu, Song Xiaomei and the others would also face a death crisis. Li Xian did not want to see anything happen to Qin Yu. 3 years is enough. I'll take advantage of these 3 years to become a demigod as soon as possible. As Li Xian said this to himself, he could not help but think of how terrifying the God's domain world was. Even Li Xian felt a lingering fear when he thought of that strange stone tablet portrait. After becoming a saint rank, my soul has undergone a huge transformation. In that case, I will continue to reincarnate in the summoned beast world and obtain a large number of skills. After I reincarnate 1,000 times and obtain 1,000 skills, I will then head to God's domain world. At that time, the powerful me will definitely be able to survive in the God's domain world better. Li Xian said this to himself. The beautiful female warrior on the stone tablet previously made Li Xian even more cautious. Hubby, what's wrong? Qin Yu sensed the change in Li Xian's mood and asked with concern with tears in her eyes. Nothing. I just thought of something. Li Xian held Qin Yu in his arms and quietly looked at the sky. He looked at the traces of black gas hidden in the blue sky and white clouds. It was the pollution of the abyss world. Right, let me see the small porcelain bottle. This small porcelain bottle comes from the God's domain world. It's definitely not simple. Li Xian looked at Qin Yu in his arms. Yes, yes. Here. Qin Yu raised her fair little hand and obediently handed the small porcelain bottle to Li Xian. Strange. What material is this? After Li Xian received the small porcelain bottle, he discovered that the small porcelain bottle was a little heavy. It was completely different from a real porcelain bottle. Moreover, the small porcelain bottle could even affect space. It was extremely strange. Opening the small porcelain bottle gently, Li Xian looked at the interior of the porcelain bottle. However, he did not discover any special characteristics. He only felt that this thing was not an ordinary item even in the God's domain world. I wonder how far the Divine Emperor went in his exploration at that time. Where did he obtain this small porcelain bottle? The mid-level danger zone? The high-level danger zone? Or perhaps the core danger zone? Li Xian muttered to himself. He passed the small porcelain bottle to Qin Yu once more, secretly guessing everything. Hubby, I'm going to break through again, Qin Yu suddenly said, her voice soft and soft. So fast. Li Xian was surprised. One had to know that Qin Yu's improvement was too fast. If she broke through again, she would reach the high-level gold rank. It was ridiculously fast. It's those 3 drops of blood. Right now, I'm constantly absorbing the power in the blood. Also, hubby, our soul feedback complements each other, so my improvement is very fast. I can feel that these 3 drops of blood contain terrifying power. Right now, I haven't even absorbed 1% of the energy in a drop of blood. Moreover, this blood also contains golden threads, Qin Yu said seriously. You're talking about the gold divine light? It can't be, right? Aren't these 3 drops of blood from the God's domain world? Wait, could it be the blood left behind by the guardian god race in the God's domain world? Li Xian recalled that the God's domain world was once the #1 god world. Back then, the guardian god race must have been here as well. Later, they encountered a great calamity and the gods fled. It was possible that many things hadn't been taken away. If that was the case, it made sense that the blood contained the gold divine light. Absorb it well and increase your strength as soon as possible. 3 years later, you still have to face the abyss. At that time, no one knows what kind of great crisis you will encounter, Li Xian said seriously. Yes, I understand. Qin Yu hurriedly nodded, her small face full of seriousness. She actually wanted to shoulder all of her great-grandfather's burdens and protect this world in his place, but she did not dare to say it at the moment. Her strength was too weak, so how could she dare to say it out loud? Thus, she decided to increase her strength and set it as her next goal. Only when her strength was enough did she dare to say this sentence, and only then did she dare to tell Li Xian that she wanted to protect this world. Just like that, the two of them arranged the following plans, preparing for the great crisis in the future. On the other side, on the 99th floor of the Divine Imperial Palace. After Granny Cripple finished explaining everything, she looked at Ye Fan seriously. Ye Gan, I'm going to ask you a question now. Will you continue to carry out the Witch Giant transformation plan? This question requires you to make a decision from now on. If it is carried out, you will have to bear the corresponding notoriety because the invasion of the abyss cannot be announced. That will only lead to chaos in the world. This. Ye Fan was a little flustered at this moment and did not know what to choose. To be honest, he really did not have the courage of the Divine Emperor. He could not be like the Divine Emperor who could ignore all the notoriety. One had to know that there were people in the outside world who secretly cursed the Divine Emperor no matter which city. Most of the city's population hated the Divine Emperor. If Ye Fan received this notoriety, he was really afraid that he would not be able to bear it. There are still 3 more years. You should think about it carefully. When you have decided, you can tell me. That's it. Granny Cripple left her words and limped away, walking towards the small house next to her. This was actually her final test for Ye Fan. The true guardian would not care about their reputation. They were willing to bear everything. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In the Evil Energy Valley. On a huge altar, dozens of plump members of the Evil Energy Organization gathered together with solemn expressions, discussing the recent events. That powerful man has appeared again. He destroyed 12 of our strongholds in one night. All of our members were killed. Even gold rank warriors could not withstand a single finger from him. Chapter 449, Great Terror. That's right. Commander Gao cultivated the evil god overlord body, and his strength reached the high-level gold rank. In the end, he was kicked to death by that fierce person. How hateful! This fierce person's strength is very likely at the saint rank. We must seek help. Otherwise, if this continues, all our efforts will be in vain. It's all the strange god sect's fault. They told them that the divine emperor was already dead. In the end, they didn't believe it. They actually still tried to kill our saint rank experts in the outer realm. We must think of a way to stop the strange god sect. Otherwise, our saint rank experts won't be able to infiltrate. Why don't we invite the evil god Shadow to descend? With the evil god Shadow, we can definitely kill that powerful man. It's useless. This powerful man's strength is extraordinary. Last time, the evil god Shadow made a move, but in the end, it returned empty-handed. Everyone discussed animatedly. The more they talked, the uglier their expressions became. They could not think of a solution. In a corner, a slightly skinny bald man asked in puzzlement, "Who is the powerful man you are talking about? I just came back from the Orchid Mountain continent, so I don't know the information here." "It's the powerful man, Li Xian, you don't even know this." The crowd looked at the skinny bald man in disdain. The powerful man, Li Xian. The skinny bald man was puzzled. Yes, this guy is super terrifying. Whether it is spells or close combat, he is too strong. The most important thing is that he can summon dark creatures. Every time he can sweep across, he is extremely difficult to deal with. A fatty in the crowd said gloomily. It was obvious that he had suffered a great loss before. Even the dark world has joined in? Didn't the higher UPS agree that the dark world will not interfere with the invasion of the abyss world? The thin and weak Baldy asked in puzzlement. They did agree, but the creatures that are summoned don't count. Moreover, now that the various major worlds are expanding, there's a chance to absorb the power of the world. Who wants to stop? That great terror is getting greedier and greedier. A bad world would collapse. If it wasn't for great terror, why would our evil god world turn to the abyss world? That's right. More and more worlds are collapsing now, and even the strange worlds have been eaten by great terror. What we can do is for the big fish to eat the small fish, and then give the extra meat to great terror. Only then can we ensure the survival of our world. Sigh, it's really too difficult. Everyone's expressions were unsightly as they spoke about the secrets of the outside world. This also caused a slender figure in the corner to slowly narrow his eyes. What is so terrifying that even the abyss world doesn't dare to provoke it? The slender figure said indifferently. I don't know. We only know that the Great Terror has a subordinate organization called the Destroyer Race. They've already destroyed over 9,360 worlds. The abyss had also been beaten by the Destroyer Race to the point that they did not dare to show themselves. If it were not for the fact that the Destroyer Race had involved too much of the abyss's energy, this world would have been flattened long ago, a tan-skinned fatty said coldly. Destroyer Race? A special race? They can actually beat the abyss to the point where they do not dare to show themselves, the slender figure in the corner said again. The Destroyer Race is extremely powerful. They do not restrict races. Anyone can become a member of the Destroyer Race. Oh right, they like to turn themselves into stone tablets and leave their portraits on them. If you meet the Destroyer Race, you must be careful. The older they are, the more dangerous they are. If we meet an infant, we might be able to escape this calamity. It is said that even gods have been destroyed by those old people. The tan-skinned fatty warned them solemnly. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He turned his head to look at the corner and the slender figure. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? The tan-skinned fatty hurriedly asked. The stone tablet's portrait. So that's the Destroyer Race. The slender figure suddenly came to a realization. His body slowly changed, and finally, he turned into a dignified and extraordinarily handsome young man. Hello, everyone. I am Li Xian. I am here to send all of you to your deaths. Li Xian said indifferently, and his right hand lightly snapped his fingers. Whoosh! A strange blood-colored domain suddenly expanded, instantly enveloping the entire valley and everyone, turning the scene into a blood-colored hell. It's the powerful Li Xian. Run! Run! The tan-skinned fatty hurriedly shouted as he immediately fled into the distance. Boom! 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 Large blood-colored hands suddenly stretched out from the blood-colored domain underground, grabbing onto the fatty like hungry ghosts and pulling them into the blood-colored domain, melting them bit by bit. Scorching sun! The tan-skinned fatty who was flying in the air raised his hands high, and a scorching sun formed on his hands, releasing a rolling heatwave that swept in all directions. Evil demon, die! The tan-skinned fatty's hands suddenly smashed down, ruthlessly smashing toward Li Xian who was at the center of the domain. Evil demon! Li Xian raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "The followers of the evil god actually called me an evil demon, what a joke! Followers of the evil god? *T, we believe in the sun god, the guardian god that protects our entire world. You have the divine emperor to protect the world, and we also have to use our own power to protect our own world. What right do you have to call the god that we revere the evil god?" The tan-skinned fatty said loudly, and the rolling sun swept down like Mount Tai pressing down on Li Xian. Boom! The terrifying blazing sun shook the heavens and earth, bringing with it a boundless power akin to the might of the heavens as it smashed onto Li Xian's body. Bang! A hand lightly flicked the terrifying blazing sun, and in an instant, the blazing sun suddenly dissipated, turning into nothingness like bubbles. Too weak. However, I'm somewhat interested in your sun god. Tell me. Li Xian said indifferently, and the densely packed blood-colored large hands grabbed the tan-skinned fatty, gradually pulling him over. Evil demon, you still want to find out more about us? I won't say anything. Explode. Boom. Cracks appeared on the tan-skinned fatty's body and started to expand rapidly. It became round and then exploded with a bang. You have quite the backbone. Li Xian raised his eyebrows. The blood-red hands grabbed onto the fatty one after another, hoping to get more information from them. To Li Xian's surprise, these people all chose to self-destruct, not revealing a single word. Finally, in a corner, Li Xian brought over a crocodile and asked coldly, "You want to self-destruct too?" "No. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. I'm just a mercenary, I'm from the crocodile world, I'm not from the sun god world," the crocodile man explained hurriedly. Mercenary? Then tell me about these fatties. They aroused my curiosity. Li Xian said indifferently. All right. They are from the sun race and believe in the sun god. After the great calamity began, they joined forces with the moon god, the starry sky god, the galaxy god, the cosmos god, and the Mora god. They formed a group of gods and began to invade other worlds to absorb the world's energy. This kind of behavior is naturally an act of an evil god in your eyes, but they themselves don't think so. Of course, their behavior is too vicious. Absorbing other people's skills is really detestable, so the evil god's name isn't wrong. The crocodile man hurriedly explained, afraid that Li Xian would kill it. Hehe, it's just self-glorification. To put it bluntly, it's hypocrisy. Li Xian sneered. He immediately lost interest in understanding the sun god world and turned to ask about the Great Terror. Chapter 450, Crazy Reincarnation. What was the Great Terror you mentioned just now? Tell me about it, Li Xian said coldly. I'm not sure what it is. Rumor has it that the Great Terror was formed by two super experts. It was the strongest guardian god of God's domain world and the strongest god of the abyss. Later, for unknown reasons, the two experts merged into the Great Terror and devoured the strange world, obtaining its strange characteristics. The terrifyingly powerful entity even occupied the central region of God's domain world, giving rise to a large number of destroyer race members. It was extremely terrifying, the crocodile man hurriedly explained. Rumor has it that two supreme experts fought and destroyed many worlds. Was it the terrifyingly powerful entity you spoke of just now? Li Xian could not help but ask when he thought of the rumors regarding the summoned beasts world. Yes, it was the terrifyingly powerful entity you spoke of, my lord. During the battle between the two experts, they destroyed many worlds. That was how they caused all the disasters, the crocodile man continued to explain. Oh? Why do I feel that the timing is wrong? Are you lying to me? Li Xian's gaze was cold. It had only been a few years since they were reincarnated into the summoned beasts world, but Qin Yu's world had already suffered for many years. The timing was simply wrong, so Li Xian thought that this guy was lying. Sir, I'm innocent. I didn't lie. Although I'm not sure if my information is true, the rumors are that it was caused by the battle between these two experts. The crocodile man hurriedly explained and looked at Li Xian in fear. Then tell me, why doesn't the time match? Li Xian coldly asked again. Sir, it should be like this. This world is a super large universe, and there are countless worlds in this large universe. For example, the God's Domain world, the Strange world, the Abyss world, the Sun God world, the Strange God world, the Summoned Beasts world, and many other worlds. The two super experts were fighting in the God's Domain world. The shockwaves from their battle spread in all directions, but it took time to spread. Some worlds encountered the shockwaves in 5 days. For example, the Strange world. Some worlds took 50 years to encounter the shockwaves, while the worlds further away might take hundreds of years. In short, the shockwaves from the battle were still spreading. Many worlds that were not affected would also face danger. Some super distant worlds might only affect them after tens of thousands of years. This is the reason why time isn't equal. The crocodile man explained with cold sweat. He was worried that he would be slapped to death by Li Xian. So that's how it is. Li Xian suddenly came to a realization. He roughly understood the root of everything. At the same time, he became even more fearful of the God's Domain world. Originally, he had been very wary of the God's Domain world because of the strange stone tablet. Now that he knew that the stone tablet was from the destroyer race and that the God's Domain world was even more terrifying, he became even warier of the God's Domain world. The God's Domain world. Hey! Li Xian sighed and said once more, tell me about the destroyer race. I need to know more information. Yes, yes, yes. The crocodile man hurriedly explained. He did not dare to hide anything. He told Li Xian everything he knew. It even told the information about the various powers in the universe. In short, Li Xian listened for an entire day and night before he got a rough idea. Not bad, your performance is not bad. Next, I'll give you a mission. Kill all the high-level mutated beasts in this world. Don't leave a single one above Black Iron rank. Li Xian stared coldly at the crocodile man. He raised his hand and formed a curse mark, pressing it on the crocodile man's head. Yes. Yes. Sir. The crocodile man felt despair in his heart. He could feel the terror of the mark on his forehead, but he did not dare to refuse, because if he refused, he would immediately die. It might take a few hundred years to kill the mutated beasts and complete the mission that Li Xian had given him, but at least he was still alive. Thus, how could the crocodile man dare to refuse? He immediately agreed. Get lost. It's best if you don't play any tricks. Otherwise, when the mark is activated, you will be burned along with your soul, Li Xian warned again. Yes, 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 sir. I will definitely not play any tricks. Absolutely. The crocodile man rolled and crawled away. He ran far away in a panic, killing his way into the mutated beast's jungle in a stifled manner. From this day onwards, there was an extra tool person in this world who could kill mutated beasts. This killing would last for hundreds of years. Of course, these were all things to come. After Li Xian dealt with the higher UPS of the evil energy organization, he continued to move. He searched everywhere for their strongholds and killed them quickly. He did not let any of them go. After 3 months of hard work, he had finally destroyed the last stronghold of the evil energy organization. He had finally dealt with the malignant tumor of the evil energy organization perfectly. However, 3 days later, 1 saint rank, 3 half-saints, and dozens of gold rank infiltrators from the evil energy organization entered. This lineup was very luxurious. However, they encountered Li Xian, who had transformed into the Divine Emperor. Li Xian used his identity as the Divine Emperor to kill the infiltrators of the evil energy organization, allowing only 2 heavily injured gold rank warriors to escape. From that day onwards, the evil energy organization no longer sent people to infiltrate. On the contrary, the strange god sect in the outer region attacked the evil energy organization even more crazily, and the world finally stabilized. Phew! It's finally stabilized for the time being. Li Xian stood on the peak of the snowy mountain. He stood on the thick snow and looked into the distance in the cold wind. He did not want to be tied down by this world. That would seriously hinder his advancement. Since he had temporarily scared the evil energy organization and the strange god sect, Li Xian could also develop well. It's time to go. I should head to the summoned beasts world as soon as possible to obtain more skills. Then, I'll head to the god's domain world and work hard toward becoming a demigod. Li Xian made his decision. His entire body vanished like smoke. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at Qin Yu's residence. He saw Qin Yu cultivating. The enemies of the 3 worlds had brought immense pressure on Qin Yu. Whenever she had the time, she would work hard in her cultivation. She would do her best to increase her strength so that she could support this world in the future. In order to cultivate, she had even handed over Black Rock City to Song Xiaomei. She worked hard in her cultivation all day long. Only when Li Xian returned would she stop and silently accompany Li Xian. Whoosh! Li Xian teleported to Qin Yu's side and held her slender waist. He said softly, "I'll be leaving for a period of time. If there's anything, contact me through the contract. As a saint rank, I can sense it. You have to be careful. Protect yourself well." Qin Yu slowly opened her eyes. She leaned her small head on Li Xian's shoulder and looked at him with reluctance. "You too, work hard to increase your strength." "Okay." The 2 of them stayed together for a while before Li Xian finally left. In the ripples of the void, he returned to the summoned beasts world. Ding! "You have died." Random resurrection. Following the mechanical voice, Li Xian's world turned from darkness to light, and he saw the desert that filled the sky. Desert spider? My skill is ground drilling? What rubbish skill, if only I have the skill to repair the spatial rift. Li Xian muttered to himself. He really wanted to obtain a skill to repair the spatial rift. Thus, he reincarnated with this urgent thought in mind.